It shows, of course, what all is to be expected now in the days ahead, and in the hours ahead rather now, because his arrival in India is imminent, and we will be providing hands-on experience on nuclear powered attack platforms for our Indian Navy. During that, on that, of course, vessel that we're going to be getting from Russia, that nuclear powered submarine, key training, key hands-on experience will be gained by our forces.
Absolutely. Not only hands-on experience for the crew, but also their amalgamation in the fleet order, joint exercises, when the other ships are sailing in company of a nuclear submarine.
1 second. Wing Commander Bakshi, just quickly interjecting, I just want to quickly correct one information. This is, of course, not the National War Memorial. This is, of course, the meeting venue where that meeting on India-Russia military cooperation is taking place. And, of course, before that meeting, we saw the ceremonial welcome, the Guard of Honor that was, of course, accorded to the Russian Defense Minister. Shows the kind of red carpet being laid out for the Russian dignitaries. But yes, a quick correction. That's, of course, not the National War Memorial. That's the venue where this meeting is taking place. And the meeting now, of course, will begin as the two defense ministers have entered the venue. Yes, Wing Commander Bakshi, quickly back to you.
So I was telling you that the maneuver patterns, the exercises, the form of exercises get into a lot of change. You know, because of the increased range of submarine, the increased firepower, everything, the admirals have to plan out their battle in a different manner. So we are quite good at that. We have practiced it because we had nuclear submarines earlier, of course, on lease. So there is no problem will take place. But only thing is that we have to make sure that this becomes a constant process. We don't have to take it on lease and return it and then wait for it, etc. So that is why we are going to overcome that. And probably there will be there'll be a further step towards other ships going nuclear. A nuclear powered aircraft carrier also would be on the horizon if we build it up. So handling the nuclear machinery, the nuclear infrastructure, nuclear power plants, that will be a part of our technical division of Navy, engineering from the departments of Navy. They'll become very adept to it. And I'm also have got news that the IITs are also getting more and more.
You know, and I just want to now take a second, Pramitpal Chaudhary, to just talk about the kind of welcome being accorded already to the high-ranking officials of the Russian establishment. So, ahead of Vladimir Putin's arrival, the defense minister is already in India. He was just at Rajghat. But now, before entering this meeting venue where the India-Russia Military Cooperation Summit is, of course, going to take place, Tri-Service Guard of Honor being accorded to him. Red carpet welcome.
So, yeah, to some degree, I think it's partly compensation. Remember, we have not had him for 4 years. We're supposed to have an annual summit with Putin. And partly because of the consequences of the Ukraine war and the fact that we would face a fair amount of diplomatic pushback from other countries, he has agreed to some degree not to show up in India for some time. So now, especially after the Alaska summit, where Trump himself hosted him in America, the door is now open for us to do so. So we have to sort of compensate for those 4 years of not having him here. But to some degree, we also have to compensate him because the economic relationship is going to fall apart or will be sharply reduced as the sanctions come in. We've already, even a week before the sanctions kicked in on November 21st, the loaded Russian oil shipments to India had fallen by 50%. And that is almost 85% of all of our imports from Russia are just oil. Because we have a very poor trading relationship on the civilian side. So we are trying to, I think, compensate for that. He accepts that this is the reality that he faces. Putin, among other things, is extraordinarily good understanding of realpolitik. So we're trying to compensate, but I think one of the things you'll notice that in the summit the Indian government is playing up is the need for B2B cooperation. We need to have more businesses working with each other. Right now, we basically just have a government-to-government relationship. In Russia is only 1% of our imports, and minus petroleum, 1% of our imports, 1% of our exports. That's not the basis for a long-term relationship. So that's going to have to be that's going to be the real drive in this summit. Can we build that up? Can we actually have as much as important as a nuclear attack submarine? I think the fact that the Central Bank of Russia is actually opening an office in India, in Mumbai, is almost as important because it really begins the process of hoping to provide a financial backbone to hopefully a larger B2B relationship.
All right. Let me in fact also now play out for our viewers what the former Foreign Secretary of India, Harsh Shringla, has said on Vladimir Putin's visit. Remember, he's of course now a Rajya Sabha member of Parliament.
Now joins us member of Rajya Sabha and also former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla. Sir, thank you so much for talking to Newsx. Sir, as we celebrate the 25th anniversary between the strategic partnership between India and Russia, how did you view the growing partnership between the two countries?
I think when you talk about 25 years of a strategic partnership, we have come a long way, and I think we have seen many ups and downs in the context of developments in both Russia and in India. We have seen geopolitical changes, but the relationship has endured because India and Russia enjoy a trusted partnership which is based on mutual respect, for each other's sovereignty. And of course, for each other's capabilities. And I have no doubt that as we come to this landmark occasion, we will look forward to 25 years more of an even closer and important, bilateral relationship with Russia.
So what do you have to say about the made regarding that India will stop buying oil from Russia?
Well, I mean, I cannot comment on what the President of the United States has said because I'm not privy to information that is at the levels of governments. All I can say is that the India-Russia partnership and the India-US partnership and other partnerships have to be looked upon based on their merits and the value they bring, but not through the prism of other relationships.
Sir, how do you assess India's balancing act between the West and Russia in the current geopolitical context?
Well, today there is a certain antagonism which is linked to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I think President Trump has been working to seek, some sort of peaceful outcome from the conflict. We are very heartened by the news of the Gaza ceasefire that could bring peace to the Middle East. I have no doubt that a similar outcome is going to come about in the Russia-Ukraine conflict as well. So these antagonisms will sort themselves out, will resolve themselves, and I'm sure we will see a far more normalized relationship in time to come.
Also, sir, how India is working to strengthen the ties between Russia as far as the trade is concerned?
Yeah, trade is an important factor. It has gone up from $10 billion at pre-pandemic levels to today to almost $68 billion, primarily based on energy imports that India makes from Russia. I think it is important to rebalance that trade basket, allowing greater exports of India to be able to balance, as I said, to bring balance to that trade. We should be able to focus on pharmaceuticals, digital services, equipment and machinery, and I think there should be far more access to the Russian market in that regard.
Thank you so much, sir. So that you heard Harsh Shringla, who talked about the India and Russia growing strategic partnership between the two countries. I'm Arzu Said with video journalist Ankush for Newsx in Delhi.
Now, MEA sources are telling us, in fact, they've responded to Rahul Gandhi. Rahul had earlier said that nowadays leader of opposition is not allowed to meet foreign dignitaries. MEA sources say during a visit, the MEA organizes meetings for the incoming dignitary with government officials and government bodies. It's up to the visiting delegation to organize meetings outside the government. Since 9th of June 2024, when Rahul Gandhi became leader of opposition, the following leaders have met him. Former Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, on the 10th of June 2024, Prime Minister of Vietnam, Pham Minh Chinh, on the 1st of August 2024, Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim of Malaysia on the 21st of August 2024, Prime Minister of Mauritius, Naveen Chandra Ramgoolam, on the 16th of September 2025. Prime Minister of New Zealand Christopher Luxon on the 8th of March 2025.
जनरली इस सरकार की पॉलिसी है नॉर्मली ट्रेडिशन होता है कि एलओपी के साथ जो भी बाहर से आते हैं उनकी मीटिंग होती है। ये वाजपेयी जी के टाइम होता था, मनमोहन सिंह जी के टाइम होता था, ये ट्रेडिशन रहा है। बट आजकल क्या होता है कि जो फॉरेन डिग्नेटरीज आते हैं या जब मैं कहीं बाहर जाता हूं तो सरकार उनको सजेस्ट करती है कि एलओपी से नहीं मिलना चाहिए। तो ये इनकी पॉलिसी है, ये हर बार करते हैं। जब मैं बाहर जाता हूं ये करते हैं, जब लोग यहाँ आते हैं मैं करता हूं। हमें मैसेज मिलता है कि हमें बताया गया है कि सरकार हमसे कहती है कि आपसे नहीं मिलना है। थैंक यू। बड़ा रिलेशन रहा है रशिया के साथ तो है। रिलेशन देखिए, रिलेशन तो सबके साथ है। जो एलओपी एक दूसरा पर्सपेक्टिव देता है। हिंदुस्तान को हम भी रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं। हाँ? सिर्फ सरकार नहीं रिप्रेजेंट करती है। तो सरकार नहीं चाहती कि
एक्सेलेंसी इकोनॉमिक साइड पर हम पिछले महीने मॉस्को में हुए इंडिया रशिया वर्किंग ग्रुप ऑन ट्रेड एंड इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन की 26th मीटिंग के सफल आयोजन का स्वागत करते हैं और हम रशिया लेड यूरेशियन इकोनॉमिक यूनियन के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट के लिए बातचीत शुरू होने का भी स्वागत करते हैं।
Ваше превосходительство, об экономических отношениях Индия приветствует успешное проведение 26-го заседания Межправительственной комиссии по торгово-экономическому сотрудничеству в Москве в прошлом месяце, а также приветствуем, что начинаются переговоры о соглашении о свободной торговле с Евразийским экономическим союзом.
एक्सेलेंसी, हम 23rd इंडिया रशिया एनुअल समिट के लिए रशियन फेडरेशन के प्रेसिडेंट हिज एक्सेलेंसी मिस्टर व्लादिमीर पुतिन के भारत आने का भी बेसब्री से इंतजार कर रहे थे, वह आज पूरा हुआ है।
Ваше превосходительство, мы также с нетерпением ждали и приветствовать его превосходительство господина Владимира Владимировича Путина, президента Российской Федерации, и который будет провести 23-й ежегодный индо-российский саммит, и сегодня поступил этот день.
और ये लीडर्स समिति दोनों देशों के बीच स्पेशल और प्रिविलेज पार्टनरशिप को और मजबूत करेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ योर एक्सेलेंसी, मैं आपसे आपके रिमार्क्स के लिए अनुरोध करूंगा। धन्यवाद।
Это саммит будут углублять и укреплять особые и привилегированные партнерства между нашими странами. Ваше превосходительство, я сейчас завершу и прошу вас за вступительные слова. Спасибо.
Уважаемый господин министр, уважаемые коллеги, друзья, намасте.
Намасте.
Thank you so much, distinguished minister, distinguished colleagues, distinguished guests. Namaste.
Искренне рад нашей новой встрече на индийской земле. Благодарны за гостеприимство, оказанное нам с первых минут пребывания в Нью-Дели.
I sincerely glad to meet you once again on Indian soil. We are grateful for the hospitality shown to us from the first minutes of stay in New Delhi.
Как вы сказали, господин министр, наши страны связывает крепкая, проверенная временем дружба, основанная на взаимном уважении.
As you just said, our countries are tied with a solid, time-proven friendship which is based on mutual respect.
И вот сейчас мы с господином министром вместе ехали в машине, обсуждали разные вопросы и пришли к общему мнению, что она базируется на очень глубоких ценностях, которые свойственны и российскому, и индийскому обществу.
And on our way here, while we were in the car discussing various things, we came to the common ground that we are binded with a very deep traditions which are very typical for the Russian and Indian nations.
В этом году отмечается 80-летие победы в Великой Отечественной войне 1941-1945 годов. И я благодарю индийскую делегацию за участие в торжественных мероприятиях, которые проходили в Москве в мае этого года.
This year we mark 80th anniversary of victory in Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, and I personally thank Indian delegation for the participants in the solemn activities which were organized in Moscow May this year.
Наши двусторонние отношения носят стратегический характер. Партнерство с Индией является залогом равновесия в южноазиатском регионе и глобальной безопасности в целом.
Our bilateral relations have a strategic character, and the partnership with India is a key factor for the balance in South Asian region and the global security in general.
Россия оказывает полноценное содействие Индии в формировании современного облика сухопутных войск, военно-воздушных и военно-морских сил. И, пользуясь случаем, хотел бы поздравить вас, господин министр, командование и всех индийских военных моряков с Днем национальных военно-морских сил.
Russia cooperates in full scale with India in formation of the new outlook of the Army, Air Force and the Navy. And using this opportunity, let me congratulate you, the command, and all Indian sailors with National Navy Day.
Господин министр, существенный вклад в принятие эффективных и взаимовыгодных решений в оборонной сфере вносит межправительственная комиссия по военному и военно-техническому сотрудничеству.
Distinguished Minister, Intergovernmental Commission on Military and Military Technical Cooperation brings a huge dedication and taking part in taking effective and mutually beneficial decisions in the military domain.
Сегодня подведем итоги ее работы и определим задачи на будущее.
Today we sum up its work and define the new tasks for future.
Разрешите представить членов российской делегации.
Let me introduce the delegates of the Russian Federation.
Осьмаков Василий Сергеевич, заместитель министра обороны Российской Федерации.
Осьмаков Василий Сергеевич, the Deputy Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation.
Шугаев Дмитрий Евгеньевич, директор Федеральной службы по военно-техническому сотрудничеству Российской Федерации.
Шугаев Дмитрий Евгеньевич, Director of the Federal Service on Military Technical Cooperation of the Russian Federation.
Лысогорский Кирилл Алексеевич, первый заместитель министра промышленности и торговли Российской Федерации.
Лысогорский Кирилл Алексеевич, the First Deputy Minister of Industry and Trade of the Russian Federation.
Генерал-лейтенант Бабич Михаил Викторович, статс-секретарь, заместитель директора Федеральной службы по военно-техническому сотрудничеству Российской Федерации.
Lieutenant General Babich Mikhail Viktorovich, he is the State Secretary and Deputy Director of the Federal Service of Military Technical Cooperation of Russian Federation.
Генерал-майор Орехов Алексей Анатольевич, начальник Главного управления международного военного сотрудничества Министерства обороны Российской Федерации.
Major General Orechov Alexey Anatольевич, he is the head of the main directorate on international military cooperation of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation.
Генерал-лейтенант Делевский Игорь Николаевич, заместитель начальника Главного оперативного управления Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации, председатель российской части российско-индийской рабочей группы по военному сотрудничеству.
Lieutenant General Delevsky Igor Nikolaevich, he is the Deputy Chief of the Main Operational Directorate of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, also a chairman from the Russian side in Russian-Indian Working Group on Military Cooperation.
Генерал-майор Пескунов Виктор Владимирович, советник Генерального штаба Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации.
Major General Piskunov Viktor Vladimirovich, he is advisor from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation.
Михеев Александр Александрович, генеральный директор акционерного общества Рособоронэкспорт.
Mikheyev Alexander Alexandrovich, he is the Director General of Rosoboronexport Corporation.
Молостов Валерий Иванович, начальник департамента управления президента Российской Федерации по внешней политике.
Molostov Valery Ivanovich, he is the head of the Foreign Policy Department of the President Administration of the Russian Federation.
Гудинев Владимир Владимирович, первый заместитель председателя Общероссийской общественной организации Союз машиностроителей России.
Gutinov Vladimir Vladimirovich, he is the first deputy of the chairman of all Russian community organization, the Union of Machine Builders of Russia.
Козлов Александр Леонидович, заместитель директора Департамента Министерства иностранных дел Российской Федерации.
Kozlov Alexander Leonidovich, he is the Deputy Director of the Department of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Баистов Виктор Владимирович, референт аппарата Совета Безопасности Российской Федерации.
Baistov Viktor Vladimirovich, he is Assistant Secretary Council of the Russian Federation.
И капитан первого ранга Вяткин Евгений Сергеевич, начальник третьего управления Главного управления кадров Министерства обороны Российской Федерации.
And Navy Captain Vyatkin Evgeny Sergeyevich, he is the head of the third direction of the main directorate of personnel of Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation.
В зале присутствуют также представители российского оборонно-промышленного комплекса.
In our hall together, we are present all the representatives from the defense industrial complex.
Убежден, что наша встреча будет способствовать укреплению российско-индийских отношений в области обороны и безопасности. Благодарю за внимание.
I'm sure that our meeting today will facilitate the strengthening of Russian-Indian relations in the domain of defense and security. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I would also like to introduce my delegation members. Chief of Defense Staff, General Anil Chauhan. Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral Ganesh Kumar Tripathi. Chief of Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi. Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh. Defense Secretary, Sri Rajesh Kumar Singh. Secretary Defense Production, Sri Sanjeev Kumar. Secretary DD&D and Chairman DRDO, Dr. Samir V. Kamath. DG Acquisition, Sri A. Anand, Joint Secretary International Cooperation,
So the meeting between the defense ministers of India and Russia is beginning after, of course, the opening comments and after the formal introductions, of course, of the two delegations. So the India-Russia military and security dialogue has begun. A comprehensive review and overview of defense and security ties expected at this meeting. Remember, of course, it is significant that this meeting precedes the high-level meeting between the heads of state of India and Russia. And of course, since defense and energy form the key focus areas of the partnership between India and Russia, it is very important and key that defense ties are, of course, dealt with separately as well at this level, ahead of being strengthened at the highest level in the next 24 to 28 hours. All right, joining us now is Dimitri Symes Jr., head of Sputnik India. Dimitri, thanks for being with us. We are, of course, seeing the high-level defense and security meeting and dialogue begin now between the defense ministers of Russia and India. This precedes, of course, Vladimir Putin's imminent arrival in New Delhi. How key are defense ties for the two nations? And what do you expect will be on the table in this defense dialogue, in this security dialogue that is preceding the talks at the highest level?
Well, defense has been a pillar of India-Russia cooperation since India gained its independence. I think that it's anyone can look at iconic Indian fighter jets, Su-30, MiGs. They have a Russian/Soviet origin. Same goes with tanks. Same goes with assault rifles. Defense has always brought our two countries together. What is changing is the nature of this defense cooperation. In the past, it used to be a purely buyer-seller relationship, with Russia being the supplier and India being the customer. But now we're seeing that the two countries are broadening their horizons as a result of India's economic rise, technological rise, And we're seeing that both countries are branching out into the areas of joint research and development and joint production. The best example, of course, is the BrahMos supersonic missile, which is based on the Russian Onyx supersonic anti-ship missile. But together, Russia and India were able to come together, make an already good product even better. And now they have a viable product that is generating interest in the Philippines and Vietnam and Indonesia, all across Southeast Asia. In regards to the specific items that are going to be on this agenda, we saw a Kremlin spokesperson give a press briefing to Indian journalists hosted by yours truly, Sputnik India. And he said that the S-400 would be very high on the agenda, and the Su-57 would also be on the agenda. But he did admittedly make a more cautious remark about the Su-57, since, as he alluded to, there may be third-party countries that might want to sabotage the deal. So the Russian side is going to be keeping its cards very close to its chest on the Su-57, and I suspect that the Indian side will as well.
So are you expecting the inking of the deal on Su-57 and S-500, or do you believe it could perhaps be discussed but not inked during this visit, Dmitry? What's your sense?
My sense is that we're going to have, significant strides in the negotiation process, but I'm not sure if we're ready, if we're going to see a deal inked right yet, because again, this is negotiations for weapon systems take years. It's always a complicated process, especially when you're talking about the process of localizing production, localizing technology transfer. What Russia and India really are looking to do is genuinely an unprecedented level of military trust between two countries and an unprecedented level of developing cutting-edge technology together. So I think that it will take some time for the Su-57 deal to fully blossom, just because there are so many moving pieces. But yes, I think that you're definitely going to see some movement on this front during this visit.
Okay, Dmitry, now let's just, you've touched upon defense and security cooperation. Let's talk about the other aspects of our partnership that also will be on the table. Which are the other, the sectors and areas which will be discussed and strengthened during this dialogue?
Well, Sputnik India interviewed Russian First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Monterev just ahead of his trip to India. He's currently in Delhi right now, meeting with colleagues. Some of the areas that he raised in the interview with us. Number one, he said that Russia's definitely interested in exploring joint shipbuilding endeavors for Arctic-class vessels. And that, in fact, there is already a working group represented on the Russian side by Russian nuclear agency Rosatom, and on the Indian side, the shipping ministry. So that's something in the works. The other thing is obviously civilian aviation, because Russia and India have experience of joint production in the military realm, as evidenced by the Su-30. Now they are hoping to maybe take that experience and use it in the civilian aviation realm. Of course, another important issue is logistics, because if we want to increase trade, we need to make it as straightforward and convenient, cheap for businesses in both countries to send their goods from one country to another. So that's definitely on the agenda. And finally, I would point to banking and finance, because when you look at the Russian delegation, you have Russian Central Bank Chief Elvira Nabiullina, you have the heads of Russia's largest banks. The financial aspect is especially important, because if we want to increase bilateral trade, then we need to streamline some of the long-standing existing issues on the logistical side, but also on the financial side that emerged following the imposition of Western sanctions against Russia.
Now, also, the fact that this meeting is coming, soon after the leaders met at SCO summit, it's also coming at a time when we're seeing Russia-China relations, strengthen as well. Is this a tilt or a pivot by Putin towards a new world order as well, towards a sort of, different access to the West with his, visits and strengthening of ties between China and India, in particular towards this latter half of 2025?
Well, Russian President Vladimir Putin first announced for the need to a pivot to Asia back in 2012, so 10 years before the start of the Ukraine conflict. Now, needless to say, after the Ukraine conflict started and we saw NATO basically wage a proxy war against Russia via Ukraine, when we saw the collective West declare effectively economic war against Russia, freezing assets, blocking from SWIFT, so on and so forth, that obviously made Russia accelerate its process of deepening economic ties with the two major Asian giants, which are China and India. And, I think that this would have happened regardless, simply because China and India are becoming more important to the global economy while Europe is becoming less important. But you have this sort of perfect storm where economic reality and geopolitical reality converge. And that's why we're seeing such major acceleration over the past few years, because we have this sort of perfect multipolar storm that's coming together. And in the case of Russia and India, it's serving as a positive impetus to build on the good historical foundation that the two countries have and try to take it to the next level.
Yes. And also, as far as the two leaders are concerned, how important has Modi and Putin's, individual camaraderie been with each other in building ties as well? How important has the two leaders' personal relationship been as well in the strengthening and closening of ties?
Well, I had an opportunity to speak a few months back to India's ambassador to Russia. And I asked him about the fact that when you look on camera, Modi and Putin have such good chemistry. And what he told me in response is that off camera, behind closed doors, the personal chemistry is even better. And I think that, that definitely has been an important factor. But the reason I think it's been an important factor is because Vladimir Putin is a genuine Russian patriot, while Prime Minister Modi is a genuine Indian patriot. And so when they get together, despite the fact that both leaders are trying to represent the best interests of their country, it's easier for them to understand each other because they're using a similar common language. This is quite different than when, for example, the Russian president interacts with American leaders, with European leaders, because those use, they sort of they try to dilute their genuine motives. They try to smoke screen geopolitical demands behind, false moralistic language about human rights, democracy, so on and so forth. When Prime Minister Modi comes to Russia, when he talks with Putin, he's not in the moral lecture business. He's in the winning for India business. And that's something that Russia can respect. And Modi's prestige in Russia has risen, especially over the past few months, because everyone was eagerly watching how India would respond to the US tariffs. And Modi showed that India is not to be pushed around by anyone, that the US global empire has lost its teeth, and that India not only has the capability, but has the courage and the willpower to claim its place in the sun as a great power.
All right, Dimitri Symes Jr., thank you very much for joining us with your perspective on this big story. And let's take a quick deep dive now into a possible important feature in the talks between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. On your screens now, you can see the S-500, which is larger, stronger and smarter brother of the S-400 missile, which brought Pakistan to its knees during Operation Sindoor. India has its eyes on acquiring this defense system and air shield. Welcome to another episode of Deep Dive, brought to you by Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. We're today taking a deeper look at this marvelous air shield, the S-500. Well, firstly, the Russian-made S-400 air defense system proved to be decisive during India's Operation Sindoor earlier this year. The Indian Air Force hailed the S-400, which is a cutting-edge surface-to-air missile platform, as the game-changer in the three-day confrontation. And now, with Russian President Vladimir Putin set to arrive in India, New Delhi is setting its sights on the S-400's bigger, stronger and smarter successor, the S-500 Prometheus air shield. India's keenness in procuring S-400 missile systems, upgrading Sukhoi 30 fighter jets and purchasing other critical military hardware from Russia will be on the agenda in the talks between Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart Andrei Belousov, which are currently on in New Delhi. The S-500 Prometheus is Russia's latest next-generation air and missile defense system designed to defeat a wide spectrum of advanced threats, from stealth aircraft and drones to ballistic missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles, and even select low-Earth orbit objects. Developed by Almaz Ante, the S-500 represents a significant leap forward from the S-400, expanding air defense into the near space layer. With an interception range of roughly 500 to 600 kilometers and a strike altitude of 180 to 200 kilometers, it functions as a strategic national level shield rather than a conventional battlefield system. The S-500 is not just an improved S-400, it represents a qualitative leap in what air defense systems can do. It is designed to defend not only high altitude airspace but also the near space layer. This is not the case though with the S-400. The S-500 can engage faster, higher flying threats including long-range ballistic missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles, and even select low Earth orbit objects. The S-500 can intercept threats at a range of roughly 500 to 600 kilometers and engage targets at altitudes of 180 to 200 kilometers, reaching deep into the near space layer. In comparison, the S-400 ceiling is about 30 kilometers. In October 2018, India signed a $5 billion deal with Russia to purchase 5 units of the S-400 air defense missile systems, despite a warning from the US that proceeding with the contract may invite US sanctions under the provisions of the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. To talk about and sum up the top features of the S-500, well, it can intercept threats at 500 to 600 kilometers, depending on missile type. It's designed to counter both aerial and strategic missile threats at long distances. It operates an engagement altitude of 180 to 200 kilometers, penetrating the exo-atmospheric near space layer. It allows interception of ballistic missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles, and some LEO objects. It also uses advanced interceptors like 77N6N and 77N6N1. It's capable of kinetic kill, meaning destroying targets with force rather than explosive proximity. Unlike the missiles of the S-400 system, they destroy incoming threats by ramming straight into them at extreme speeds rather than exploding near them. It's specifically developed to engage hypersonic cruise missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles, and high-speed ballistic re-entry vehicles. It comes with an engagement reaction time of 3 to 4 seconds, significantly quicker than the S-400. Russia has inducted a limited number of S-500 units into service in 2021, and production remains modest. Reportedly, Russia is pitching the S-500 not merely as a purchase but as a co-production program with Almaz Ente, the state-owned air and space defense giant behind the S-300, S-400 and S-500 families. The key components would be manufactured in India. The S-500 is significantly more expensive than the S-400 and requires complex maintenance, specialized training and long-term servicing arrangements. Integrating it into India's command and control network would also be challenging. Export availability is extremely limited and political negotiations are likely to be protracted, but the system's capabilities are built for the next era of air and missile defense. Backing these missiles is a new generation of radars built on gallium nitride technology. Simply put, these radars have longer range, quicker tracking and far better jamming resistance than those in the S-400. Moreover, one S-500 air shield unit can include up to a dozen launchers, along with command posts and 3 high-performance radars. Joining us to talk more about this is Dimitri Symes Jr., head of Sputnik India. Dimitri, what really sets the S-500 apart, according to you, from other missile systems of its kind. Dimitri, can you hear me? Okay, I think we've lost him there. All right, taking a very short break. We're back on the other side with lots more.
on the rise, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान, 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे। मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक, सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए पूरा विश्वास, विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास, माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग, बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार। यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान, 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे
मेहनत और समर्पण के प्रतीक अन्नदाताओं को डबल इंजन सरकार ने दी है नई पहचान। कर्मयोगी सरकार ने किया है वो दमदार काम जो दशकों तक था सिर्फ सपना। उत्कर्ष के इन 8 वर्षों में गन्ना किसानों को किया गया है रिकॉर्ड 2,90,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक गन्ना मूल्य का भुगतान। वर्ष 2007 से 2017 तक हुए भुगतान से यह 1,48,000 करोड़ रुपए है अधिक। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में पारदर्शिता और तकनीक से जुड़ी नई व्यवस्था ने बदली है गन्ना किसानों की तकदीर। वर्ष 2017 से अब तक 4 बार बढ़ाया गया है गन्ना समर्थन मूल्य। गन्ना पेराई सत्र 2025-26 में गन्ना किसानों को होगा 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का अतिरिक्त लाभ। नई चीनी मिलें और बढ़ी क्रशिंग क्षमता ने असल मायनों में गन्ने की फसल को बनाया है ग्रीन गोल्ड। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
Welcome back. Major General JKS Parihar, a defense expert, is joining us live in the broadcast. Major General Parihar, how crucial is this acquisition of the S-500 for India? How close to acquiring it are we going to get on this trip by Vladimir Putin to India?
That's very interesting. In fact, if you recollect Ops Sindhu, something which has made a difference was the S-400 system. And we have not yet received all 5 regiments of it. 3 are, we have got it, and 2 are still to come. In this scenario, the S-500 is the higher version of it. It is upgraded version, not only in the range, but 2 important features which makes it more effective. First of all, to get it into the hypersonic missiles and fighter planes, it can be effective. Then the time taken from 10 seconds, it is reduced to the 3 to 5 seconds. Their efficacy will increase. Then the distance also covered by S-500 to capture is much higher than what the S-400. So upgraded version will definitely give more teeth to our air defense system. And I am sure India is going to be highly benefited by President Putin's visit, not only on the S4, S500 is there, then we have the Su-57, then other submarines on the lease. So many things are offering here. And ultimately, what the annual summit is basically, the overall year-long negotiations are coming to the at the final stage. So it's a very welcome for us to get the systems. If it comes early, is very fine.
Absolutely. Commodore Bhushan Diwan, a defense expert, also live with us. Commodore Bhushan Diwan, how big of an upgrade is the S500 from the S400? We saw how the S400 was, essential for our defense during Operation Sindoor. It was a game changer. How much bigger, better and more solid is the S500 to the S400?
Uday, thank you. It is a generational shift. Going forward, if we have to tackle China, which is our real enemy, long-term enemy, we have to be able to handle these stealth aircrafts and the ballistic missiles. For example, BrahMos is a cruise missile. Ballistic missiles, they come very fast. Hypersonic missiles are very fast. They are the next generation attackers on us. Now, as you rightly mentioned, the proximity fuse way of damaging these oncoming missiles will not work for hypersonic missiles or for ballistic missiles. What will work is hit to kill, direct kinetic impact. Now, that is something which S500 has and S400 does not have. So the right royal thing, as we call it, ABMD, anti-ballistic missile defense. In this area, if India has to be strong for next 5 to 7, 10 years, S500 is crucial. S400 has got many, is an older generation. Definitely, this is the way to go forward. Now, whole thing is that to what extent Russia comes forward to give it to us. The point, because if you look at the geostrategic, geopolitical considerations, Russia would like that we don't get closer to USA. And vice versa, USA doesn't want us to get close to Russia. You know that our oil imports have dwindled from Russia to India. So this is a tug of war where there are two suitors and both would like to have India on their side. And this is a big thing, big cake hanging in between. Because the point is, even though BRICS is there, though China has been supporting Russia big time, but nobody likes to live with a big brother partner. And for Russia, China is a big brother partner. And I think Russia also wants India to come into the ken of BRICS in a bigger way. And so does America want. If America has to handle China, surely America cannot do it without India's help. Like in 1990, USSR got broken through Russia coming, Kissinger coming, and Nixon coming to meet Mao Zedong in China. So America wooed China big time to take care of Russia, looming threat of Russia. Similarly, strategically, it is very, very clear. America is very keen and cannot go ahead with, diminishing the stature of China or the threat from China without India's collaboration. So now is the crucial time that to what extent Russia comes forward. Another thing is, for example, look at in 1995, BrahMos manufacture in India started 30 years back. Now that is a unique thing. No other country has done it with us. Even G404 engines, that thing in Surendra and Gujarat getting manufactured, 4 years have passed, nothing much has moved. And for our Mark 1 Tejas, Mark 2, next generation Tejas, we need to have that engine, and that's not coming. So both the countries, whether USA or Russia, nobody's as keen to give us full technology and manufacture. The crux of the matter is not import. Crux of the matter is not at all import. Crux of the matter is manufactured here, like BrahMos. BrahMos NG should get manufactured here. And I think I'm sure our engineers, bright engineers, even the control systems of BrahMos, in Pilani, I visited the factory also. It is not secret, it's public knowledge. And so their own systems, the avionics, the control system can get improved with the help of the Indian engineers and brains working on that. So this is the value which Russia has got to see and give it to us. Otherwise, and same the third thing is Sukhoi 57. This with the way F-40, F-35, that is a thing which is well known, though you have not brought up this topic still. Second thing is, the beautiful thing about BrahMos NG is that, it can be retrofitted on Rafale also. So the point is, in the Indian Navy, Indian Armed Forces, we have had the example of using equipment from many countries. I mean, on board INS Trishul, that is 30 years back, we had Russian missiles fitted, plus we had Electronica, EW, electronic warfare system fitted from Italy. So, I mean, India will have to do that system integration and buy from East also, buy from West also. It is not exclusive. So, Russia should not expect that, we will totally become in their fold. And similarly, America should not think we will get into their fold totally. And both have to, we can collaborate. No need to be in one side, totally, one side. So, non-alignment can work, but this is the value which Russia has got to see. But I'm hopeful. They've got a big team, 7 ministers coming here, and there are 10 intergovernmental
Absolutely. In fact, the defense dialogue has already started. The defense and security dialogue has already started. Brigadier Vinod Datta. That shows, of course, how paramount security and defense ties are in this relationship, in this partnership between India and Russia. But how crucial is this acquisition of S-500? How close to acquiring it are we going to get during this visit by Putin to India, Brigadier Datta? Why do you believe the S-500 will be a total game changer for our defense establishment?
Yeah. Thank you very much. You see, this visit is very important for both the countries. And it was a requirement of the day for India and Russia as well. Because Russia is also, struggling for its, a ruble deficit which it is facing because of $300 billion which have been frozen by America. Now, the requirement, Russia, we were the biggest buyers when the erstwhile USSR or the East European bloc was there. And major equipment, about 75 to 80% was from East European bloc. Now it has come down to 36%. And as it was rightly, brought out, that Russia doesn't want India to go westwards, and America doesn't want India to, lean on to Russia. But having seen Russia is such a dependent ally that it has always stood with India, and the kind of equipment they have provided. If you go back in 70s, because I have been part of so many delegations which had gone as far as procurement is concerned, because been to Kharkiv also. So it was realized that the Eastern Bloc, equipment, or the Russia, which is equipment which is coming, firstly, it will come quite cheaper. Secondly, they are reliable and they are sturdier. American or the NATO countries' equipment, they are costlier. And India, since we are still dependent on imports, may not be able to handle it. As far as air defense system is concerned, avionics and air defense system, they work hand in glove, because both are trying to outsmart the other. If you recall, in 70s and 80s, the Pakistan air defense system was much ahead of Indian air defense system. But now they are in doldrums, and India has really, by getting S-400, we have really, made a formidable wall as far as air defense is concerned, and Operation Sindoor was a case in point. Now, the upgraded version of S-500, of course, it is going to cost a fortune to India, but it is the order of the day, because today the battlefield is technology driven, and war is a very costly hobby these days. Russia itself, with the Ukraine war, they have already spent 26 lakh crore rupees, whereas the Ukraine estimates it to 66 lakh crore rupees. So Russia is also wanting, some funds to come, and India, being one of the major importers, can really, help Russia to get the assembly lines going, and the friendship also can be deepened. Now, as regards the Su-57, this aircraft, because our MCA project is likely to, be effective by 2035 if there are no slippages any further. But that's a very long horizon. And the kind of security imperatives which we have around us, India is basically looking to fill the voids, because we have come down to 29 to 30 squadrons. Even Pakistan has got so many squadrons. So India has to really, go in and take a very, very quick decision that which aircraft we should go in.
Absolutely,
And I think
absolutely, because that is the other aspect of this acquisition that we expect or hope to get close to during this visit, Major Mohammad Ali Shah, the twin acquiring of S-500 and Sukhoi Su-57. Of course, there are many other acquisitions, which some of which have already been inked. Reports suggest before Putin has even arrived in India, including a nuclear attack capable submarine and of course other maritime partnership pacts as well. But Sukhoi Su-57, S-500, how close or far will we still be to acquiring them post this visit by Vladimir Putin to India, Major Shah?
Right, Uday, that's a very, very good question. I think India is, we have been a very good partner, had a very good partner, right? April 1940s, means even though
I'm afraid we seem to be having some technical trouble there with Major Shah's connection. But we're going to take a short break. My thanks to all of our guests for being with us on this segment. Let's take a short break.
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
Would Russia support India in the event of India taking any action against terrorist bases in Pakistan?
We strongly condemn terrorism, and we know that India has faced this threat numerous times, and we stay together with people of India.
दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Сделано в Индии, ощутимый. Вот не грех повторять то, что
in the workforce. Now, more and more women are giving financial independence a lot of priority, sometimes even more than marriage. They want to be financially independent. Women have now very much a very strong part of the workforce. The offices are also been made to be gender sensitive.
Women have always worked. It is
Yes.
just that post-World War II that women came out in the workforce, which is paid workforce. In the paid workforce, yes, there is always the first time that these imbalances are worked out.
Women at work, and the solution for more women at work is not going to happen till such time that the care economy structurally gets addressed, which means that other than X number of days or weeks around the time that a child is born, caregiving has to be much more equally shared in society, in families, and between men and women.
We're not waiting for someone else to rescue us. They're more concerned about keeping themselves stronger health-wise and applying it to them protecting themselves. They don't want to wait, for a Prince Charming to come and save them. But they are their own savior.
So what we women want at these times on Newsx.
Born on 7th October 1952 in St. Petersburg. Studied law at Leningrad State University. Rose to the ranks of Lieutenant Colonel. He is now Russia's longest-serving president. This is the story of Vladimir Putin's rise.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Explain with me, Uday Pratap Singh. Today on Explain, we break down the rise of Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. Let's take a look at this old interview that Putin had given to CNN back in September 2000 to Larry King. He was asked what happened in the Kursk 2000 tragedy.
Tell me, what happened with the submarine?
Она утонула.
He's almost sneering, almost proud of his own wit as he answers a question about the Kursk submarine tragedy, an accident that killed 118 Russian servicemen. So how did a man who once displayed such brazen dismissiveness transform into the stony, controlled, patriotic figure the world recognizes today? How did this man rise from a KGB spy to Russia's president? And how did the man manage to hold power for more than 2 decades? To be precise, 23 years. Today we will not begin from the beginning. Let's take you to the moment when he was made the president for the first time. This is the night of December 31st, 1999. As the century turned, so did the fate of Russia. Boris Yeltsin unexpectedly resigned and handed over the sprawling, nuclear-armed Russian Federation to a relatively unknown former spy. The camera has captured a stiff, almost reluctant Putin standing next to a visibly emotional Yeltsin. Here is how he started his first address as a Russian president.
Дорогие друзья, сегодня, в новогоднюю ночь, я, как и вы, с родными и друзьями, собирался выслушать слова приветствия президента России Бориса Николаевича Ельцина. Но вышло иначе.
This unwelcoming and stiff address could be because Russia was on the brink of collapse when Yeltsin handed over power. The oligarchs were running the economy, the Second Chechen War was underway, terrorism was rising, and public trust in the government was virtually zero. Putin wasn't just stepping into office, he was stepping into a burning building. That pressure showed, but it was not always that he wanted to become the Russian president. Putin stated in various interviews that he originally aspired to become an airline pilot with Aeroflot and planned to enroll at the Civil Aviation Institute of Leningrad. Masha Gessen, in Putin's biography, The Man Without a Face, The Unlikely Rise of Vladimir Putin, wrote that Putin's interest shifted towards a career in intelligence after being influenced by Soviet-era espionage media, such as reading biographies of notable intelligence figures such as Richard Sorge and Jan Burzin, and watching the 1968 film series The Shield and the Sword and the 1972 television series 17 Moments of Spring. A wrestler at school in St. Petersburg in 1971, he started having a romantic desire to become a KGB agent and serve his country incognito. Perhaps the perfect job for someone who liked to avoid the limelight. In January 1974, Putin was approached by Colonel Dmitry Ganserov of the Leningrad Committee for State Security, or the KGB Personnel Department, tasked with identifying promising university students for potential recruitment in Leningrad State University's law faculty. Hence, his intelligence journey began from 1975 to 1991. Putin was recruited by the Leningrad Directorate of the KGB, serving initially in the 5th Chief Directorate, responsible for domestic counterintelligence, before transitioning to the 1st Chief Directorate, which handled foreign intelligence operations. From 1985, for 5 years, Putin was stationed in Dresden, East Germany, serving in KGB's Foreign Intelligence Unit. Stationed in fact, recently his old East German secret police identification card was discovered in the Stasi archives. Stasi was the State Security Service and Secret Police of East Germany. During his time in Germany, he oversaw the recruitment of illegal agents and coordinated activities between the local KGB office and the Dresden branch of East Germany's Ministry for State Security, or Stasi. In this tenure, he witnessed the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the collapse of Soviet power in 1988. In Putin's eyes, Russia lost just 2 million square miles of territory. Probably at this time, he learnt the cost of a weak state. In 1990, he left active KGB service officially and became an advisor to Anatoly Sobchak, the liberal mayor of St. Petersburg. By the mid-1990s, Putin moved to Moscow and began working in the Kremlin. His career advanced rapidly. In 1997, he was appointed deputy chief of the Kremlin's property management department. In 1998, he became director of the Federal Security Service, the KGB's successor agency. In August 1999, he was named the Prime Minister of Russia by President Boris Yeltsin. He was already accusing the US and NATO of undermining the post-World War II international order. Let's listen in to what he said in May 1999.
На сегодняшний день группа государств предпринимает активную попытку изменить сложившийся после Второй мировой войны международный миропорядок. По существу, дезавуировать все договоренности, которые были достигнуты странами коалиции после Второй мировой войны.
In September 1999, a series of apartment bombings killed hundreds in Russia. The government blamed Chechen separatists. Chechen leaders denied it, but Putin responded with a tough military campaign in Chechnya. He appeared on television and uttered the line Russians still remember, "We will hunt them down everywhere. If we find them in the toilet, we will wipe them out in the outhouse." Crude, unfiltered, ominous and strangely reassuring to a population desperate for strength. Putin's approval ratings doubled almost overnight. Then he became the president in December 1990 and first elected president of Russia on March 26, 2000. He assumed office on the 7th of May, making his formal entry into the Kremlin. After securing almost 53% of the vote in the first round, polls suggested that most Russians wanted economic stability above all else. Putin's basic message to voters was that he would make Russia strong again. Putin's first presidency is typically narrated with the landmarks of economic stabilization, the rise of oil prices and the silencing of oligarchs. But the more intriguing story lies beneath the surface. Take, for instance, the case of Mikhail Khodorkovsky. He was once a multi-billionaire and one of Russia's leading industrialists in the oil sector. Shortly after publicly confronting Vladimir Putin in 2003 over high-level corruption in the oil industry, Khodorkovsky's company Yukos, then Russia's second-largest oil producer, was seized and later dismantled by the government. Later that year, he was arrested by Russian security forces and imprisoned for 10 years, finally being released in December 2013. Another lesser-known element from this war was his use of information control. While Yeltsin struggled with media battles, Putin quietly secured loyalty from key TV networks, most importantly NTV, which had been frequently critical of the government. When oligarch Vladimir Gusinsky refused to cooperate, a fraud case appeared. Negotiations were held. Gusinsky eventually fled. Russian television shifted, and with it, public perception. Meanwhile, Russia's elite slowly transformed. The businessmen of the 1990s who made fortunes overnight were replaced by Siloviki, which meant men from the security services, military, intelligence backgrounds. Putin was not merely building a government, he was building a structure of loyalty. Interestingly, when Putin restored the Soviets' anthem melody but added new lyrics, power for Putin is not just political, it is historical. In the then Russia, a president can't serve more than 2 terms consecutively. Hence came his temporary exit as president in 2008. Dmitry Medvedev became the president. During these years, Putin cultivated another element of his persona, the action hero imagery. Riding horses shirtless, tagging tigers, diving into lakes. Many Western observers called it an optic to revive the archetype of the strong Tsar. His return to the presidency in 2012 amidst the unprecedented protests. Since Vladimir Putin came to power, Russia has launched major military invasions into 2 sovereign countries, Georgia and Ukraine. In 2008, Russian forces entered Georgian territory during the brief but decisive war over South Ossetia and Abkhazia. 6 years later, in 2014, Moscow annexed Crimea and fueled separatist conflict in eastern Ukraine, culminating in the full-scale invasion of 2022, the largest military assault in Europe since World War II. The Russia-Ukraine war still continues with seemingly very less light at the end of the tunnel. Across the conservative, right-leaning political spectrum, Vladimir Putin is often admired as the ideal strongman. Disciplined, hyper-patriotic, culturally conservative and unafraid to defy the liberal world order. Many leaders quietly envy the authority and mythic control he projects at home. Donald Trump captured this fascination most tellingly in 2013, tweeting ahead of the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. Do you think Putin will be going to the Miss Universe pageant in November in Moscow? If so, will he become my new best friend? It was a joke on the surface, but beneath it lay a clear truth. the global right's desire to mirror and befriend the Putin persona. But his persona is not the only thing that leaders envy. Vladimir Putin has built one of the world's most feared cyber armies. A vast state-backed ecosystem of hackers, intelligence operatives and digital mercenaries capable of disrupting governments, crippling infrastructure and manipulating public opinion. This network, often linked to units like Fancy Bear, GRU Unit 26165 and Cozy Bear SVR, has been deployed as a strategic weapon of modern warfare. Born 7 years after the end of the World War II, Putin was born following the siege of Leningrad that killed his elder brother, in which his parents barely survived. He was brought up in a crowded communal flat which shared kitchen and bathroom, teeming with rats and cockroaches. Friends and acquaintances remember the young Putin as clever but self-contained, a sort of grey cardinal, from this introvert boy to amongst the most talked about leader of the world. This 73-year-old Putin has come a long way, and who knows how much further he will go.
Born on 7th October 1952 in St. Petersburg, studied law at Leningrad State University, rose to the ranks of lieutenant colonel. He is now Russia's longest-serving president. This is the story of Vladimir Putin's rise.
Would Russia support India in the event of India taking any action against terrorist bases in Pakistan?
We strongly condemn terrorism. And we know that India has faced this threat numerous times, and we stay together with people of India.
दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकतापूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Сделано в Индии, ощутимый. Вот не грех повторять то, что
in the workforce. Now, more and more women are giving financial independence a lot of priority, sometimes even more than marriage. They want to be financially independent. Women have now very much a very strong part of the workforce. The offices are also been made to be gender sensitive.
Women have always worked. It is
Yes.
just that post-World War II that women came out in the workforce, which is paid workforce. In the paid workforce, yes, there is always the first time that these imbalances are worked out.
Women at work, and the solution for more women at work is not going to happen till such time that the care economy structurally gets addressed, which means that other than X number of days or weeks around the time that a child is born, caregiving has to be much more equally shared in society, in families, and between men and women.
We're not waiting for someone else to rescue us. They're more concerned about keeping themselves stronger health-wise and applying it to them protecting themselves. They don't want to wait, for a Prince Charming to come and save them. But they are their own savior.
So watch We Women Want at these times on Newsx.
Would Russia support India in the event of India taking any action against terrorist bases in Pakistan?
We strongly condemn terrorism. And we know that India
Now joins us member of Rajya Sabha and also former Foreign Secretary Harshvardhan Shringla. Sir, thank you so much for talking to Newsx. Sir, as we celebrate the 25th anniversary between the strategic partnership between India and Russia, how did you view the growing partnership between the two countries?
I think when you talk about 25 years of a strategic partnership, we have come a long way. And I think we have, seen many ups and downs in the context of developments in both Russia and in India. We have seen geopolitical changes, but the relationship has endured. Because India and Russia enjoy a trusted partnership which is based on mutual respect, for each other's sovereignty, and of course, for each other's capabilities. And I have no doubt that as we come to this landmark occasion, we will look forward to 25 years more of an even closer and important, bilateral relationship with Russia.
So what do you have to say about the made regarding that India will stop buying oil from Russia?
Well, I mean, I cannot comment on what the President of the United States has said because I'm not privy to information that is at the levels of governments. All I can say is that the India-Russia partnership and the India-US partnership and other partnerships have to be looked upon based on their merits and the value they bring, but not through the prism of other relationships.
Sir, how do you assess India's balancing act between the West and Russia in the current geopolitical context?
Well, today there is a certain antagonism which is linked to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I think President Trump has been working to seek some sort of peaceful outcome from the conflict. We are very heartened by the news of the Gaza ceasefire that could bring peace to the Middle East. I have no doubt that a similar outcome is going to come about in the Russia-Ukraine conflict as well. So these antagonisms will sort themselves out, will resolve themselves, and I am sure we will see a far more normalized relationship in time to come.
Also, sir, how India is working to strengthen the ties between Russia as far as the trade is concerned?
Yeah, trade is an important factor. It has gone up from $10 billion at pre-pandemic levels to today to almost $68 billion, primarily based on energy imports that India makes from Russia. I think it is important to rebalance that trade basket, allowing greater exports of India to be able to balance, as I said, to bring balance to that trade. We should be able to focus on pharmaceuticals, digital services, equipment and machinery, and I think there should be far more access to the Russian market in that regard.
Thank you so much, sir. So that you heard Harsh Shringla, who talked about the India and Russia growing strategic partnership between the two countries. I'm Arzu Said with video journalist Ankush for Newsx in Delhi.
जो पुतिन साहब की विजिट है वो लैंडमार्क विजिट है, ये बार जियोपॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन जो देखते आए हैं, तो ये बात फैक्ट है कि ट्रेड डेफिसिट काफ़ी बड़ी है, क्योंकि अब 65 बिलियन का ट्रेड हो गया और अगले साल बोलते हैं 100 हो जाएगा। तो जब ट्रेड डेफिसिट बढ़ेगी तो कुछ ना कुछ होगा। एक तो हम देख रहे हैं कि वो इन्वेस्ट करे इंडिया में, कैपिटल मार्केट के थ्रू करे या जॉइंट वेंचर्स में करे, ये टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर करके करे, तो एक तो उसमें करे, कुछ सेक्टर्स उसमें चुने, टेक्नोलॉजी, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, ये सब सेक्टर्स में वो लोग का इन्वेस्टमेंट करने की इच्छा भी वो करेंगे। और इंडिया का एक बूमिंग मार्केट है, तब रशिया भी सोचता है कि हम भी इसमें घुसे, कैपिटल मार्केट में और सब। दूसरा कि हमारे जो एक्सपोर्ट की बात है, तो ऑटोमोबाइल, ऑटो सेक्टर्स, टेक्सटाइल का बहुत बड़ा मार्केट है, फार्मास्यूटिकल्स एंड एग्रो प्रोडक्ट्स। तो ये जो नई चीजें जो कम जा रही है, इसमें ज्यादा जाए। और उनको भी क्या यूरोप और यहाँ वहां से ले रहे थे, तो इंडिया से ले सकते हैं, क्योंकि जियो पॉलिटिकल। दूसरा वो भी चाहते हैं कि इंडिया के साथ एक स्ट्रेंथ और बढ़ाए, और ये तो फैक्ट है कि हमारे वो रिलायबल और ट्रू फ्रेंड रहे हैं रशिया, और हमें और व्यापार बढ़ाना यही एक था एरिया जो लैग था, वो अब मुझे लगता है उसको प्रोत्साहन मिलेगी विजिट के बाद।
तो आपको लगता है कि इंडिया से रशिया को एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ेगा, जिस हिसाब से रशिया ने इच्छा जताई है कि हमें ये प्रोडक्ट्स में हमें इंडिया से चाहिए, सप्लाई चाहिए?
हाँ, जिस तरह से जैसे हम सोचेंगे हमारा 6.4% GDP होगा, उसकी जगह ये आप लास्ट 2 क्वार्टर में 8.2% हो गया, और ये बात प्रिडिक्टेड है कि 7.8% ग्रोथ रहेगी, तो हमारा ग्रोथ भी बढ़ रहा है। तो हमें तो एक्सपोर्ट और नए मार्केट चाहिए ही, तो वो हिसाब से रसिया की ये जो पुतिन साहब की विजिट है उनके डेलीगेशन की, वो यही बार के सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ और सप्लाई चेन रशिया के साथ कैसे बढ़े। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये फोरम की मीटिंग के बाद अगले साल हम इसका नतीजा देखेंगे और हमारा एक्सपोर्ट कई एरिया में जो नहीं था वहां बढ़ेगा।
No, I think there are many areas where India and Russia can collaborate, including in the technology space, in the area of cybersecurity, in the area of artificial intelligence, in the area of a trusted value chain for electronics manufacture. There are many such areas where India and Russia can collaborate. We have a regular dialogue on this area. Our minister also visited Russia earlier this year in June. So we look forward to closer collaboration in these spaces.
Sir, Russia's focus is on import. So what can we expect from India to export to Russia?
I think
telecom, they are
electronics is clearly one area where we are looking to grow Indian exports. So, and of course, software is our largest item of export as well.
Welcome back. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. You're joining us on Newsx. Our big focus this hour is on Putin's India visit. The Russian president will be arriving very, very shortly into New Delhi. And now, in big developments that we're tracking, as per our sources, Prime Minister Modi is likely to receive Vladimir Putin at the Palam airport. He's en route to Palam as we speak. President Putin is expected to land shortly. This is, of course, a big gesture. This is a big breaking development. Prime Minister Modi, sources tell us, is likely to personally receive Vladimir Putin, the Russian president, at the Delhi airport when he arrives very, very shortly. Let me bring in Brian Thomas for more on this story. Brian, Prime Minister Modi's gesture says a lot, doesn't it?
Well, Uday, yes, clearly rolling coverage rather from Newsx, and we are outside the PM Awas, the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and this becomes a very important location because here itself is going to be a very informal, a private dinner that is going to be happening between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Russian President Vladimir Putin itself. Now, clearly, as per sources very rightly mentioned, yes, as a symbol of gesture itself, the Prime Minister himself will be going to the AFS Palam airport to receive Vladimir Putin itself. Now, not only that, a very important location, a very important visual we'll like to show you, rather we'll be attempting to show you, because clearly the national capital has been beefed up with additional high-level security. We are outside the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and this area has been completely beefed up because again this is a very high key VIP area, and for today this is the most important space itself. I request my camera person Avinash to just zoom in and try to show as much as possible from our end. Now this area, what you see is the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg itself, and this PM Awas has been clearly decorated with lightings and all, and inside this entire PM Awas has been decorated for ahead of Vladimir Putin's visit itself. Now what we are getting to know from our government sources, our MEO sources itself, what we are getting to know that in another 35 to 40 minutes, Putin will be landing in the national capital, landing in Delhi, and then from there, both the Prime Minister and the President, they will be rather taking the same vehicle. They'll be coming to this very location that is behind me. They'll be entering this location and they'll be having an informal dinner itself. Not only that, there is a conversation. They'll be having an informal meeting also that is likely to happen till 8:30 p.m. itself IST. And from tomorrow early morning itself, there will be there will be a jam-packed sessions. The president itself will be going to Rashtrapati Bhavan itself, and then from 11 a.m. Till evening itself.
Yes, but if we talk now about this breaking input that has come in, Prime Minister Modi will be receiving President Putin himself at the airport. Remember, this was not on the earlier schedule that we'd received. So obviously it is something that Prime Minister Modi is doing personally. It is something that, of course, is done for very few international dignitaries. And it does show us, of course, what Russia means for India and what Vladimir Putin as well means for Narendra Modi. Prime Minister Modi will be receiving President Putin personally at the Delhi airport is the big news we are breaking already. Of course, many dignitaries have arrived in New Delhi. We saw the defense minister earlier. We also do know the first minister of Russia is in Delhi already. We saw how the defense minister also was welcomed with a tri-forces ceremonial guard as well, guard of honor, red carpet welcome. But now for Vladimir Putin, of course, with PM Modi himself going to the airport to receive him, that will be a very special gesture in itself, and it says a lot about India-Russia ties. But Brian, now coming back to you, since you are at 7 LKM, has the Prime Minister left for Palam Airport already?
Well, clearly as of now, the Prime Minister is likely to leave in a while now, and from here it is not very far itself, because right now the President will be reaching in about 35 to 40 minutes, and yes, clearly all eyes on the Prime Minister, because at this very location that is behind me itself, and in a while now he will be leaving from his residence. He will be going to the Palam Airport, receiving as a personal gesture, as a gesture of friendship towards building a mutual collaboration between the two nations. Also earlier itself, to both of the defense ministers, Indian defense minister and clearly Russian defense ministers, they met at Manakshaw itself. They held conversations, and now itself clearly as a symbol of a stronger partnership, a stronger collaboration, the Prime Minister himself will be going to the AFS Palam Airport to receive Vladimir Putin. Not only that, this place behind me is also completely decorated with lighting, with proper guards, lights and everything, so that it looks very beautiful, and to welcome the Russian President itself. Now clearly they will be coming here, they will be having an informal dinner here, and then they will be also having an informal conversation that is going to span up to 8:30 p.m. itself, and then tomorrow another jam-packed session that will start. Uday, yes.
More breaking details, in fact, coming in now. PIB has fact-checked Bloomberg's report on the submarines. The headline of an article by Bloomberg said that India clinches $2 billion Russian submarine deal as Putin visits. The claim made in this headline is misleading. No new deal has been signed between India and Russia, as what PIB has said. The submarine lease is based on an old contract that was signed in March 2019. There has been a delay in the delivery, and the new delivery is scheduled for 2028. So PIB fact-checking this report by Bloomberg, Brian?
Well, yes, clearly PIB fact check has always been on their toes to fact check itself from earlier on itself. Clearly, all these kind of fake news or fake information that travels, PIB has been fact checking itself clearly on grounds of authentic, authentic information itself. And clearly now itself, as the President is visiting India itself, now a fact check has also been done by PIB. Again, before we proceed into further conversation, I'd like to show you this entire space also is been completely getting cordoned off, completely getting barricaded itself. Like we mentioned itself, the national capital is completely beefed up with additional high-level security. What we are showing you, there have been additional forces, additional police officials also that have been there. And what you see here itself, this entire place has been cordoned off itself.
Yes,
now
obviously
ahead,
security is at a heightened level.
Obviously
security is at a heightened level, Brian. Now, this report had claimed that a $2 billion deal has been signed. What has PIB said in the fact check? What is the real facts?
Well, clearly as of now, the PIB fact check has clearly stated that the report that speaks about the 2 billion deal is not true itself, and clearly it has also stated that many propaganda pages are posting these kind of fake informations, and this is very critical ahead of Putin's visit to maintain that these are sensitive information until unless it comes from an authentic or verified sources. One should not believe that, and clearly PIB said that if it comes from
PIB has said that no new deal has been signed between India and Russia. The submarine lease is, of course, based on an old agreement signed in March 2019. A delay in the delivery, though, has happened, and the delivery will now take place in 2028. More breaking news now coming in. The Indian government is keen to work out on ways to increase Indian exports to Russia. Exports should be enhanced in the field of pharmaceuticals, automobiles, agricultural products, including marine products. The Indian government's efforts are aimed at reducing the trade deficit with Russia. The bilateral trade between both countries stood at $68.7 billion in 2024-25. This is highly skewed. Currently, India's exports stand at $4.9 billion, while the rest of the trade constitutes of imports from Russia. The government intends to ease this gap. Major General J.K. Bansal, defense expert, is with us live. Major General Bansal, another key aspect of this visit is going to be how to bridge the trade deficit, the trade gap between imports and exports between India and Russia, isn't it?
Good evening, Uday. Yes, that is very, very important because the trade deficit is a big. We are importing about $70 billion and only exporting about $5 billion. The gap is too much. So, as you have mentioned, this may be because we can further this pharmaceuticals, the clothings, these things can be exported as, of course, electronic also. Electronics are being flooded by China, but we will be competing that and we can make it, and this is very, very important that we can do. In addition to that, of course, we are having very long relations and very time-tested relations with Russia, and we have got this understanding, and this reciprocal exchange of logistic support is very, very important, where that will be in the field of this air bases as well as the naval bases, where India can use Russia air base for any fuel, ration, repairs, parts, etc. Similarly, and the ocean also that could be there, because Russia also involving India for this marine route from Chennai to Vladivostok, and this northern this sea route also, where Arctic, Russia is preferring India over China, where they have given proposal, and of course there will be a cooperation for making non-nuclear icebreakers, and there will be cooperation which India will be making. Similarly, there are in the defense, whether you take now, there were 5 units of S-400 was supposed to be already deal is made, 3 has been supplied, 2 more will be given over and above. Russia will be supplying us, or Russia will be giving us the S-500, which ranges about 600 kilometers. Of course, this S-400 is about 400 kilometers. In addition to that, they have offered the Su-57, which is a stealth 5th generation aircraft. And Russia has agreed even up to have the 50% technology transfer, and then it can be made in India itself. And surprisingly, very important, the BrahMos Russia will be buying from India itself. This BrahMos success story now is a big thing. So in that case, very good, and there is a kind of we have a special and privileged strategic partnership with Russia.
Well, that strategic partnership is very, very important. Pathikrit Pine, foreign affairs expert, if I can rope you in here as well. And of course, we've spoken about our defense cooperation, security ties, how those will be strengthened as well. But trade deficit, talking about this economic outlook now, the trade gap is pretty significant. I was talking about the figures just a few minutes ago, Pathikrit. How important is it to bridge this trade deficit, and what attempts will be made as well by the government at the highest level when the two leaders meet?
Uday, there is a target of increasing or enhancing the trade to around $100 billion by 2030. And I think it's more than the trade deficit. What is more important is that we have to diversify the areas of our business, which has to go beyond oil and defense. Now, if you look at what India is doing in the aftermath of the tariff which has been announced by United States, it is targeting around 40 other countries to diversify its entire trade basket. So invariably, there's a strong potential and opportunity for Indian companies to enhance their presence in Russia. Larger companies, there might be some problem because they have foreign institutional investment from Western countries. So they may be a little cagey for fear of being sanctioned by the Western countries. But otherwise, I think there is huge opportunity for companies in the arena of pharmaceuticals, for companies in the arena of, say, jewelry, for companies in the arena of making auto components, or those who are making telecom components. There is a huge opportunity for many of the MSME sectors to explore. And I think if the sanctions had not been there on Russia, things would have been far easier. But nevertheless, there are scope and opportunities for Indian companies to expand.
Yes.
And I think some roadmap will be worked out so that Indian companies without any fear can actually do a business. The rupee-ruble mechanism that is being worked out, more seamless transactions between the two countries bypassing dollar, can help that also.
All right. The Sukhoi Su-57 is Russia's fifth-generation fighter jet. The twin-engine military aircraft boasts super maneuverability, supersonic cruising and advanced avionics. Sukhoi Su-57 achieves Mach 2.0 maximum speed with 3,500-kilometer combat radius featuring fifth-generation stealth technology. It's also equipped with advanced missile and electronic warfare systems. You're watching Explained by Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. In this segment, we're going to be talking about Su-57. Entering limited service in 2020, it was developed by the Sukhoi Design Bureau, creator of the Flanker series, a line of aircraft that serves as the backbone of the Russian aerospace forces. The maximum takeoff weight of the Su-57 Felon is about 35 metric tons, though the Su-57 is sometimes described as a fifth-generation fighter. The generational terms used for fighter aircrafts are somewhat vague. It was developed after two initially Soviet proposals for new generation fighters failed to reach the production stage. A canard delta configuration developed by the Mikoyan Design Bureau and a forward-swept wing canard design from Sukhoi. In 1999, Russia launched a combat aircraft initiative, the prospective aviation complex of frontline aviation. This resulted in the selection of a new Sukhoi design that featured a cropping delta wing and twin tails. Low observable design incorporates composite materials and radar-absorbing coatings, reducing electromagnetic signature significantly. Active electronically scanned array radar enables simultaneous multi-target tracking and engagement, providing air superiority advantage. Advanced sensor fusion integrates multiple data sources, enhancing situational awareness during combat operations. The Su-57 is equipped with two engines featuring controlled thrust vectoring, enabling it to execute maneuvers at near zero speeds. Extreme angles of attack and spins, these capabilities can provide a significant edge in aerial combat. In conventional fighters or bombers, pilots must constantly monitor flight parameters to avoid losing control. The Su-57, however, ensures it never does. Besides Russia, only the US and China are manufacturing fighter aircrafts in the same generation. As Russia's most advanced fighter, the Sukhoi Su-57 has a smaller radar cross-section than the Su-27 Flanker, helping the aircraft avoid detection by enemy defensive systems. This is achieved through its airframe shape, choice of materials and inclusion of an internal weapons bay. Carrying weapons internally also reduces drag, which aids supercruise. The ability to achieve and sustain a supersonic speed without recourse to afterburners. US levels of low radar observability, which require aircrafts to have immaculately smooth outer surfaces, are incompatible with the traditional Russian rough and ready doctrines. Instead, the design emphasizes high performance, super maneuverability and a counter stealth capability using unique low-band wing root antennae. The Su-57 carries a comprehensive defensive suite which includes missile approach warning sensors. It is probably the first fighter aircraft fitted with a directed infrared countermeasures system, a defensive aid that blinds hostile infrared missiles. The Su-57 has two DIR-CM 101 KSO sensors. In addition, the aircraft can use the infrared search and trackability of the passive sensor 101 KS5 OLS 50 meters, which also features a laser rangefinder. As with all fighter aircrafts, the Su-57 carries chaff to confuse hostile radars and flares to distract infrared guided missiles. An L402 Himalayas active jammer is contained in the aircraft's tail cone. The main aircraft sensor is the N036 Belka, an active electronically scanned array radar system developed by Tikhomirov Scientific Research Institute of Instrument Design. It consists of a primary X-band, that's 8 to 12 gigahertz radar called the N036-101, mounted on the nose. There are two smaller elliptical sideways looking antenna arrays under hexagonal dielectric panels on the sides of the nose. Two long thin L-band N036L-101 antenna arrays are in the wing's leading edge and the leading edge vortex controller. The Levcon is an innovative control surface used by the Su-57 and is visible on the inner sections of the wing's leading edges. Another distinctive feature of the Su-57 is the all-movable vertical tail fins. The Su-57 employs widely spaced engine nacelles that are similar to those of the Su-27. The aircraft is powered by two AL-41F turbofan engines, which are planned to be replaced with a more modern AL-51F1. For extreme maneuvers, the aircraft may steer with the use of 2.5D thrust vectoring nozzles although the aircraft is currently considered to have a large UN stealthy rear hemisphere radar signature. A flatter type of exhaust nozzle will likely be integrated later and should reduce this. The Su-57 has 12 hardpoints for ordnance or stores, 6 internal and 6 external. The Su-57's armament includes an internal 30 mm caliber automatic cannon with 150 rounds, weighing approximately 50 kilograms. This cannon is one of the lightest in its class and has a maximum theoretical rate of fire of 1500 rounds per minute. The aircraft can be fitted with various guided air-to-air weapons, including the R-77M medium-range active radar-guided missile, R-74M2 infrared guided missile, and R-37M long-range radar-guided missile. Air-to-surface missile options include the KH-38 standoff missiles, KH-35U anti-ship missiles, and KH-31AD PD and KH-58 anti-radiation missiles to destroy radars. It's also compatible with the KAB series of guided bombs, including the large KAB 1500, which weighs approximately 1500 kilograms. The Su-57 has yet to see large-scale introduction. About 30 production aircrafts have been delivered to the Russian Aerospace Forces by the start of 2025, with an expressed desire for a total of 76. The Su-57's slow integration is partly because the funding crisis in Russia caused by its aggression towards neighboring Ukraine, technical issues with the project, and the adequacy of existing platforms such as the Su-35. If technological and production hurdles are overcome, the Su-57 may evolve into a formidable frontline fighter in the coming decade, especially as global air forces transition towards 6th-generation platforms. Interestingly, the Russian Su-57 beats its American and Chinese rivals in one crucial area. The Su-57 can carry anti-radiation missiles, which are instrumental for conducting SEAD, which is suppression of enemy air defenses, and DEAD, which is destruction of enemy air defenses in combat. Well, Su-57, which is a rival of the American F-35 Lightning II aircraft fighter jet, of course, has an edge over other aircrafts due to its ability to remain under control in any mode. Unlike the Su-57, the American F-35 Joint Strike Fighter stealth aircraft has been purchased by over 17 countries worldwide, with many more orders in the pipeline. The Su-57 is designed more for defensive air superiority and intercepting threats, while the F-35 is an offensive-focused aircraft designed to penetrate enemy airspace. The F-35 has a lower radar cross-section and is considered more stealthy in a wider range of situations. The Su-57 has stealth features but is less stealthy than the F-35. The F-35 is superior in sensor integration and network-centric warfare, acting as a forward sensor for other assets. The Su-57 uses 5 radars, including L-band, to help detect stealth aircraft. The Su-57 has a higher top speed and is more maneuverable, whereas the F-35 is designed for a different mission profile. The Su-57 is significantly cheaper to produce than the F-35. The Su-57 is a 5th-generation fighter, while the Rafale is a 4th-generation fighter. This is a significant difference in their design and capabilities. The Su-57 also is estimated to be cheaper than the Rafale and F-35. The Su-57 has a higher top speed and is considered more maneuverable as well. While many significant questions remain about the future of the Su-57, even just in Russian service work is clearly continuing, at least on a level, to improve the design, and with renewed focus on potential export sales as well. Major General J.K. Bansal, defense expert, live with us on the broadcast. Major General Bansal, what makes the Su-57 so important for India, which is why we are focusing on its acquisition, and do you believe the deal could possibly be inked in this visit itself?
Very good question you have asked, because the proposal has been going from the US also about F-35, and this Su-57, as you have very rightly said, the Su-57 is cheap. It is half of the price of F-35. F-35 is about 100 million, while it is about $50 million. So that is one thing. It is double engine, and so many features are there. And if you see on ground, one F-35 which has come from UK was on Indian airport for quite some time, and it was very difficult to take off also. So this feature, when we see this Su-57 is a very good aircraft, and it is double engine. So many advantages are there. And moreover, what is most important is that Su-57, they are ready even to manufacture in India, and technology transfer, while F-37 will not get that kind of facilities from there. So India is definitely having this analyzing. Our defense experts are, our Air Force experts are analyzing, and most likely it will be much better than F-35 for the India, as far as, because we are having good experience with Russian aircraft. So I think, of course, it will be finalized, but India is not coming in any kind of pressure from US to get F-35, and India will definitely have a independent opinion. India is a sovereign country, and which was ratified in the parliament of Russia. And there was Mr. Peskov also repeatedly said that India has got the sovereignty, and they have the independent this foreign policy. In that way, I think this will be decided after complete analysis. Back to you there.
Andrew Latham, Professor of International Relations, is also with us live in the broadcast from the United States of America. The Su-57, this is something that, of course, is a direct rival to the F-35 manufactured by the United States of America. The Su-57, though, as I was just stating to our viewers, Andrew, is significantly, outclassing its rivals in the same domain. And, of course, I've given the reasons why. Is that why, Andrew Latham, you believe this perhaps is a very crucial acquisition that India will be getting close to during this visit, of Vladimir Putin's to New Delhi? What makes the Su-57 so important for India, along with the S-500, Andrew, as we look to strengthen ties with Russia during this visit by Vladimir Putin?
Well, it depends. If you want to strengthen ties with Vladimir Putin's Russia, then go ahead and buy the Su-57 and the S-500. If you want an Air Force and an air defense system that actually works, don't. The S-500 is very good when it's finally deployed. It's very, very effective. The Su-57 is one of the most overrated aircraft ever. It's fifth generation, sort of. The cutting edge is sixth generation, the F-47, for example, which is under development in the United States. The Su-57 is built for kind of World War II dogfights between Spitfires and Messerschmitts, but high tech. That's not the way aerial combat is evolving. To invest in the Su-57 is to invest in a decade from now. If the Russians are actually ever able to produce these things at scale, which is debatable, not during this war and probably not after this war, technology transfer to India will be a very positive knock-on effect. But in terms of battle space effectiveness and lethality, betting on the Su-57 is a losing bet. The F-35 can be produced at scale. 17 countries have it. There are hundreds and hundreds of these things in various configurations already in service. For air-to-air combat or aerial combat or suppression of enemy air defenses or any of those things that you were discussing, the F-35 as a part of a network-centric combat unit is far superior to what people imagine the Su-57. And forget the Su-75, which is Russia's dream sixth-generation fighter. That's never going to materialize. The Russians simply don't have the defense industrial infrastructure capable of delivering that at scale, which would make it in any way consequential. Now, India's strategic needs are not the same as the United States or many of the other countries that bought the F-35. India's primary concern, of course, is with Pakistan and its regional neighbors, and perhaps with China down the road. If it is with China down the road, the Su-57 is not a winning proposition there either. China's developing its own sixth-generation aircraft and doctrines and tactics and capabilities and infrastructure, which will relegate the Su-57 to the dustbin of history.
Getting some big breaking developments, in fact, now coming in on the broadcast as well. It is now confirmed Prime Minister Modi will be receiving President Putin at the Palam airport. They're likely to travel straight to Prime Minister Modi's residence from the airport in the same vehicle, in the same car. Brian Thomas is at Prime Minister Modi's residence. Brian, has the Prime Minister departed for Palam airport? What's the latest you can share with us? And now it is confirmed that PM Modi will be at the airport to personally receive Vladimir Putin in a very special gesture. Also, we're learning that they will travel back from the airport to PM's residence in the same vehicle together, as we saw in China not too long back when the two leaders rode together for 45 minutes.
Well, Uday, yes, clearly it is confirmed. And right now, yes, the latest information that goes from here, from outside PM's residence, PM has left to receive President Putin. He has taken the route towards ITC Moria, where the Russian president is also staying itself. Clearly, so he passed through ITC Moria, and within 10-15 minutes, he will be receiving AFS Parliament, and then from there, he will be receiving Russian President Vladimir Putin. They will be taking the same vehicle, they will be sharing the same day towards here from the Palam airport. They will be straight coming to this LKM 7, LKM 7. Will be having a private informal conversation that will lead up to till 8:30. So clearly, the biggest information that goes from here is the fact that the Prime Minister has left from his residence just a while back. He has crossed the ITC Moria. While back, he has crossed the ITC Moria, and within 10 to 15 minutes, we will be seeing him going there, receiving the Russian president. Now, as per the earlier, protocol that it was said, it was going. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was supposed to go and receive, but there was a last-minute change of plan, and then the Prime Minister himself personally decided to go and receive the Russian President Vladimir Putin. And right now he's on his way. He's en route to AFS Palam Airport. Then there he will be receiving the Russian president. Yes, and they will be sharing the same vehicle towards this very place. That is the 7 LKM. Yes,
absolutely. Pathikrit Pine, let me rope you in here. Pathikrit, these gestures say a lot, don't they? Prime Minister Modi going personally to the Palam Airport to receive Vladimir Putin. The fact that they will travel back together to the PM's residence, where the PM will be hosting the Russian president this evening for a welcome private dinner, says a lot as well, doesn't it? These gestures, these optics do say a lot in diplomacy as well, don't they, Pathikrit?
Uday, first and foremost, the relationship between India and Russia is not just a government-to-government relation, it's a people-to-people relation. And we must remember these are two civilizational nation states. So, and invariably, we have seen that through thick and thin, starting from the 1971 war for the liberation of Bangladesh, we know what role Russia played, Soviet Union then, and the kind of role that was played by United States. Even though it's a strategic partner of India, we do not deny that. So I think, see, there are issues, there are challenges, but in spite of that, I think Russia has been with India through thick and thin, and India would not forget that. Even though I understand the West has a tendency to denigrate and mock, the Russian weapon systems, but every time we had a conflict with the Pakistanis, it is the Russian weapon systems which have actually had an edge, often against the Pakistani weapon systems which are of Western origin. But nevertheless, the relationship between Russia and India is not a transactional relationship. It is not about the number of billions of dollars that we spend to buy Russian weapon systems, but it is about standing by India against all odds whenever the need be, and vice versa. So yes, there are challenging times that India is going through. There have been some extremely unceremonial, unparliamentary languages used against India from the West, even to the extent that President Trump called India a dead economy. We know the kind of threats, challenges Russia is facing, and we do agree with Russia that the expansion of NATO must stop. So I think countries of Global South, other countries have the right to decide what is good for them. United States is a very important partner for India, just as India does not allow Russia or anyone else to decide how India's relation with United States or the West should be. Similarly, India does not allow the West to dictate as to how India's relation with Russia should be. And that is how mature nations behave.
And we're seeing visuals now on our screens. This is Prime Minister Modi's convoy en route to Palam Airport. Prime Minister Modi's convoy has, of course, left 7 LKM, as our reporter just confirmed a few minutes ago, and now is en route to Palam Airport. That was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy leaving for, of course, Palam Airport. That Sardar Patel mark we can see on our screens. Brian Thomas is with us live from outside 7 LKM. Brian, the Prime Minister is en route to Palam Airport as we speak. Okay, we've lost our reporter. Andrew Latham, let me rope you in here. Andrew, these small, things say a lot in foreign policy and diplomacy. It's not everyone that a head of state goes to receive personally at the airport, but Prime Minister Narendra Modi going personally to the Delhi airport to receive the Russian president. We are told also the two will travel back together in the same vehicle. How do you interpret this? You know, being a professor of international relations, you know how these things work. How important, special is this gesture, this moment, Andrew?
Well, it's a clear gesture, especially because it was at the last minute that the specific optics were decided upon. That was breaking news. And it's a clear signal on the part of Prime Minister Modi that India's grand strategic vision of strategic autonomy and multi-alignment, etc., is alive and well. And that whatever President Trump's views, predispositions, or prejudices, India is going to pursue its own national interest. And if that national interest involves a certain kind of relationship, economic, military, diplomatic, with Russia, then that's going to be the case. And this is a very clear signal, not just to the Russians, not just to the Indian population, but to the United States government as well, and President Trump in particular. We are our own nation. We will pursue our own interests as we understand them. And if that involves a state visit, the first since the war with Ukraine broke out, on the part of Vladimir Putin to India, then that's going to be something, not just it's going to happen, it's going to be celebrated, it's going to be high profile. Very clear diplomatic signaling here.
Yes, Brian Thomas is back with us on the broadcast. Our correspondent is live at the Prime Minister's residence. Brian, PM Modi en route to Palam Airport as we speak. We can see his convoy on our screens. They've just crossed Sardar Patel Marg a short while back. And now we're getting live visuals also from the Palam Airport. It's going to be a Tri-Services Guard of Honor that will be accorded as well to Vladimir Putin. So a complete red carpet welcome for the Russian president, Brian Thomas.
Well, clearly, yes. Clearly, as of now, a tri-service welcome, a guard of honor will be given to Vladimir Putin, and clearly a very personal message also that goes from India's side that yes, it is a growing partnership between both India and Russia itself, because clearly, as per the last protocol, the previous protocol, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar was supposed to go and visit and receive Vladimir Putin, but clearly there was a change of plan, because then the Prime Minister himself decided that he would be going, would be personally going and accompanying and receiving Vladimir Putin itself. Clearly, so yes, this marks a major step towards a strengthening partnership between both India and Russia. And yes, very rightly mentioned, visuals are on screen where the Prime Minister has left towards Palam Airport, and then there will be a guard of honor given to Vladimir Putin. Tri-services have also been there itself. So clearly a major red carpet welcome, a major welcome to welcome the Russian president itself, clearly in the national capital, and then from there they will be sharing the same vehicle, they will be sharing the same car, and will be driving here till the 7 LKM where they will be having a private dinner. Yes.
What time exactly is the Russian president expected to arrive, to touch down at Palam Airport? We can see the live visuals of Palam Airport on our screens and the tarmac there. What exact time is his aircraft expected to arrive, Brian? I think it takes about roughly 15 to 20 minutes for the PM to reach the airport. So he would be reaching any moment now as well?
Well, less than that, Uday. Less than that. Clearly, the time that has been given itself, 6:45 was the time given. So it is subjected to change. But yes, as we are hoping itself, the aircraft of Russian president is going to touch down at around in around 5 to 10 minutes as we are speaking itself. And clearly, in another 5 to 10 minutes, again, the Prime Minister will also be reaching. And then the Guard of Honor will be taking place itself there. The tri-services have been there. And clearly from there, after the Guard of Honor, after the red carpet welcome itself, they will be coming towards, in the same car, they will be coming, and there will be conversations itself. There will be conversation in the car itself, because it is a 15-20 minutes drive from AFS Palam to 7 LKM itself, and then post that they will be having an informal dinner, and then a conversation or informal conversation that will be taking place, that will span up to 8:39 PM. So clearly within, it's 6:40 now, so within 5 to 10 minutes we are anticipating that the aircraft will touch down AFS Palam Airport in just now 5 to 10 minutes. Yes.
All right, let me also rope in Surinder Singh Lali into the conversation now. Surinder Singh Lali, this is of course a much awaited, much anticipated visit by Vladimir Putin to India. The India-Russia annual summit will be happening, of course, tomorrow. A lot will be on the table, but today, of course, is a day of camaraderie, of strengthening bonds, of the optics, and which is why we're seeing the kind of welcome being accorded to Vladimir Putin. This says a lot about the current state of India-Russia relations. This also says a lot about the personal bond between Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin, which has defined and strengthened the Indo-Russia relationship over the last decade. Surinder Lal.
Thank you. Uday, you use a lot of fantastic adjectives. I think if I may take the liberty of adding the word reliability, especially given the way Trump 2.0 has virtually inflicted an economic war on India, I don't think I'll be out of place. So this is the new polycentric world order, which probably Donald Trump is not able to accept. But I mean, I'll have to agree with Mr. Pine also that we need both Russia and United States of America, because it's not as simple as one aspect. We have to counter China, to lack of a better expression. So we need to have both America and Russia on either side, because otherwise, you know, China is not an easy cookie to control, with the way we've had quite a hot border with them too. And now what Trump 2.0 has done, he's actually brought China and Russia much more closer. So we are probably on the right side, because we've had a very long, reliable relationship with Russia. And the way things are paying out, I think it is paying dividends now. And as our foreign minister has been always saying, that we never wanted to be a part of their wars, that they're post-Second World War and the Cold Wars. So I think even Donald Trump's, what he calls tariffs, I call them sanctions, are also kind of backfiring. So Uday, the jury's out on this one, but I think we're on a very, very safe wicket, if I can use my cricket terminology, that we and India and Russia have had a very long, consistent relationship. While Andrew made some fantastic points about, the superiority of American equipment, but what good are they if we have an unreliable individual as Donald Trump at the White House, and the technology transfer is not going to take place today? Thank you.
Joyita Basu, editor of the Sunday Guardian, also is joining us live. In fact, now, Joyita, the Russian president expected to arrive any moment now. We're seeing these visuals, of course, from the tarmac. Guard of honor will be accorded to him. Also, Prime Minister Modi's gesture of reaching the airport as well. How do you interpret this? The two will also be sharing a vehicle back to 7 LKM. It's a deja vu of what we saw in China, on the sidelines of the SCO just a few weeks ago.
Well, Uday, first of all, I think I would rather temper down the excitement a bit. In fact, not a bit, I would take it down by several notches. Let's not forget that this is how Mr. Modi has been treating world leaders, be it, say, when Biden had come, even when Trump had come earlier, even when Putin also, for that matter, Barack Obama, Emmanuel Macron, whoever has come to India for a state visit, he has been the first one to go to the tarmac and inviting, open arms, he has been hugging these world leaders, and he has been welcoming them to India. So nothing fantastic or fancy about that, number one. Number two, of course, we are talking about, India-Russia relations goes back decades. It's an important relationship, but it cannot be, you have had a bad relationship with the US, so now I am going totally towards Russia. It cannot be. Relations, international relations don't work like that. I'm sulking at the US, so oh my God, I'm loving Russia so much. Sorry, it's not like that. And there's no doubt Russia has been a great partner for us, there's no doubt. But there is also that niggling little detail about, the pragmatism when it comes to it. And what does pragmatism tell us? And what we have been talking about, our diplomats have been talking about, we cannot afford to alienate Russia and have two big powers in our neighborhood as our enemy, with Pakistan right next to us. We have been trying very hard also to make certain that Pakistan and Russia, they don't come together. And you see, so you see, when it comes to big power relations, when it comes to strategic relationship, nothing works on emotions. Number one, it's all about your own interests, and whichever country can serve your interests, and obviously to that extent that other countries' interest also will have to be served. So at that same time, when we are talking about, you know, what exactly is the message that has been coming from Russia throughout, that we should have an RIC, RIC, RIC. But the problem that the Russians have been creating is that for us, you know, we are not willing to become a China's vassal state, but when it comes to Russia, it has become China's vassal state. So as a result of it, you know, and the whole point, the idea is that...
We're also seeing visuals now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, visuals coming in of PM Modi. He has arrived there at the Palam airport in Delhi. Prime Minister Modi has reached the airport. He will be receiving the Russian president imminently. The Russian president's aircraft is expected to touch down very, very shortly there. And we are seeing already PM Modi on the tarmac. Of course, he is going to go into that VIP lounge to await now the arrival of the Russian president. So PM Modi, breaking visuals coming in, has arrived at the Palam airport. An extremely special gesture accorded, of course, to only special visiting dignitaries with whom India has a strong strategic partnership, Russia, of course, amongst them. PM Modi has arrived there at the Palam airport to welcome the Russian president. So PM Modi, of course, reaching the Palam airport. We're expecting the Russian president to also arrive very, very shortly. Vladimir Putin's aircraft expected to arrive in a few moments from now. Also, of course, a guard of honor will be accorded to him. It's a red carpet welcome that awaits the Russian president in India. We've already, of course, seen the welcome accorded to, of course, his defense minister earlier in the day, preceding that strategic and security dialogue with India and Russia, of course, and Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, of course, welcoming him as well. But PM Modi is also expected to travel in the same vehicle to his residence of 7 LKM, where he will be hosting the Russian president for dinner tonight as well. The first meeting of the two will be taking place at the airport itself in a few moments from now. Yes, Joyita. Also, you know, of course, today is about optics. Today is, of course, about camaraderie. Today is, of course, about the welcome. Today is, of course, about the first conversation that the two will have in the car and then at PM's residence. But also, then tomorrow will be that all-important summit where defense, energy, trade, these will all be important issues on the table.
Uday, of course, this is all about optics. You are absolutely right. This is all about optics. And what is most interesting is that the visit that Putin had 4 years back did not generate even 10% of the buzz that it has happened this time. And this is primarily because of Donald Trump. This is primarily Donald Trump's doing. Okay. And the thing is, you see, but at the same time, when you are talking about defense deals and all, let's not forget one thing. Over the last 10 years, India has reduced its dependence on Russian arms from 60% to 36%. I am certain Russia would like to get back to a situation where we go back to having dependence on 80% like Pakistan has on, dependence on China. But India is not going to commit that same mistake again, because there is supply chain disruption that is taking place already, because Russia is not being able to supply us a lot of things, particularly spare parts. So let's not get carried away by this, number one. And all this talk about Su-57, for God's sake, let's not forget that India itself rejected the Su-57 in 2018 or 19 because it found it to be unreliable. It did not have the F-35 stealth capabilities. So what are we even talking about? Even now, I mean, now the talk is about as a stopgap arrangement, we are going to get about 7 squadrons of Su-57. Sorry, what we are focusing on is indigenous aircraft. I mean, why should we put our eggs in one basket when we have already started diversifying, when we have already started manufacturing at home? Why are we going to go back to being so dependent on Russian arms again? We have really, with a great deal of effort, we have brought that aspect down. So, as I am saying, It's a beautiful relationship in terms of, you know, what they have helped us in the past, the transfer of technology that mattered. But when it comes to international relations, people do not go by emotions. It is about what
Okay,
serves
Pathikrit
your
Pine has an
interest.
alternate view. Pathikrit Pine has an alternate view. Pathikrit, go ahead. Even as we await now the imminent arrival of Vladimir Putin, we are seeing these live visuals coming in from the Delhi airport. Prime Minister Modi has reached there. He's, of course, awaiting the touchdown of the Russian president's aircraft. Pathikrit.
Yeah, Uday, I mean, with the highest of respect to Jyotiraj, I think we are jumping to the conclusions. I think India is not saying that we are going to have everything from Russia and will not do anything, indigenize the process. I think there are situations, I know pretty well what's happening with the indigenized fifth generation aircraft. It's going to take 15 years time to come. In these 15 years, what are we going to do? Are we going to fight with the MiG-21s and the Tejas, whose delivery itself is a problem with the GE engine? So there are realities, and I don't think India has ever said that we are going to go back to the dependence of the Russians. When it comes to negotiations, it is negotiations. There will be hard, negotiations by India also when it comes to weapon systems. But yes, let me put it, when it comes to our assault rifles, AK-203, it is being manufactured in India under joint production. More than 600,000 will be manufactured in India. The BrahMos itself has been a very successful one. So let's not presume things. Nobody is saying that just because the Americans are a little unhappy with us, we are getting gung-ho with the Russians. I think we all know what it is. The fact is this, that there is a people-to-people connect that is there. It is there for the people. It is there. Our previous generation also do realize, and they are the ones who have passed on the legacy, that when it comes to international affairs, come what may, Russia beyond a point never betrays. That nobody can take away, nobody. The fact is that we also know that America is a very, very important partner. Has India ever said that we are going to go all across, put all the eggs in one basket? No. But at the same time, when it comes to multilateral institutions, we need reforms that the West is, resisting. When it comes to issues of using dollar for sanctions, using SWIFT, weaponization of dollar, weaponization of sanctions, these are issues. And that is why we have a common ground with Russia. Doesn't mean that we are going to be a lackey of China. There are certain areas where you have convergence, there are areas of divergence, and there are areas of status quo.
Right. We're seeing more pictures coming in. Live pictures from the Delhi airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin expected any moment now. Live pictures emerging from the Delhi airport. The Russian officials have also now reached the Palam airport.
Uday, can I make a point? My point is that Russia without the Chinese baggage can be a good friend, great friend, whatever. But the problem is that the Chinese baggage is a reality. You talk to any Russian, you talk to anybody aligned with Russia, they will keep on telling you, you have to make peace with China.
Right. Major General J.K. Bansal is also
the problem.
Major General J.K. Bansal is also continuing to be with us. Major General Bansal, Prime Minister Modi has arrived at the airport already in Palam. We are awaiting the Russian president's arrival as well. That's going to happen any moment now. These are live pictures coming in. We are, of course, tracking this story very, very closely, breaking all the visuals for our viewers. First, an exclusive right here on Newsx. What does this gesture mean to you, Major General Bansal? What does this welcome really say about the camaraderie between Modi and Putin, a friendship that has defined the Russian-India partnership over the last decade? And also, today evening is going to be about bonhomie. Today evening is going to be about setting the stage for tomorrow.
You see, it has been told earlier also, the Prime Minister Modi has got this kind of equation of many head of the state, but there's a special relation with Mr. Putin. We have seen that when our Prime Minister was in Russia, Putin drove a cart himself and took Prime Minister Modi with him. So that kind of, and they were sitting in an open area, and the pictures were very clear on a balcony. They were sitting, and it was an informal kind of thing going on. So there is a big relations and the good chemistry, best chemistry between the two, and the friendship is there. And of course, when it comes to the national interest or international relations or anything, it has to be done on basis of merit, not that by emotions. And as has been very rightly said by Pratik, that that for 15 years, what will we do? We have to buy the equipment and we have to buy the defense weapon, but there are the challenges with Russia. as it has been mentioned that we had given order for the 5 S-400 and only 3 unit has been supplied on, and 2 has yet to be supplied. So there are the challenges with Russia. Of course, the one thing is there that Russia does not want to be a junior partner to China, and that is why he is engaging India in a much more bigger manners. As I have told that in the Arctic also, this northern sea route, the Russia is giving preference to India as compared to China. So the international politics, the one has to really make a balance, and Russia, of course, is under pressure now because of its economy, sanction, Ukraine war, and China is supporting. China is a big economy, but India is also India is also being supported by Russia, and in that matter, this Russia has got an independent policy. They cannot be pressurized by China what kind of relation they will have with India. So that is a very complicated process. As far as India is concerned, India is maintaining good relations with America also, and we have got the logistic exchange, the memorandum of agreement, similar. What is the relog? This relation, we are having the reciprocal exchange of logistics. Similarly, we are having with the USA also. The India is having a very fine balance. Our diplomacy, our external affairs ministry is maintaining a very good balance, and of course, this in international relations, as has been told, whenever any head of the state comes, then Prime Minister receive. And when it was in Alaska, the President Trump also received President Putin. So these are the good gestures, but definitely there is a very big personal bond between the two, as has been mentioned a number of times that in China they talk to each other for about 45 minutes in the vehicle, also in the car only. So likewise, there is a good relations. So that will be, of course, it set the tone for further proceedings of any negotiation.
Yes. You know, yes, we touched upon security earlier, of course, also. But Joyita, coming now to the trade deficit as well. The sources in the government tell us that there is going to be a key focus on how to bridge this. Okay, the big breaking news is that the Russian president has now landed in New Delhi. These are the first and exclusive visuals we are putting out on Newsx. Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived at the Palam airport in Delhi. That, of course, is the aircraft that is carrying the Russian president. It has now arrived at the Palam airport in Delhi. He has just landed as we speak. Russian officials, of course, there on the tarmac as well, as you can see. But Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in a personal gesture, has also reached the Palam airport in New Delhi to receive the Russian president. The PM just reached a few minutes ago and is waiting, of course, in that lounge there, and will be welcoming the Russian president personally as soon as he disembarks from his aircraft in a few minutes from now. So big breaking news coming in. The visit has now finally officially begun. This much awaited visit of the Russian president to India for the summit, the annual summit between Russia and India, which is being hosted this time by New Delhi. That visit has now officially commenced with the arrival of the Russian president into India. Surinder Singh Lali, Vladimir Putin has landed in Delhi. This meeting, of course, will be beginning this visit, of course, will be beginning now. Will be beginning with the Prime Minister welcoming Vladimir Putin with a handshake and presumably a warm embrace, a warm hug as well, on the tarmac of the Delhi airport. Then the two will go to the Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, not in separate vehicles, but in the same vehicle, as we saw them do in China a few weeks ago. That gesture of Vladimir Putin in China as well had won a lot of praise and had also said a lot about the camaraderie and the relationship between the two countries and the two leaders. Now, this deja vu, this ride between the two and the first informal conversation is really going to get the bond going, as we hope to, have a very productive summit tomorrow with a lot discussed, a lot hopefully agreed upon, and a lot of announcements as well. Surinder Lal.
Yeah, Uday, and this time a departure from the past is that there is a very, very large business delegation coming. And from what I have read and learned, is that it wasn't, it was the Indians who actually went out and spoke to the Russian, counterparts and decided who they wanted to meet. Because Uday, there is over a $60 billion trade deficit, and there is a lot of technology transfer and a lot of business that can also happen between India and Russia, which is unfortunately not happening. I mean, and I think there is a lot of more scope in, the pharmaceuticals, the agriculture, the automobile. So there is another aberration this time is that there is a lot of business scope, which is going to be far more long term than just the puppies and the juppies and, Russia wanting us back as the second biggest supplier of energy. So I think there is a lot of more scope in other areas just beyond what has been in the past today.
Joyita, we spoke about security and defense earlier. Let's just touch upon the trade issues as well, because a big business delegation also, of course, is accompanying the Russian president. There will be that big business summit as well tomorrow evening at Bharat Mandapam as well, that the Russian president will be attending. There is a focus on how to bridge the trade deficit, the trade gap, because there is quite a gap between the imports and exports. The big focus is on how to bridge that, how to get that, of course, down to a minimum. Also, Joyita, energy ties, people-to-people ties, a host of other issues also will be discussed between the two leaders.
Uday, when you are looking at the trade deficit part, India-Russia trade volume is only around 60-63 billions. Which is very, very small when you compare it to trade with India's trade with any Western country. It's a very tiny, very minuscule trade, and in which Russia has the upper hand. I think one of the reasons primarily is because of, in fact, I was just attending a discussion on this today, and from whatever I could learn over there, it's primarily because the trade is taking place at the level of the SMEs, what we call medium and small manufacturing units. So, as a result of which the big companies, when it comes to India, they are not really willing to get involved with trade with Russia at this point, primarily because of the sanctions problem. So, until and unless our big companies get involved, trade will be one of the least tapped and least explored area, because our companies in particular are very, very wary of getting into any serious trade relationship with any Russian company, because a whole lot of sanctions just might come on them. See what is happening with the oil thing, that Rosneft, that particular refinery. So, as a result of which, I think we have to wait it out a little more to see the trade volume increasing, because right now, unless and until there is some sort of a settlement in the Ukraine war, a whole lot of things are involved in this. The West's attempt to destroy Russia, all these things, and unless Trump is able to, it's a fact, like it or not, the West does not like it, but Trump has given Putin much more seriousness than any other Western leader has. So, that at that level also Trump is very bad for us. Trump can be good for Russia and Putin if he can bring them out of that sanctions regime they are under. So, unless all these things are sorted out, unless the world is normalized to a large extent, I don't see trade volumes going up beyond some, arrangements here, arrangements there, here and there, some kind of a thing. And of course, when you are looking at the energy part of it, Uday, whether we like it or not, the fact is that we have to diversify, and we are diversifying. And there was a time Russia was not one of our main, when it comes to oil in particular, Russia was not our main supplier. We took advantage of the windfall price that Russia was offering. I am not certain they are even going to offer that for very long, because Russia, but given the kind of pressures that we are facing, so we will have to diversify, and we are already diversifying. But at the same time, I would say, when you are talking about people to people relations, that particular relationship, I was told, India is looked at very positively by the Russians, primarily because of the the fact that we stood up to our independent foreign policy. We did not quote unquote abandon Russia. So that has been kind of seen as a very positive signal by the Russian public in particular. If you ask me about the Russian Indian public, let's put it this way, Indian public right now is pretty angry with Trump, very, they're furious with Trump actually. India is very, the mood on the ground is very furious. I mean, one of the reasons why so much importance is being given to Putin's visit is because of that.
Okay, Professor Veselin Popovsky, Professor, Jindal Global Law School is also joining us now on the broadcast. Before I get you in, Professor Popovsky, yes, Surinder Lali, you have an intervention to make?
Yeah, Uday, what the Americans are not talking and what is in the extreme backdrop is that American financial supremacy is there, but American hegemony is up for revision. And if you do your math, Uday, the European Atlantic Alliance is only 10% of the population, while India, China, Russia, and the global south, the BRICS and SCO and the ASEAN is the other chunk of the
Let me bring in Professor Veselin Popovsky now. He's Vice Dean, Jindal Global Law School. Professor Popovsky, in a special gesture, Prime Minister Modi has, of course, reached the Palam airport as well to personally welcome the Russian president to India. What do you believe will be the main issues on the table tomorrow, the main focus and outcomes of this visit?
Yes, this is the first visit in 4 years. So for that matter, it is important. Before that, there were annual meetings every December in Delhi, and Vladimir Putin was obviously every year there, but no longer after the war in Ukraine. And this is the first time, so it's a very much expectations, but I wouldn't exaggerate too much here. And the previous speaker talked about diversification of Indian imports, and that should continue. We don't know how long the war will go, and it doesn't look very promising. So India should be careful. That's my message here, because the Russian economy is not stable. It might go down. It might collapse even. So even if with the best intentions that Russia may have, India might not be satisfied with the volumes of possible Russian import. Everybody in the world accuses Putin as a war criminal, as an aggressor, as an imperialist, as a colonialist. And all these are facts.
Right.
He continues to kill civilians every day in Ukraine.
Okay, I'm seeing visuals now coming in. I'm seeing visuals now coming in of the Russian president's imminent disembarking from his aircraft. The Russian president will be disembarking any moment now. The door is just opened, of course. The Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, remember, is there on the tarmac to receive him, to greet him personally. The Russian president's aircraft, which is often called the Flying Kremlin, his presidential aircraft, has landed in Delhi a few minutes ago. And now we're expecting the Russian president to disembark any moment now. Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, former diplomat with us. Ambassador Gupta, these gestures mean a lot in diplomacy. The optics, of course, is very clear. The fact that Prime Minister Modi has gone himself to the airport, what does that mean to you? How do you interpret this gesture? The Guard of Honor will be accorded as well to Vladimir Putin. The two will also share a vehicle to 7 LKM.
Yes.
Ambassador Gupta.
You see, India and Russia have traditionally very strong ties, and these are time-tested situations. We have actually received Russian support at very critical junctures in our foreign policy, and similarly in the recent Ukraine-Russia war, we have helped Russia also to some extent. So this gesture by Prime Minister to receive him is very special gesture, and it shows the very strong relationship between our two countries. This was also seen in China recently during the SCO summit. And you would notice that in SCO, during the SCO, President Putin waited for almost 15-20 minutes in his car to take Prime Minister Modi with him for the next appointment. which was a very, very special gesture. I have not seen that kind of gesture in my diplomatic career ever. And this is, the return by the Prime Minister, that kind of gesture, and he will bring him straight to his residence where a dinner will be hosted in his honor. And I'm sure during the dinner, all the important issues will be threshed out, and then the formal meetings will follow tomorrow. Along with that, I would also like to add that our relationship with Russia is not only confined as buyer and seller. This is, has integrated with technological transfer, with joint production, and also export to third countries, like in case of BrahMos missile. So it is actually a full-fledged collaboration in technology as well as co-production, which is not the case with many other countries. And we should also remember that Russia has also been a part of economic development in our country, particularly in the initial phases when Bokaro and Bokaro steel plant was set up, and Russia has transferred technology in those days when India was, in a very poor state. So I think our relations are time tested. Russia has also given us the support of veto in some of the cases. So all that has to be taken into account, before we analyze our relations. The Ukraine and Russia war is, I suppose, it would end shortly because the war cannot continue now for years and years. It's already.
All right, we're seeing, of course, now more visuals now coming in from the Parliament Airport. Red carpet welcome. Red carpet laid out, of course, for the Russian president. You can see, of course, now Indian officials have reached there close to the aircraft. Also Russian officials present there as well. We're expecting the Russian president to disembark any moment now. Shruti Dasgupta, Prime Minister Modi himself, of course, has arrived there to receive the Russian president. A red carpet welcome being given to him, a guard of honor as well. What does this really tell us about the current Indo-Russian partnership, and does this set the stage for a very productive summit tomorrow as well, Shruti?
Well, the Indian-Russian partnership was upgraded in 2021, and that kind of lays the stage for what is happening today. And we are seeing that a red carpet welcome is there, and a larger delegation is part of the entire conversation. We see India, which is ready to talk to the world. Whoever has come has been welcomed with open arms, as long as their intentions are good. So with Russia, we've had a very long drawn partnership. This is our 23rd Russia-India annual summit that is happening. And this shows that the long partnership is continued despite the change in whoever is the prime minister or whoever is the ruling party. So this is not a single party initiative. It is a nation that depends on another, and that partnership has been built over years. Beyond this, we understand that the entire agenda is going to focus on three things: energy, defense, and diplomacy. And diplomacy is what you're seeing when this kind of gestures are extended towards from one nation's leader to another. Putin has been very, very complimentary in all the interviews that he has given to before coming to India. He has specifically said that Modi breathes India, lives India. And that is exactly what he's showing, that he understands a man whose end goal is the benefit of his entire nation. And that is why Putin, despite there being a war in Ukraine, has still decided to come this year, because Modi made the initiative last year to end the diplomatic isolation of Russia. So Modi made his gesture, and now this is Putin's gesture of coming here and putting faith in the Indian defense system, Indian security system, and saying that he will be here, showing solidarity with India while there are sanctions, punitive sanctions on India, just because they are dealing with Russia on just on the crude oil market thing. So we know that Russia also depends on Indian trade now, because they want us to continue buying oil, and for that they will have to extend the olive branch in many other directions, which is what they're doing. They're going to help us build in our technology. They want skill. They're going to be an exchange of skilled labor. They're going to open up their markets for us. I do understand that it is not going to be as expensive as we would like it to be, but something's better than nothing. It will kind of offset the setback that we faced with a hyper sanctioned nation for
Yes.
no fault of their
Okay.
own. So.
Well, yes, there he is. All right. The first glimpse of Russian President Vladimir Putin in New Delhi is on our screens now. The Russian president has disembarked from the aircraft. Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived in New Delhi. The visit has formally now commenced of the Russian Premier to India. And there you see Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcome him with a handshake and a warm embrace. So a personal welcome by the head of state of India being accorded to the visiting dignitary, the head of state of Russia. A personal welcome by the Prime Minister himself, reserved for very few select dignitaries, very few select relationships. And as you can see, all smiles there. Of course, the two leaders, as Prime Minister Modi welcomes President Putin to New Delhi. There you can see, of course, representative of the armed forces, also the Minister of State, External Affairs, MEA, the Russian ambassador, many other senior officials of the Ministry of External Affairs, and of course Russia, armed forces and diplomats present in New Delhi. They are of course all greeting President Putin as well as he arrives at the Palam airport. And also of course a cultural welcome now. Could we try and get the audio up if we can? Okay, so a cultural welcome as well now for President Putin. A cultural ceremonial welcome being given to him. Of course, a guard of honor was already accorded to him. The red carpet laid out for the Russian president as he lands in India. Traditional dance, of course, there, a cultural display. All right, so there you have it. The Prime Minister has broken protocol, has done a special gesture accorded to very select dignitaries and visiting heads of state, welcoming President Putin himself at the tarmac of the Delhi airport. Russian President Vladimir Putin being accorded, of course, a red carpet welcome into India, a cultural showcase, a guard of honor, and of course a warm embrace from Prime Minister Modi have been the defining moments from the Delhi airport itself as this much awaited visit by the Russian president begins. Just talk us through the body language that we saw on our screen, Shruti. And now we can see another confirmation of the other news break that we had put out a short while back. The two have gone now into a vehicle together. So the same vehicle will be, of course, used by Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. The two will not travel in separate cars, but will go in one vehicle from the Delhi airport to 7 LKM, the Prime Minister's residence, where, of course, there will be a formal welcome dinner. So all smiles as the two leaders remind us of what we saw in China. This shows us the bonhomie on display. The two sharing a ride to the Prime Minister's official residence. Look at that visual coming in. Prime Minister Modi of India and President Putin of Russia. President Putin has, of course, arrived, was given a very warm welcome by India. And now we can see, of course, the two leave from the Delhi airport for the PM's residence of 7 LKM in the same vehicle. It's about a 20-minute ride, and in this ride, of course, we can expect a host of things to be discussed, but really the tone and tenor will be set for what we hope will be a very productive visit by the Russian president to India. Shruti Dasgupta. as we see these visuals, interpret this for us. A gesture accorded to very few visiting heads of state by Prime Minister Modi, welcoming the Russian president on the tarmac itself, a cultural display, a guard of honor, and now the two sharing the same vehicle to 7 LKM, the Prime Minister of India's residence.
Such wonderful gestures are sure going to cause heartburns across the globe, because we'll have definitely Zelensky tuning in, we'll have Trump tuning in, the EU nations will be tuning in, and such gestures are going to be marked that it shows that India puts a lot of belief in their relationships with Russia. And Putin is very, very welcome. So something like this is definitely going to burn hearts. It shows an unsaid solidarity with Russia and its cause. Yes, we have said that this is not the era of war. On repeated occasions, we've asked Russia to kind of measure out its military responses, ensure that there is no humanitarian crime done in its name. We've done all of that in terms of Ukraine war, but we have stood with it. We have maintained our partnership, and in return, we've gotten a decent partnership right back. During our Pahalgam attack, there were calls, there were meetings, there were assurances of spares and anything else that India would need. So these gestures are definitely going to cause heartburn. There are going to be people who are going to be watching every single inch of the land that they would be walking together, each single smile that they would be sending, very much like the SCO summit that happened in Tianjin. So this is a very, very noted gesture. It seems as if it is impromptu, but it is not. It is very much focused on how we want to project the diplomacy that is going to be part of this current visit.
Yes, we are, of course, continuing to show these visuals to our viewers. Major General Sudhakarji, defense expert. Let me also quickly rope you in here. Major General Sudhakarji, a very warm, ceremonial, and, of course, special start for the Russian president's visit to India. The Prime Minister of India breaking protocol, receiving the visiting head of state, the Russian president himself at the tarmac, the two sharing a ride together to the 7 LKM, the bonhomie on display with the warm embrace that we saw between the two leaders on the tarmac itself of the Delhi airport shows us, of course, what we're going to hopefully see in the next 24 hours as the Russian visit, of course, continues. But how important was this gesture accorded to Putin by Modi, Major General Sudhakarji? And what do you believe will be today evening looking like? The first discussions between the two in the car, and then, of course, the conversation continuing at the Prime Minister's residence of 7 LKM at the welcome dinner. Even as we see these live visuals coming in of the Prime Minister's convoy en route now from Palam Airport to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That is the Prime Minister's convoy that you can see on your screens. And of course, in the middle is the car which the two leaders are sitting in. No two separate vehicles, but one car, one ride being shared by Prime Minister Modi and President Putin. It reminds us, of course, of what we saw in China. It reminds us of the gesture that Vladimir Putin accorded there to Prime Minister Modi, where he waited for him to finish his meetings, and then the two left from one venue to the other in the same vehicle. Major General Sudhakarji.
Yeah, Uday, thank you for getting me. In fact, much of the questions which you have alluded to have been answered in a very befitting manner, glorious terms by Shruti. I must compliment her. And but let me share with the audience or the viewers a couple of issues which are not getting covered in a multimedia platform. This visit of Putin is taking place in the backdrop of a highly sensitive, challenging security environment. If Netanyahu's visit was cancelled for third time to India, so as Putin's visit could have been cancelled. If he has landed safely here, kudos to our security architecture and the National Intelligence Agency who are operating round the clock. We need to compliment them. And we
we wish and pray that the visit would go off successfully. Number two, there is a strategic signaling taking place. I am mindful of the fact that this is the 23rd strategic partnership meeting taking place, and every alternate year, the head of the government visits each other's state capital or the nation capital. And this is happening after 4 years, after 2021. Putin is coming to India in the backdrop of the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. So when you talk about the peace proposal, a little while back I heard somebody saying that perhaps, or maybe in the Newsx world, that perhaps this is going to be discussed. Well, my take on the whole issue is, yes, anything can be discussed, but the peace proposal in today's environment has got very little giveaway, meaningful giveaway to take it to a logical ceasefire and end state, because it's a very complex, and to navigate a complex environment, it will take a lot of time and you require strategic and tactical patience. So while I'm not ruling out that there would be some meaningful discussions on that, but what is going to be discussed essentially will be the imbalance of power which has been created in the geopolitics today. There is a huge geopolitical churn in the backdrop of pandemic, Russia-Ukraine war, Hamas and Israel, Operation Sindoor. We all know what is happening in South China Sea, and things are hotting up towards Taiwan and between China and Japan. So under this backdrop, there is a greater necessity to identify an issue like balance of power. Little while back, our Honorable Defense Minister made this statement. What is the meaning of balance of power in South Asia? That is what is important, because today there is a strategic rivalry taking place of pushing back each other. China has made deep inroads into Pakistan, Bangladesh, Iran, Afghanistan, neighbor country, Myanmar, and host of Southeast Asia, East Asia, and US better late than never. They have suddenly woken up to the fact that they are still a superpower, maybe a declining power. It will do them good not to lose the supremacy and authority as long as possible. Despite all challenges, they have come back, maybe with a vengeance in whatever little milestone or leverage they will be able to gain, but they have come back to give a little pushback to China so that China doesn't have a field day in a glorious manner. That is the message which is going out from the South Asia, because what is happening in Bangladesh today is the conflict of sphere of influence of the radical Islam. Number two is the liberal democracy. Number three is the authoritarianism. They have not intersected. They have actually converged based on suiting their requirement, their national interest. At places you find them, they're converging to meet their requirement. At places they're diverging or conflicting or intersecting. So this is what India has to be mindful of. We should also keep in mind that the elections in Bangladesh may not take place by 5th of February or so, because if it is to take place, then the countdown begins from tomorrow. I don't think with the list of my joining the dots that I do, the activity which an election commission is supposed to do is going to do. Therefore, Putin and Narendra Modi have a long kind of a responsibility for the global order to stabilize. In order to do that, the primary center of gravity will be driven by the national interest of India, which will be nothing but trade, energy, and the security. When you talk about the trade, the imbalance in the trade that India has got today is going to be more than adequately met and addressed. Security, we are aware of the security factor. Russia is the only country which is very willingly, forthrightly offering the transfer of technology. This India should grab, and as far as SU-57, with my in-depth study, it suggests that for the interim period till 2023, till AMCA is developed by India, by Make in India concept, we must go in for the 5th generation. It is the cheapest model, it is the best model, regardless of other inputs which are coming. There are people who are going to weigh the pros and cons. S-400 balanced 2 batteries must come to India at the earliest. We must go in for joint development and joint development of S-500, and likewise indigenous production with the technology transfer from Russia taking place. And similarly for shipbuilding and other activities, we need to invite the Russian entrepreneurs to come and invest money in the Indian market, so that the imbalance also be addressed adequately.
Absolutely. Of course, all of this is very, very crucial and important. This is something that will be, of course, on the table tomorrow. But quickly drawing you in here at this point, once again, Ambassador Gupta, on, what this evening now is going to be looking like. So, of course, the formal deliberations, dialogues are going to be happening tomorrow. That key summit, of course, is in the morning. There's also, of course, a business, a conclave, a business summit in the evening tomorrow. But today evening, how important is it to set the tone and tenor for tomorrow? For, of course, the day of deliberations and formal and structured dialogue. How important are these, off-the-cuff conversations in the same vehicle as Prime Minister Modi and the Russian President are in currently, as they, arrive shortly at the 7 LKM, they're en route as we speak? How crucial is this welcome dinner, a private dinner, a dinner away from the cameras, a dinner away from the pomp and show that we'll see at Rashtrapati Bhavan tomorrow? How important, is this car ride and then the dinner that will follow in really setting the tone and tenor for the visit and the dialogue tomorrow?
This shows the very, very close and trusted relationship between the two. The Prime Minister Modi broke the protocol. He received President Putin at the airport. They are driving in the same vehicle, and it will be now followed by a dinner, private dinner, at the residence of the Prime Minister. And I'm sure that during the dinner, the tone of the entire, structure of the talk tomorrow will be set. That will be decided, because the talks will be held at Hyderabad House tomorrow after the breath-laying ceremony. And then in the afternoon, there would be business meeting. And in the evening, the president will host a banquet. But the basic structure of the entire, talk and understanding will be decided now during the dinner, and that is how it will be followed. And as Major General Sudhakar said, I think we have three important issues to settle. One is that we should continue on the defense technology transfer and defense acquisition from Russia, because Russia has been a very trusted partner. They do not, ditch us at the last moment, as it has happened in so many other cases. And they have also agreed to technology transfer and co-production in India. Second is, the energy security. It is not only the crude oil, but also nuclear energy, where we already have a very extensive cooperation. And Russia was the one country which did not put any sanction despite our nuclear explosions in 1998, while other countries actually sanctioned India at that time. And now Russia has developed some new technology in the nuclear field. I think we should be willing to cooperate with them and expand our nuclear energy portfolio in our overall mix of energy. The third would be overall, trade issue. Our trade right now is about 68 billion US dollars, but mainly, it is because of the imports of crude oil from Russia, and which is also declining to some extent. But now it is time that we expand our trade in new areas which the China has, expanded with Russia. I think those are the areas where we have to compete with China and take some of those commercial exports to Russia, and then only our trade could balance. But balancing the trade is not a big issue, because we have larger trade deficit with China than with Russia, and therefore that is not a major issue in my view as of now.
Okay.
The fourth issue which I foresee is the international collaboration and cooperation. I think our relations with Russia lays down a foundation of very close ties within what we call the Asian continent, because Russia is a big Euro-Asian power and India is a big Asian power. And to balance China to some extent, we need good relations, because now Russia is over-dependent on China. I think with enhancing relations with Russia, we can reduce that dependence.
Hold that thought, Ambassador Gupta. I'll just come back to you. I want to go live across to 7 local Yanmarg, where our reporter is, of course, standing by. Prime Minister Modi and President Putin expected to arrive any moment now at the PM's residence in 7 local Yanmarg. What are you seeing there, Brian?
Uday, yes, clearly the PM has finally reached the 7 LKM. This is the exclusive visuals we are showing outside the F7 LKM. We've been following it up close and personal. Right just a while back, the Prime Minister himself went to the Palam Technical Airport to receive Vladimir Putin. They shared the same vehicle, they shared the same car. As you can see, the 7 LKM has been completely lit up ahead of the welcome, and now you can see also the route has also been given for the Prime Minister's entrance towards. And what we are showing you, yes, clearly these are the visuals that we are trying to show you. The fact that yes, both the Prime Minister and the President, they've reached the 7 LKM. These are visuals, and entire this route has been blocked because of the security purposes itself. This entire place has been completely beefed up because this place here becomes the most important. Right now they will be going inside, they will be having an informal private dinner, then they will be even having an informal conversation that will be leading up to 8:30 itself. So 1 hour, 1.5 hour of conversation and informal dinner. And what we are showing you, this is the convoy of the Prime Minister. You can see the lights are up. You can see that the fact that yes, clearly it was a 15 to 20 minutes of drive. They've left the Palam airport. The guard of honor was done. The Prime Minister reached the very Palam airport to receive the President itself. And now what we are showing you from our television, from our screens, from our television screens, from our cameras, the fact that the Prime Minister has reached and the entire security has been completely beefed up itself is what we are showing you. And these are the gate. This is the gate that we are showing you of the 7 LKM. These are such exclusive visuals from Newsx, and you can see the gate ahead of the 7 LKM, which is the entrance that enters to the 7 LKM, where the two leaders, whether two national and international leaders, two world leaders will be meeting. They will be having a conversation itself. So clearly all eyes on our television screens, all eyes on the camera itself, that we are showing you these visuals from outside 7 LKM. These are from our camera, that you can see the gate of 7 LKM. And right now as we are speaking also, the Prime Minister is here itself with the President Vladimir Putin. And now the route has also been completely beefed up. This entire place has been completely beefed up. He passed the ITC Moria itself, where Russian President Vladimir
And the two, of course, were in one vehicle. The two were in one vehicle, Brian. The two were in one vehicle. They reached together. Just take us through what you saw and the kind of camaraderie as well on display between the two leaders. Also, what time is that dinner expected to begin now? About how long will the Russian president be at 7 LKM before he proceeds for his hotel where he's staying?
Well, yes, clearly, Uday, yes, clearly answering all your questions, starting from, yes, the camaraderie shared is very notable. And this is also brings a bit of a nostalgia, because in China itself, they also shared the same vehicle. Even now, while coming back from the Palam airport, both the leaders were in the same vehicle. It talks about the camaraderie between the two leaders, shared moments, shared conversations in that very vehicle, of 15-20 minutes of conversation, very personal rather conversation that happened between the two leaders. And now the two leaders will be reaching this very place, rather reach this very place itself. Clearly Russian President will be also staying at ITC Moria. Again, they've been reached, they has rather reached this very place itself, and clearly they will be going, there will be an informal dinner that will be taking place at this very place that we are showing you. Then post that, there will be an informal conversation between the two leaders. There will be an array of topics that will be discussed clearly, but this is going to be a very intimate, a very closed conversation that will be spanning up to 8:30, 9 p.m. itself. So clearly all eyes on our television screens, all eyes on the camera, all eyes on 7 LKM, because today at this night itself, at this very evening, this juncture, this place becomes the utmost importance itself. It becomes the maximum number of importance, and right now the entire place has been completely barricaded, and clearly the visuals speak for itself. The entire place has been heavily lit. It has been heavily decorated ahead of Putin's visit.
Okay.
So again, that's a very personal touch also of the Prime Minister itself. He has personally himself.
Let's also go across now to ITC Moria, where President Putin is staying in the national capital. The convoy just passed ITC Moria of Prime Minister Modi and President Putin a short while back, Shikha. And now we are expecting perhaps in about an hour and a half from now, the Russian president to arrive there post his dinner at 7 LKM.
Yes, absolutely.
absolutely. After the dinner, the president is expected to arrive at ITC Maurya. And what we've learned is that ITC Maurya is all decked up for welcoming the Russian president. And he's going to stay in the most luxurious suite, which is called the Chanakya suite, out of the 411 rooms and 26 suites of this hotel, which has hosted several foreign dignitaries in the past. But this time, again, Chanakya suite has been chosen to host the Russian president, and it is all decked up to host its very special guest, not only of the hotel, but of the entire country. What we've also learned is that the security layer has several
just show us around as well, Shikha.
Just
show us around there as well. The security must have been up. Just show us around a few visuals while you talk us through the security that has been upped at ITC Maurya, given the fact that Russian president is staying there. And also tell us about the room that he's staying in and the fact that many foreign dignitaries actually do end up staying at this very hotel, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Chanakya Suite has hosted several dignitaries and heads of states for the past 40 years. It's not a new phenomena. Foreign dignitaries and heads of states have chosen this hotel have been choosing it for the past 40 years. And now the Russian president, who is a very special guest, the most special guest of India this year at least, is also going to be hosted by the Chanakya Suite of the ITC Maurya. What we've learned is that the Russian president's convoy, along with Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister accompanied the Russian president, giving him a very warm feeling and also reminding us of the SCO visuals that we saw, which are definitely going to be looked at not only in India but across the world. US is going to be watching very closely and is going to ensure that every moment is watched from not only by the US but by UK, by France, by Germany, because all three and their envoys have been trying to definitely...
Brian Thomas is also joining us live. Brian, we're learning that that dinner has now begun. That's the breaking news coming in. The dinner has now begun. Do we know what's on the menu for the dinner? Do we, talk us through also what your sources are telling you will be the conversation held between the two leaders at this private dinner, this intimate dinner, which will set the tone and tenor for tomorrow? Brian, can you hear me?
Uday, am I audible, Uday?
Yes, please go ahead, Brian. Has the dinner begun? What's on the menu for the dinner? What is going to be the conversation between the two leaders at this intimate occasion?
Well, yes, clearly as of now, what we are also showing you these visuals of the fact that just a while now, in just about 2 minutes now, both the leaders entered the 7L camp itself. So clearly, this is going to be a very important visit also about to strengthen both the bilaterals itself. And clearly, the dinner also is going to happen just in a while now. The two leaders will be starting with their dinner that will happen, a very, informal dinner, informal conversation that will be happening. We are also showing that there will be many such conversations also, many such important conversations also that will be happening in terms of the bilateral between the two agencies itself. So this diplomacy is also slated to take a center stage at this very point that we are showing you.
Absolutely, of course, that the visit has, of course, commenced of President Putin. These were the first visuals that we got of the Russian president as he arrived, of course, in New Delhi, as he landed, of course, in the national capital. Shikha is still with us as well. Shikha, you can now show us some visuals, I believe, of that hotel which the Russian president will be staying in, the kind of security paraphernalia as well around his hotel, and, of course, the protocols as well that must have been put in place before he reaches there after the dinner tonight.
Yes. Absolutely. This area has become a fortress. It has turned into a fortress. Why I say is because you can see that we are still about 80 or 70 meters away from ITC Maurya's main gate. But you can see the layers of security that are around the hotel. And now you can see right next to me, there are police vehicles and policemen are standing up
their guards up, and they're trying to ensure that even a bird doesn't really, go astray, because this area is one of the most important areas and is being watched out by the security personnel, by the surveillance and intelligence system very closely, because this is right next to the ITC Maurya. We're standing right next to the main gate of the ITC Maurya, and this is the area from where the Russian president and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's entourage just passed, and now they have already arrived at the 7 LKM, and they're also set to return to ITC Maurya. The Russian president is going to be staying in the Chanakya suite in the ITC Maurya, which has hosted several foreign dignitaries in the past, and several layers of security are in place at the hotel as well. Nobody can go inside, and even not media far by, but even inside the hotel, we are learning that not many employees are being allowed, and only very
do we have Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta still with us? Ambassador Gauri Shankar Gupta, let me come back to you now. Okay, I think we've lost him. Ambassador Gupta, we've lost Ambassador Gupta, but let me come to you, Major General Sudhakarji, on this dinner. Now, this is an occasion when the two leaders can break the ice, can, take off from where they left off when they last met, can talk about a host of issues, isn't it, that normally they would not when things are on record, when they are surrounded by dignitaries, other officials, ministers, and the media as well. There are certain issues that are only spoken about closed door. Is that what we expect will be happening at 7 LKM this evening, as the Russian president is hosted for this dinner ahead of that summit tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely, Uday. What comes to my mind in response to your question is that the current global order, because of the tariff war which is ongoing, it has compounded the geopolitical churn and geoeconomic churn of the world order. This, to my mind, should rightfully, if at all we have to pick a particular subject at the global level, should actually, secure the weightage and the substance of the subject. So this is first point they would like to discuss. In this point lies the energy security of India. Because whether, you see, if you, I'm sure your research section would have given you the details. If you carry out a kind of a comparative analysis from 2020-21 till 2025 September, you see, we started with 1.6% in 2021 of the total oil that we import for consumption in a country, and it went up to 2%, and thereafter 19%, thereafter 41%, 33.4%, then 41%. So highest has been 41%. But in September 2025, the oil has import from Russia has come down to 31%. So there is a drop in percentage of 10%. So what am I trying to indicate? Well, I'm trying to indicate one aspect, that when Donald Trump talks about India as a laundromat and it's fueling the war in Russia, Ukraine, because we are buying oil, he doesn't mean to talk about oil. He's actually, the hidden intention behind this is that all transactions for buying oil from Russia is taking place in non-US dollar currency.
Yes.
When you talk about US dollar currency, let me give the example, the total import trade in past 4 years or 3 years, 3.5, has been $135 billion, out of which 75 billion has been in ruble, rupee or yuan currency.
Shruti, tomorrow of course also is the business summit as well. And we can expect, of course, also a key focus to be on the trade deficit and how to bridge this trade gap. While defense and energy is going to, of course, be the focus, the other areas also will be on the table as well, isn't it?
Yes, you're absolutely right. Trade will be a very large part of this. We should expect many MOUs coming out of it. But the plus point is, when the two leaders of the nation are interacting while there is a business summit already planned, the MOUs turn into business deals very, very fast. So this is my understanding of why it is important that Putin is here while the business summit is being held. It is not a random visit. It is very calculated. It is pre-planned. We know exactly which direction we want to take this conversation and this relationship in. In terms of trade, we are looking for fertilizers. We might even be setting up a plant of urea via joint cooperation in Russia itself. We are looking for cooperation in our small modular reactors, which is technology help that we would want from Russia to set up clean energy, have us meet our energy goals and our energy security, because we would like to move away from our non-renewable resources as such. So these are a few things that we are looking at as of now. Beyond this, we are also looking at opening up the markets in Russia. So we want marine, agriculture, as well as pharmaceuticals to be increased. So when we have an increase of this, it will offset any of the transactional losses that we have suffered as a result of the sanctions that we are suffering in the name of helping Russia.
All right. In fact, more news now coming in this hour. Global attention is firmly on New Delhi for President Putin's two-day visit to India. President Putin, of course, has arrived with a high-powered Russian delegation. Now, this comprises senior ministers, key policy makers, as well as influential business leaders. This is a high-intensity trip that is expected to deliver a broad slate of agreements across defense, energy, employment, mobility, and trade. Here's a look at the top leaders who are accompanying the Russian president. Well, first on the list of delegates is the Russian Defense Minister, Andrei Belosov. Of course, arrived earlier and has already been in a huddle in New Delhi with his counterpart from India. A lot lies on his shoulders, as the overall focus of this visit will be to further expand the already close defense and security ties between the two countries. President Putin will also be joined by Dmitry Shugayev, the director of Russian Federal Service for Military Technical Cooperation. His presence highlights the strong defense technology agenda of the visit. Shugayev is expected to lead talks on expanding military technical cooperation, especially as India seeks access to advanced combat systems, including next-generation and fifth-generation aircraft. His role will focus on pushing forward joint development and deeper collaboration in cutting-edge aviation technologies. Now, apart from top ministers, President Putin will also be accompanied by Dmitry Bakanov, the head of Roscosmos. His visit is a clear signal that space cooperation is going to be on the agenda. Dmitry has announced that Moscow intends to unveil good news on joint ventures in areas like rocket engine development, crewed space flights, orbital stations, personal training, and rocket fuel, likely formalizing agreements just days after the visit begins. Alexei Likhachev, the head of Rosatom, will be traveling to India as part of the Russian delegation, underscoring that civil nuclear cooperation is a top priority of the visit. He will carry a full proposal portfolio aimed at deepening cooperation on nuclear energy, including plans for building new reactors and promoting small modular reactors in India. From the side of Russia, Igor Shuvalov, the chairman of VEB.RF, will ensure that economic and infrastructure cooperation features prominently in the discussions. As the head of Russian State Development Bank, he is expected to push forward conversations on investment, trade, financing, including potential mechanisms in rupee and ruble, and large-scale industrial projects, strengthening the economic pillar of the India-Russia partnership. Alongside him, top business leaders will also join the delegation, including the heads of Rosneft, Sberbank, Rusal, and VTB Bank, rounding off a powerful mix of political, strategic, and corporate representation for President Putin's visit. So a power-packed delegation, Brian, is with, of course, President Putin as he comes to India. Not just one, not just two, but multiple senior ministers and top businessmen of Russia.
Well, clearly, as of now, several dignitaries have been a part of this very delegation. You talk about the defense minister itself. Now, very importantly, just the latest breaking that we are letting you know from S7 LKM. Let me just show you the visuals as we are speaking. Just a while back, as we were speaking, as you were also giving out these informations of the leaders, the dignitaries who have been visiting, clearly right now, the Home Minister itself, Amit Shah, has reached the 7 LKM itself. So clearly, this is the latest breaking that we are letting you know. Just now itself, as his entourage, his convoy reached the 7 LKM itself. So clearly, Amit Shah will also be a part of the private dinner that is being hosted for Russian President Vladimir Putin itself, and then informal conversation also that will be happening where the Home Minister Amit Shah will also be taking part, or rather taking part, and will be partaking in this at this very juncture, at this very place that we are showing you. Uday.
So that's a big breaking development coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached for that private dinner. So that is the big breaking input coming in. The dinner, of course, has commenced, and now Home Minister Amit Shah has also arrived for that dinner that is being hosted at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Brian.
Well, yes, Uday. Clearly, we've just broken this very information, the fact that just a while back when you were, reading out all the important dignitaries who were coming from the Russian side, just a while back, the entourage, the convoy of the Home Minister entered the 7LKM.
Okay.
Now, there are two gates of the 7LKM. One is...
Absolutely. So the Home Minister has also reached for the dinner. All right, we have another very special guest, in fact, joining us now on the broadcast. Boris Kanchalian is live with us now, Deputy General Director of Gazprom Media Holdings. Welcome. Thank you very much for being with us today on Newsx, Mr. Kanchalian. Now, help put things in perspective for this key visit of Vladimir Putin to India. How important is this for the Indo-Russia partnership, sir?
Приезд Владимира Владимировича Путина сюда, в Индию, встреча действительно важна для отношений между двумя нашими странами.
Мы, наверное, не можем говорить про какие-то политические вещи и комментировать их, потому что мы, наверное, не специалисты в этом, но с точки зрения личных ощущений, я считаю, что это очень важно так для жителей Индии, так и для жителей России. Почему? Потому что это все-таки знак качества, гарантия того, что можно вести дела, можно вести бизнес не только в производстве кино и сериалов, и в импорте, экспорте кино и сериалов, что сейчас важно, но и в любых других средах, в туризме, в повышении товарооборота и других вещей. И в рамках этого форума, в рамках этой встречи будут подписаны ряд соглашений, которые в какой-то части должны упростить товарооборот, упростить взаимодействие, работу, сделать более качественным работу там, с налоговыми и обменом данными. И я думаю, что это важно, и важно для как раз-таки подтверждения качества взаимодействия.
Okay. So we are not professional politicians to talk from that perspective, but we can judge as regular people and the people from the business. So, from our perspective, it helps to increase our collaboration, not only in production of TV series or content production in general, but also in speaking from the point of view of goods turnover, or it's really it's really a good support to promote both business from both sides, from Indian and from Russian side.
And how do you see the cultural collaboration as well? Cinema, films, complementing the broader diplomatic engagement taking place between India and Russia during such high-level visits, such as President Putin's.
А как вы думаете, вообще вот этот визит, какие перспективы вы видите взаимодействовать теперь именно в разрезе именно киноиндустрии, медиа и так далее, благодаря этому визиту?
Да, если возвращаясь к первой части вопроса, я точно считаю, что в рамках этого визита будут подписаны соглашения не только государственные, но и между компаниями «Газпром» медиахолдинга, в частности, с рядом других компаний, о которых мы анонсируем по подписанию, да, за эти несколько дней. И в рамках визита качество этих контрактов будет на другом уровне, на качественном уровне, который на самом деле не позволит ни компаниям российским, ни компаниям индийским нарушить договоренности, которые подписываются при участии либо в рамках визита президента. По крайней мере, у нас в России это не принято нарушать эти договоренности.
So, first of all, speaking from the content of view and from the film industry, this is a remarkable event here. And also, as our leaders meet here. So this is really a confirmation that our relationship will expand, and we will proceed and we will sign some statements, some agreement between our industries, which will help us to increase our collaboration, and under this umbrella meeting between Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and Modi. So that's a really cool sign to proceed our further collaboration.
And what do you believe are the biggest opportunities currently, in co-producing films between India and Russia, and possibly Serbia as well?
Как вы думаете, какие возможности и перспективы вы видите в создании копродукции между Индией, Россией и Сербией сегодня присутствует?
Я думаю, что это не быстрый путь. Это путь, в котором нужно идти в течение нескольких лет. Но это как скоростной поезд. Он медленно разгоняется, но быстро едет. И когда аудитория уже привыкнет к актерам, это самое на самом деле важное, привыкнет к актерам и будет их ждать, уже производство будет конвейерное. Вот, например, наши партнеры турки, они 20 лет уже занимаются производством и дистрибьюцией контента как сериального, так и кино, но в основном сериального. Производят по 1000 серий сериалов уже. Мы общаемся с большим количеством компаний, там смотрим на их опыт и видим, что они за 20 лет смогли построить историю, что турецкий контент теперь идет во весь мир, и он ожидаемый. То есть люди его ждут. И через этот контент они в том числе свою историю, свои смыслы и какие-то значимые вещи импортируют. Да? И в этой части я считаю, что у нас тоже есть большая возможность как раз-таки построить эту линию, так как, например, в России эта ниша постепенно освобождается, уходит иностранный контент, европейский, с нетрадиционными ценностями. В рамках стратегии национальной безопасности Российской Федерации традиционные ценности все-таки на первом месте. И мы можем делать тот самый качественный контент, который будет развивать среду и укреплять межнациональные, межконфессиональные даже отношения и вводить их на качественно новый уровень.
Okay, so first of all, this is it takes time. Of course, this is not just easy, but you can imagine the speed train. It starts slowly, but it goes fast. So I think co-production with India will be developing in the same way.
Okay.
And it takes time because all actors should be recognizable here, Russian, I mean, and Indian in Russia. So let's see what is going on with Turkish industry as an example. So
Yes.
they started 20 years ago. They invested a lot. They started to bring content over the globe, and then, only then, they became famous in terms of TV series and content production itself. But now in Russia we have a business niche because some majors left Russia, and we see that such a business needs for content with
Right.
traditional values, family values, like India has and Russia has. So
Okay.
there is huge opportunity to start our co-production projects. But yes,
Right.
it's not so fast as we expect.
But how are you envisioning going forward, Boris, India and Russia relationships, India-Serbia relationship? How are we going to expand our cultural partnership, say, over the next 5 years?
Как вы видите развитие вообще российско-индийских и сербских культурных отношений, расширение в ближайшие именно 5 лет?
Но я вижу, в ближайшие 5 лет, если мы упорно поработаем, мы можем через контент, и еще раз, не только через кино, а через все виды контента продвигать культуру и ценности, показывать туристические возможности, что для граждан Индии интересно посмотреть Россию. Мы видим прирост в связи с укреплением отношений, и что для русского туриста будет как раз-таки развиваться интерес через контент к такому виду туризма. Например, приведу одну практику. Мы снимали шоу «Выжить в Самарканде». Самарканд был малоизвестный город в России. ну, для русского населения. И за одну ночь на 11% после выхода на нашей платформе и канале, за одну ночь на 11% увеличилась покупка билетов в Самарканд после выхода. И он постоянно растет. Поэтому коллеги из, соответственно говоря, Узбекистана сейчас требовательно попросили и проучаствовали в создании второго сезона. И как бы мы видим, что это способствует развитию отношений. А человек, который приедет, он все равно транслирует это через свои соцсети, через свои какие-то каналы коммуникации, и интерес оживляется, и он растет.
So, speaking about perspective in nearest 5 years, this is not only TV content or just content production, movies, series. This is also content in general, because imagine we shooted a TV show in Samarkand, in Uzbekistan. This is a small country, a small city, and then we released this show on TV, and during the one night, 11% growth of air ticket sales we observed after in one day. So, and this is a good start for our countries to expand to each other. And imagine bloggers will come to us, will shoot something, and they will post, and the same bloggers from Russia to India will come and will create a content, and they will promote countries through the content, for such social media content. That's could be one of the steps from the very beginning.
Right. Boris Kanchalian, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective, of course, on that big story and on Vladimir Putin's visit to India. Okay, let's go across to Shikha Selari now. She's live with us from ITC Moria in Delhi. Shikha, what time is President Putin expected to be back at the ITC Moria Hotel, where of course he's staying after this dinner that Prime Minister Modi is hosting at 7 LK? Sambhav Sharma, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we've lost Shikha, but Sambhav is with us. Sambhav, take us to what you're tracking on ground. Of course, that dinner is on currently, that Prime Minister Modi is hosting at 7 LKM for the Russian president. Also, of course, security in the national capital is at a heightened state of high alert as well.
Well, absolutely. As you rightly pointed out, the security is no doubt at the high alert, and I'm reporting currently from outside 7 LKM, where Russian President Putin, along with the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, present inside 7 LKM, and that intimate dinner is going on as we report, and it's likely that this would continue for some 20-25
All right, more visuals
minutes.
coming in, breaking visuals coming in. The first visuals of President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. These are the breaking visuals coming in, and you can see there how beautifully the Prime Minister's residence has been lit up in the welcome of the Russian president in Indian and Russian colors. The flags also of the two countries, of course, adorning the entry of 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The Prime Minister of India and the Russian President reached in the same vehicle to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. They departed the Delhi airport in the same vehicle, and they've of course arrived now at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. These are those inside visuals that we're putting out first right here on Newsx for our viewers. How beautifully the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence of Prime Minister of India has been lit up in this red carpet welcome being accorded to President of Russia on his first evening in New Delhi. You can see there how beautifully the lights on the walls and of course on the ceiling and outside the Prime Minister's residence are switching from the tricolor to of course the Russian flag colors as well. So from blue, red and white to orange, green and white as well. And also of course the Russian flag adorning the entrance, also the Indian flag adorning the entrance. The tricolor clearly shows us how much preparations have of course been put in place for this dinner. This is of course the ceremonial private welcome dinner that the President of Russia is being hosted for in New Delhi by PM Modi. You can see the bonhomie also on display as they walk inside. The two all smiles. The body language, of course, also very clear. Sambhav, these are the inside visuals coming in of that dinner.
Well, absolutely. And I'm also reporting from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. I'll request my video journalist to pan the camera and try to show visuals, the visuals from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, if we are able to see something from inside. However, see, if we talk about the security measures here outside 7 LKM, it's like fortress currently, and you can see the...
Okay, so fortress outside, but of course a beautiful picture inside. The tone and tenor being set for the Russian president's visit through these first and exclusive visuals that we're putting out of that private dinner that Prime Minister Modi is hosting for the Russian president. In fact, in a fresh piece of input, we also told you about Home Minister Amit Shah. He's also arrived there at 7 LKM for this meeting. All right, on that note, we're taking a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Much more on the other side.
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना तू भी ले ले यार अभी तो यंग है यार बाद में देखते हैं आजा
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
मेहनत और समर्पण के प्रतीक अन्नदाताओं को डबल इंजन सरकार ने दी है नई पहचान। कर्मयोगी सरकार ने किया है वो दमदार काम जो दशकों तक था सिर्फ सपना। उत्कर्ष के इन 8 वर्षों में गन्ना किसानों को किया गया है रिकॉर्ड 2,90,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक गन्ना मूल्य का भुगतान। वर्ष 2007 से 2017 तक हुए भुगतान से यह 1,48,000 करोड़ रुपए है अधिक। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के नेतृत्व में पारदर्शिता और तकनीक से जुड़ी नई व्यवस्था ने बदली है गन्ना किसानों की तकदीर। वर्ष 2017 से अब तक 4 बार बढ़ाया गया है गन्ना समर्थन मूल्य। गन्ना पेराई सत्र 2025-26 में गन्ना किसानों को होगा 3,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का अतिरिक्त लाभ। नई चीनी मिलें और बढ़ी क्रशिंग क्षमता ने असल मायनों में गन्ने की फसल को बनाया है ग्रीन गोल्ड। काम दमदार, डबल इंजन सरकार।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना तू भी ले ले यार अभी तो यंग है यार बाद में देखते हैं आजा
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं।
Сделано в Индии, ощутимый. Вот не грех повторять то, что...
In the workforce. Now, more and more women are giving financial independence a lot of priority, sometimes even more than marriage. They want to be financially independent. Women have now very much a very strong part of the workforce. The offices are also been made to be gender sensitive.
Women have always worked.
Yes.
It's just that post.
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx. I'm Megha Sharma, and a very important historic day today.
It's President Putin of Russia who has finally arrived in India. There were preparations that were going on for days and weeks together, and that's the exclusive picture that you're seeing from inside the car, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin are seen talking, sharing a thought. And in fact, this is right after Prime Minister Narendra Modi welcomed President Putin from his official aircraft, and both the leaders sat in the same vehicle and travelled all the way to the Prime Minister's official residence, 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. So that's a glimpse of what transpired between both leaders during that a few minutes journey from the Palam Air Force Station right up to the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where that private dinner is in progress. We saw those visuals of the Prime Minister escorting President Putin inside the corridors of 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and that picture says 1,000 words. Both leaders are happy. It seems like President Putin is sharing some piece of information, an anecdote, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi beaming. Of course, you know, both these leaders share a camaraderie that goes years ago, because that was the first time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in an official delegation under then Prime Minister of India, Vajpayee, and that was his perhaps his first encounter with President Putin. President Putin at that point of time was the Prime Minister of Russia, and since then there have been several visits and meetings that both leaders have had with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the capacity of the head of state, head of government of India, and President Putin, who has been the Russian president, the Russian head of state since 2008. So those are those. We're going to get you more of these visuals that will be trickling in as we continue with our conversations with my reporters who are firmly lodged on the ground. We have with us 2 of my reporters, one right outside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the other one is at the ITC Maurya, where President Putin would be staying during the course of his 27-hour visit. Just a little more than a day that one day that he's going to be spending in India, in New Delhi. Like I said, there is a private dinner that is taking place right now. There were official visuals, those video that had been shared, and that saw the Prime Minister escorting President Putin inside the corridors of the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. All right, let me get in my panelists into the conversation. I have with me Professor Rohan Gunaratna. Professor Gunaratna, how important is it when the Prime Minister breaks protocol and goes to the airport at the Palam Air Force Station and receives President Putin? That goes on to reflect the kind of bonhomie, the friendship that these two leaders have with each other, that of course, you know, talking at the state level, at the government to government level, but also perhaps transcending those boundaries.
Russia and India has enjoyed a very old friendship. It's a Cold War friendship. The Indian friendship with the United States started only after 1990. So what we are seeing is that Prime Minister Modi expressed that by receiving President Putin personally. Of course, this visit marks a very significant development. It demonstrates that there is true multipolarity, because India today works with the United States, works with Russia, and in the future, India may also even work with China. So what we are seeing is, to advance Indian interests, India will work with multiple actors. And of course, despite the pressure by the United States, especially by President Trump, by doubling the tariffs, still Modi is determined to demonstrate India's friendship with Russia, despite sanctions on Russian oil.
Right.
India will work with Russia to move forward on a number of trade and defense agreements.
Absolutely, absolutely. There are going to be a slew of those documents that are going to be signed in the presence of both the leaders. We need to know that at least 20 plus of these documents that relate to trade, that relate to investments, opening up markets, Russian markets. We are talking about a number of Indian products and services traveling up to Russia, reduction of those tariffs. Those all are matters that will be brought in the agenda when those documents are signed by a number of these leaders, ministers and deputy ministers that President Putin has brought alongside him. 7 of them that are accompanying him, including the defense minister of Russia as well. Ambassador Yogesh Gupta, former diplomat, is also on the show with me. Ambassador Gupta, let's hear it from you with regards to, the focus area and the briefings that had been held on the eve of the big visit of President Putin by both the Ministry of External Affairs as well as by the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov, single-handedly pointed on the economic and trade relations. How the target of $70 billion trade between India and Russia has achieved 63%, $63 billion of trade happens when India imports goods and services from Russia. There's only a $7 billion trade that happens that is in favor of India, and that is the imbalance, that is the aim of the two leaders, to bring about some sort of a semblance, some sort of an equitability. How is that going to happen in the meetings that are planned in the coming hours?
Megha, President Putin made a very important statement before he left Moscow, where he said that Russia is looking forward to go as far in the bilateral relationship as India is willing to go. And Russia is willing to have a no-limits partnership with India. Now, this is very significant because it means that from the Russian side, they have no more any hesitations or any ambiguities about expanding or deepening this relationship. And the fact that President Putin is coming with 7 of his cabinet ministers and such a big delegation, and Prime Minister Modi has personally gone to welcome President Putin. India has had a lot of disappointments in its relationship with the US in the last 2 years. And after these disappointments, I think India has come to the conclusion that there is only that far that we can go in our relationship with the US, because the US refuses to understand India's concerns. US thinks that India is a developing country and India should just abide by or listen to what they are saying, and India's concerns are not important, and India should just follow what they want to, what they are saying. Now, that is something not acceptable to India. So I think we have also come to the conclusion that in the present international world order, as things are, we need to strengthen our relationship with Russia. We are going to be less mindful or less sensitive of what the Americans or what Trump administration thinks about our Russia relationship than we had been in the last 2 years. So given this background, I think the stage is set for India and Russia to expand its bilateral trade. India is willing to export many more items. India would be willing to set up manufacturing bases in the US for consumer goods, for electronics, and for other things that Russia needs. Russia doesn't want to depend totally on China, because it's not a good idea to depend on one country. for all the things.
Okay, all right. Stay on with me. I'm being joined by Gilbert Doctorow. He's a Russian affairs expert. Gilbert, let's hear it from you with regards to everything that is on the table when we talk about manufacturing, nuclear energy, those small modular reactors where a deal is likely to be signed, those documents are to be signed. Talk about aircraft manufacturing, high-tech technology transfer. We've spoken about RELOS, the ratification of that bill happened in Duma only yesterday. So that sets the trend for 2026 and in fact the years to come by for India-Russia renewed cooperation in a number of fields and not just in defense.
Yes, I think that there's a lot of room for creative thinking here to find solutions, because the problems facing this trade are not small. India's, to my understanding, India's bilateral trade with the United States is dominated by its sales in the IT sector, which I think account for 70% or more of the total turnover of in excess of $100 billion in Indian-US trade. That means that the single largest component of all the trade is not really affected by Mr. Trump's sanctions, to my understanding, whereas sales of textiles and shoes and things like that are, of course, hit hard by Mr. Trump's sanctions. The same question comes up in Russian-Indian trade. I mean, India is not a big global consumer exporter. India is not a country that easily can establish large-scale bilateral trade with any partner simply because of that. And the Russians will surely sign deals for sale of perhaps of their latest generation fighter jets, and certainly we know about this deal for the leasing of a nuclear submarine. There will probably be some discussion about air defenses and the S-400s. But Russia is selling. The question is, what is Russia going to buy? We all know there's a very big accumulation of rupee assets held by Russia in India, and there's no easy way to turn those to commoditize that and turn it into something useful for Russia. There are only so many mangoes that Russia can buy from India to satisfy its supermarkets. So it is a very big challenge, and I think this whole question of co-production is probably one of the avenues to a solution of this big imbalance in trade.
Yes. General G. Dwivedi is also on the show with me. General Dwivedi, I do want to specifically mention about this. There is a 2-day business summit that has been organized, one that has already happened right before President Putin flew into India, and this was addressed by the Indian Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, and there was his counterpart, his Russian counterpart, who was also present. There were 7 other ministers from agriculture, from technology, from manufacturing, who were all present. And then there was this massive business delegation that had also flown in alongside these ministers from Russia. And to mirror that, there were a number of Indian investors, manufacturers, businesses who were present at this summit that is called the India-Russia Forum. This was in collaboration with the Russia Business Center and FICCI. This is going to carry on tomorrow as well, which gives us an idea of the importance that both countries put on trade and investment, and particularly wanting to balance the trade deficit that India right now holds with Russia. Do you think there are avenues where India can gain its strength by way of course, there was number one about skill mobility, sending in more of our skilled and unskilled and semi-skilled workers to Russia, but also talking about opening up market for marine foods and products, talking about pomegranates, talking about potatoes. These were some of the things that were mentioned during these press conferences in which the media was also briefed, which the public was also briefed about. So which are these key areas that we can potentially be able to build our association with Russia in a bid to reducing this trade deficit that we have?
Well, Megha, definitely trade deficit is one of the major issues because there is so much imbalance
especially after we started buying oil in very large volumes. In fact, about 30-35% of our requirement is now coming from Russia, and this has escalated the trade deficit because trade today stands about $65 billion, and we are only exporting pittance, about $5 to $6 billion. So definitely, this is one of the major issues. But we need to understand the larger picture as to what are the pillars or fundamentals on which the India-Russia relations stand. One pillar, most important, was the defense, because we have been buying the Russian defense equipment, and I, for 38 years in the army, has fought largely with the Russian equipment. So that is one area where defense-related industry can play a huge role, because India has made defense corridors, two of them, one in Uttar Pradesh, one in Chennai, and that's where one of the areas where a lot of collaboration in the defense-related industry can come in. The second point is beyond defense, what are the areas? Yes, because Russia is hugely dependent upon the agriculture products. And that's one area where India can find new markets, because these markets are unexploited, and we need to now reorientate our both supply chains and also our markets, where Russia can have a huge, we have a huge opportunity. Now, some of the specific areas which we can address with Russia beyond food and agriculture is lot of our electronics, our technology, which can actually be also not only related to defense, but it can go beyond the defense, because the point today is India definitely has, technology edge. We have lot of human resource, and therefore there lot can be done in a collaborative manner, which will be exploited. And one more issue which is that energy, because after all, if we are importing oil from in Russia, we are refining the oil, selling back that oil back to the Western markets. After all, it's not just only the oil flowing in, the oil is flowing out. So a lot of energy related issues also will be tackled. But on the whole, I think we need to evolve a new blueprint, because this is, as Gilbert said, a lot of creativity is involved, because we got to now play out new playbooks, because the old playbooks are not going to hold good. So this is the time that when two sides will go in deeper and see which are the areas which we need to exploit beyond the defense.
Okay.
Right.
Purnima Nath is also on the show with me. Purnima, talking about, I do have to emphasize on RELOS, talking about reciprocal exchange of logistic support. This is very, very essential. Interoperability, talking about, our air bases and our airfields can be used by Russian military and vice versa. What is the message that gets sent out to the world?
Thank you so much for having me, Megha. Really appreciate that, and your show actually fascinates me. I got to learn so much from your speakers as well. So especially speaking about Russia-India relationship, the message to the world is that it's obviously today we are in a multipolar world, and I particularly feel, being a Republican conservative in Republican Party, I feel that America is unwilling and unable to see the geopolitical shift and the chessboard that is changing. And then if you look at the recent redressing of Monroe Doctrine, it's sort of like a new Monroe Doctrine, attacking and establishing dominance over South America, you kind of understand that Western imperial ambition has not gone anywhere. It is resurging with European messaging as well as the American. So whatever the Americans say somehow shows up in the European shores as well. And that's what we have seen during our campaign in the 2024. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is going to pan out very well. And America has to understand that the world existed before America came to an existence. Unfortunately, many of us like me, we didn't understand the America first. It was never a slogan for America actually, and MAGA. Unfortunately, it was a blueprint for world dominance, and that is exactly what has showed up in trade policies, tariff threatening sanctions, threatening global leaders, insulting global leaders, punishing economic sanctions, weaponizing, so militarization. So I think this is Indian and American, Indian and Russian new chapter, I would say. But I also say that a heads of the two power. One is a dead economy, one is a paper tiger. A meeting today, and I'm sure America is watching. I'm sure Europe is watching.
Okay, all right. Coming back to my guests, Ambassador Yogesh, again, focus cannot be, swayed from the RELOS deal, the pact, the defense military pact that has been ratified only yesterday in the lower house of the parliament in Russia. And what are the advantages both countries have, and also the bigger message that be sent out to adversaries and allies together?
Megha, what has happened is that in the last 2 years, we have seen the United States taking a more dubious kind of a role in the areas near India. I'm talking of the Indian subcontinent, I'm talking of our neighborhood, I'm talking of Indian Ocean. The kind of regime change it has undertaken in Sri Lanka, in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, and tried in India. We are not happy with the American intervention in these countries. So if the Americans are going to assume that kind of a adversarial posture, then we would certainly be happy to, have the ships of Russia also in the Indian Ocean. Why not? And India has provided logistical access to many countries. That includes the US, that includes the countries of Quad and others. And Russia is our old friend. It's trusted friend. It's reliable, trustworthy friend. So why not Russia? And so that is the spirit behind. And if we can help Russia to expand its presence, by giving this sort of a access, and we can get access on the Russian ports in the Far East, in the Black Sea and other places. So that will help us also in our expanding global posture. And so that is basically the strategy behind it. And that is how it is working out.
Okay. Professor Gunaratna, again a specific issue that I want to raise. This is about the Arctic shipbuilding. There have been a number of countries that India has been working in close proximity with, including Norway, which works with India in close collaboration in shipbuilding. Transfer of technology that has happened, and the idea is to bring Norwegian technology, allow for shipbuilding to happen at a fast pace using India's resources and exporting it to the world. We also see a similar deal that is on the eve of being signed during President Putin's visit as well. How important, again, a huge chunk of the exchequer is also being allocated for building India's maritime capabilities. Again, these are two aspects that come very naturally together for India and Russia to collaborate. What does the future hold?
Russia is also a superpower. It is not economically as powerful as China or the United States, but in terms of its military capabilities, it has a very huge infrastructure, its cyber capabilities, nuclear, missile, and other capabilities. Certainly, it's very advanced in its naval capabilities and space capabilities. So, India will benefit a lot from cooperation, collaboration, and partnership with Russia. Of course, the Indian military was very dependent on the Russian equipment and technology. although more recently India has manufactured domestically a considerable amount of that, but still India relies a lot on Russia for capabilities, whether it's land forces, air forces, or naval forces. So I personally believe that this visit is where the two countries will discuss wide-ranging issues, primarily trade, investment, and defense. But the defense cooperation will be the one that will be the most prominent and the most dominant.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Gilbert, understanding from you in terms of defense, of course, there are never any defense pacts or agreements that are signed when the heads of governments are meeting, holding those bilateral talks. But we see that the defense minister of Russia is over here. He came right before President Putin, and there was this a meeting that was held with the India counterpart Rajnath Singh, and there have been a lot of talks talking about the Sukhoi 57s, talking about procuring S-500s, and of course that very important 10,000 crore rupee S-400 missile deal that if sources are to be believed has already been given a go ahead. In this race and in this I would say a quantity per se of India wanting to have its defense association with Russia intact and grow even further vis-a-vis its diplomacy and alignment with the United States of America. You think it's a tight rope that India has to walk?
Well, not really. Look, Russia has equipment that is not only theoretically advanced, but is proven on the battlefield. Ukraine is one big shooting match now. It's a shooting range. And everything that Russia is experimenting with there, if successful, is going into serial production. So India, in moving close to Russia, is going to take advantage of the world's best equipment, battle-proven equipment. At the same time, there is a negative which has to be called out. Russia is using all of its military production for its needs in the ongoing war. Therefore, any orders that are concluded are not going to be delivered immediately. Maybe Belarus gets Oreshniks at the end, before the end of this year. But other countries, India included, will have to stand in line a little bit until the war winds down and Russia can afford to export its most advanced equipment.
Okay, stay on with me. I'm getting this update. The press secretary of the Russian President Putin, Mr. Dmitry Peskov, has now stated that India and Russia share a relationship in the most sensitive areas. He's gone ahead and said that President Putin's visit will ensure a privileged strategic partnership between the two nations. Peskov has also said that India is indeed Russia's great partner. So a lot of that positive sentiment, positive narrative that is being built, and I mean, both countries are natural allies, as has been reflected, demonstrated multiple times, innumerable times in the previous decades as well. Coming back to you, General Dwivedi, again the question on defense, the fact that Russia remains an all-weather ally for India, and particularly with the massive success with which India was able to fight Pakistan with its military strikes, Operation Sindoor, and the S-400 defense systems imported from Russia were of extreme significance. How important does it become to forge our trade, our defense trade ties, even transfer of technologies, joint production of fighter jets here on?
Well, Megha, the point is that our defense ties with Russia actually developed due to certain geopolitical constraints. During the Cold War, we are not getting the kind of weapons we needed from the West or from America. So it was Russia only which was the market and which, as a strategic partner, met most of our requirement. As I said earlier, that in my about 4 decades of the service in the army, 5 times I fought we have fought with the largely the Russian weapon systems, and they have proved very effective in all the wars made by the ground forces, tanks or BMPs or the missiles or the aircraft Su-30, MiG-29, MiG-27 and helicopters, and of course not to forget the Navy. We have been operating the Kilo class submarines, also the Vikramaditya, the erstwhile Gorshakov. The point is that Russia willy-nilly became a major source of weapon system because of geopolitical constraints, and Russia more than has met our requirement. Now, how do we move on from here? Because India has changed its policy. First and foremost, weapons are bought not like you go and buy a car or you like go and buy a fridge. No, you buy the weapons based on your threat perception, based on your doctrines, based on your strategy. And therefore, most of our inventory is actually of Russian origin. If you take the fighter aircraft, we haven't bought single American fighter jet. While we have bought Globemaster C-17, we have bought C-130, but we haven't bought any fighter jets. Our inventory of fighter jets largely either French Rafales or Mirage 2000 or the Russians. So therefore, when we are looking at the Su-57E, because that's an immediate requirement, because we don't have fifth generation fighter, whereas China has 300 of them, J-20s, and they also have sixth generation H-20 up in the air. So therefore, America is not willing to transfer the technology F-35, so we are left with no option but to go for Su-57. I'll just finish 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And S-400 was a very tried out weapon in Op Sandur, so we had negotiated. We have bought 3 regiments, we wanted 2 more and still 2 more, and we are looking at S-500, which is a upgraded version S-400 because it has a range of 500, it can engage targets at much longer ranges. So what we are looking at today is the equipment which is aligned with our firstly strategy and doctrines, and secondly it is akin with the inventory, and third part, if we want to co-produce Su-57, then our assembly and production line of Su-30 would actually easily convert and manufacture the aircraft jointly. Megha.
Purnima, coming to you, and of course when we talk about India-Russia relations, we have to speak about energy. And there have been humongous tariffs that have been imposed by United States of America for Indian companies buying Russian oil, which has resulted in reduction of those purchases. There have been a bunch of Russian energy companies, Russian oil companies, including Rosneft, who have their CEOs have arrived. So there are going to be deliberations, conversations that are going to happen. And Russia is, put it completely on the table and said that, we are happy to provide oil to India at even more discounted rates. How do you think India can allow for market forces to not govern its decision to buy oil where it finds it's cheapest, especially in wake of the tariffs that make it even more difficult for Indian oil importers to trade with Russia in oil?
Megha, I would like to say that what imperial powers, the European imperial powers, whether Dutch, French, British, and etc., have done for centuries, Trump is trying to do it in one term for 4 years. Whether it's terrorizing dissenting countries or economic shaming, public shaming, actually, he's not looking for diplomacy. He's actually looking for dominance. He's not looking for alliance. He's actually looking for subjects. He's not looking for respect. They're looking for obedience. And I don't think India, coming from Indian background and civilizational ethos, India is not that country where you can terrorize and bully and threat, whether it's coming from trade perspective or not. India always aligned with the non-alliance policy that India had. Unfortunately, America didn't like it, and neither European powers. But in this global power shift, this is going to be a tricky situation for India to ally with both. I mean, recently India did purchase 10% of LPG from America, and that was 1-year contract. And Reliance is not buying the crude oil right now. So I'm sure in this particular conversation that is happening between Modi and Putin, this is going to be one of the critical conversation as to how do you go around the sanctions and the bullying and frozen assets and etc. Even Indian companies' assets were frozen. So how do you go around and do business? I mean, I think the global message at this point of time between these two leaders is very simple. You want to corner the global leaders, they're going to find a different avenue and alternate routes. I mean, similarly, in the campaign, President Trump, just a 30-second. Trump kept saying BRIC is dead. I'm going to make sure BRIC is dead. Is really BRIC dead? I mean, if you keep threatening like that, they're going to the alliances are going to come from different parts of the world. And as your other speakers actually spoke about, that India has been actually surrounded by all these regime changes operations, and this is no longer a covert operation. This is literally CIA style overt operations that's happening by United States, and this needs to be called out. And if India actually needs to do well, they have to also exert the sphere of influence, not.
Okay. All right. Ambassador Gupta, talking about the sensitivity of the relationship between India and United States of America, and where does Russia play a role over here, keeping in mind that we have been trudging at a very slow pace in signing that comprehensive trade agreement with United States of America. There have been a lot of hindrances, there have been a lot of hiccups, obstacles that we have seen over the course of the months that have passed by. Obviously, there is a very direct, straightforward narrative that America has built, that if India does not end buying oil from Russia, there are going to be tariffs that are going to be imposed. That leaves our trade deal with America in jeopardy. How do we, what is the messaging that is being given? Over here, of course, Russia at the end of the day is openly wanting to deal with India at all levels as well. But India perhaps needs to sit back and think about how it is going to move forward with both these allies, with both these partners, and then strategize its next move.
You know, Garima, sorry, Meghna, the issue is that we are not happy with the policies of the United States of America, you know, because they are linking non-trade issues with trade. They are saying you can't buy oil from Russia. Next, they will say you can't buy arms from Russia. Next, they will say you can't do this in Pakistan. You have to do this with Bangladesh. Now, trade, and there are only certain things to which we can agree, and there are certain things to which we can't agree. And we have been very keen to work out a trade agreement with America, but we have our own sensitivities, we have our own issues. You know, we have a very sensitive agricultural sector, which consists of a lot of small and marginal farmers. We have to take into account their concerns. Similarly, we have a very sensitive dairy sector, where again, you know, we have to tread very cautiously. In certain areas like technologies, manufacturing, you know, we are not at an advanced stage like America or China, so we have to take care of our industries. So what I'm trying to say is that we are trying to accommodate America in certain areas, but in certain other areas we can't accommodate America. Mm-hmm. So we are trying to explore if it is possible to work out a trade agreement with America, respecting our core interest. As previous speaker Punyamaji just said, you know, India is not a hippity-tippity developing country, you know, which can be treated by America in any way that it likes. If we are able to get a respectable agreement which takes care of our interests, we'll sign it. If we can't get that sort of an agreement, then we have to pay the price of not trading so much with the United States. Then we will have to look for other markets. We will have to work for an order in which the United States doesn't play such a dominating role. Because today the United States controls the global commerce, it is trying to control the global finances, it is trying to control the global transport, communications, and so on. We have to move towards a world in which is a more multipolar world, in which more countries other than the United States also have a share in controlling these things. So this is an experiment in
but
making,
again an experiment that will have a long gestation time, and we are heavily reliant on America. America stands at a trade deficit with India. Our traders, our manufacturers, exporters are completely reliant when it comes to providing pharmaceuticals, textiles, agricultural products, which becomes very pinching when these tariffs are imposed, and this has been very reflective in the way the markets have performed. Today, rupee touches at the lowest at 90, which is something of a worry in wake of this the cascading effect of tariffs that India and its manufacturers, the business community, is witnessing. Let me get in Professor Gunaratna back into the conversation, and I want to talk about the issue of the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And while of course it was in the news in the last 48 hours, there have been ambassadors of the three important European countries that have spoken out against President Putin right before he arrived in India. And of course, there was a retort that was made by the ambassador of Russia to India in that op-ed that he went on to write. There has not been any comment that has come from United States of America thus far. In fact, the global narrative at this time seems to be that Russia is blaming Europe in building obstacles between US and Russia to come up with a peace deal. How is this going to play out in this meeting between President Putin and Prime Minister Modi?
Just before President Putin flew into India, he had a meeting with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, envoys of President Trump, and they couldn't have an agreement on how to end the Ukraine war. The larger problem between Russia and Europe is that there is a heavy build-up, a NATO presence on the Russian border, on the European side. So it's a larger dispute that has to be resolved. This fight will continue between Russia and Ukraine and may even extend to the rest of Europe. President Trump genuinely wanted to resolve it. He met with President Putin in Alaska, and subsequently he had many conversations with him to end it. But it's a very intractable conflict. So I presume that Trump will try his best to end this conflict, because it's not going to help either Russia or Europe or any of the other countries that are involved in it. So I think that this conflict will be one of the issues that will be discussed between Prime Minister Modi and President Putin.
Okay. General Gigi Dwivedi, again the idea, you think a peaceful Eastern Europe and a deal signed between Ukraine and Russia is going to be beneficial for India? And perhaps if this deal was signed by way of negotiations between US and Russia that were related to trade and investment, exploration of exploration of the Arctic, as had been discussed, I think that was on the anvil, especially after the Alaska summit that concluded. but did not really have any strong points to carry forward for both the leaders. But do you think business between US and Russia would be a sign for a peace negotiation, a peace deal to happen, and thereby reflective of how India can move forward in its trade associations with Russia?
Well, Megha, as a student of strategy, I like to make 3-4 very pertinent points. Firstly, wars are fought for certain political objectives and military objectives, and they come to conclusion if both sides either have achieved the objectives or one side have been defeated squarely. Now, this is one case where Russia has not achieved its objectives, even I think 1/3 of them, and Ukraine is not on the knees. Ukraine is fighting on. So there is a kind of some kind of stalemate that is on, and the peace can only prevail when both sides have something to take and they have to give. While the conditions laid down by President Trump are not acceptable because they cross all the red lines. After all, why did the Ukraine fight for last more than almost around 4 years and lost 100,000 of their troops if they have to give back the complete Donbas area? That is not acceptable. Now, how can he impose that within 100 days there will be elections? How can he impose that Ukraine has no choice to join NATO? So the point is, I don't think peace is anywhere near the horizon, because the kind of agreement that is being forwarded is not acceptable. Second, yes, it is not only going to benefit India, it will benefit the whole world if this war can come to some kind of a conclusion. But that's not exactly going to happen, because India has taken a hit. Firstly, our diplomacy was very on a tight leash, because we had to really balance it out, and in the bargain we went on to irritate Americans and Europeans because of two reasons. Firstly, we didn't come out very clearly to condemn Russia. Secondly, we kept on buying the oil, so we have taken a bit of hit, but it's in our interest if the war comes to an end. But I don't think the war will end, because the kind of negotiation on the table, the two sides do not have any convergence point, and I think Trump proposal is not meeting the aspiration of the Ukrainian or the European. And my last point is, the wars will end only when one side actually decides to end it and the other side accepts it. In this case, President Putin is not interested in ending the war, and Ukraine will fight on, because they are not going to barter their territory, their sovereignty and their pride.
Okay, that's one way of looking at things. Of course, the Russian perspective is starkly different. I'll take a quick break, come right back. On the other side, more updates. Of course, that private dinner continues, and after the conclusion of that dinner, President Putin will be heading to his hotel, where he'll be staying the night. And tomorrow, of course, there are those plethora of engagements that he would be participating in. Stay tuned.
Thank you.
दिसंबर में हमारी 23वीं समिट के लिए 140 करोड़ भारतीय उत्सुकता पूर्वक आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
Сделано в Индии, ощутимый. Вот не грех повторять то, что
on the rise, so lay asma, double engine ka
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma, and we are on our exclusive coverage of President Putin, who is in India. He has arrived just a short while ago, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is hosting him at his official residence, the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Let's quickly get in my panelists, because tomorrow is going to be chock-a-block with a number of events that will begin 11 a.m. onwards. Of course, with the ceremonial welcome that will take place at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, he will be headed to the Rajghat for the wreath-laying ceremony. Then he heads to the Hyderabad House, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Putin will be holding a bilateral talk. There are going to be about 20 plus of those documents that are going to be signed in a number of fields, including infrastructure, including mobility, talking about trade and investment between both countries as well. Arctic shipbuilding is one of the key areas that has been the focal point, and a number of spokespersons from both countries have been talking about it at length. And then, of course, there are going to be the joint statements that are going to be released by both leaders tomorrow in the afternoon. Not to mention the India-Russia business forum that takes place tomorrow at the Bharat Mandapam as well on the sidelines. Let's get in Ambassador Mahesh Sachdev into the conversation. Ambassador Sachdev, what are the key expectations? There is already a template that has been built. Briefing the public, briefing the media, both the sides have spoken about what is important: trade, investment, talking about reducing the deficit that India has with India. But the larger picture, what is it that is expected from this meeting? What is it going to achieve?
Thank you, Megha. You've asked a short but very pointed question, and it's not easy to answer. But let me try and give my take. I believe that both sides are going to together attempt to insulate the current buoyancy in their relationship from the vicissitudes around us, be it Ukraine war, be it tariffs, be it other issues. I think what we have seen that post-COVID, we have had a certain spurt in bilateral trade, and defense cooperation has continued, nuclear power cooperation has continued. Meanwhile, Ukraine war and accompanying 10,000 plus sanctions on Russia by the Western powers have changed the dynamic of Russia's overseas engagements. Much of it has suffered, particularly after Lukoil and Rosneft were sanctioned last month. And the two sides here would like to continue building up a buoyant relationship, find new drivers, insulate the drivers that we have from various sort of maledictions, and carry on. And that is what this summit is all about. It combines bilateralism with a certain overlap with multilateral issues, global issues, that has never happened in the bilateral ties before. Thank you.
Okay. I also have with me Professor Madhav Nalapat, and Professor Nalapat, the dark clouds of tariffs continue to hover over this relationship, particularly with the reduced percentage of oil that is now being imported by Indian companies. This was also spoken by the MEA, saying that, the Indian companies have reduced purchasing Russian oil, but keeping in mind the way the market reacts, including tariffs that cannot be discounted, that cannot be overlooked. And to see that with President Putin, there are representatives of a number of oil companies, including Rosneft, which has been heavily tariffed by the United States of America. How do you think India and Russia are going to navigate this difficult problem?
Well, look, the first point is that President Putin has been welcomed by no less from the person from the US than President Trump himself in Alaska. And Trump has sent two of his most trusted people, Steve Witkoff and his own son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to Moscow to negotiate with Putin. So the fact of the matter is that today, let me be honest with you, Russia has again found its feet in the global order. There has been a strong effort by some European countries which are obsessed with this Europe only focus, and this Ukraine must be preserved, otherwise Europe will fall, which is absurd nonsense. Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union. Did Western Europe fall? Not at all. Nothing happened. But now what's happening is US is collecting money for selling weapons to EU, and EU taxpayers are paying the bill, and they're getting fed up, increasingly fed up. So the point is, President Putin is a very welcome visitor to India. Russia has definitely been a time-tested friend. As you know, we have a special and privileged relationship. But I think one thing that the Prime Minister can ask and request his old friend, President Putin, is that the payment for this, the huge amount of Russian oil and gas imports, and should be made not in a basket of currencies where the Chinese RMB is dominating, but in rupees and rubles. I think rupee-ruble trade was very much there in the past. It has served both countries well, and I do believe that it's time to revive the rupee-ruble trade so that Russia gets paid in rupees and we get paid in rubles, and we buy from each other. So I think that's important. And I think from the point of view of India, India is a time-tested relationship. It's a very good relationship, and the relationship between Prime Minister Modi and Putin are very close, which is one reason why the Prime Minister himself was on hand at the airport and took him away to his own private residence to host a dinner for him, where I'm very certain that apart from the public announcements, some very sensitive matters are going to be discussed by the two leaders. Thank you, Megha.
Raymond Vickery is also on the show with me. Raymond, how is the US administration viewing this development, the arrival of President Putin here in India?
Well, thanks very much for having me. It seems to me that the building of peace and prosperity in the world requires strategy, it requires partners, and it requires principles. As Professor Nalapat has pointed out many times, the major geopolitical threat to India is from China. Somehow India has convinced itself that it can have Russia, and that somehow Russia will help in this major threat from China. I would think that India has much more in common with the democracies of the world, including the United States and including Europe, Japan, so forth, than it does with Russia. If India thinks that it will be better off economically, strategically, or in terms of its overall values and principles with Russia, it seems to me it is a time for reassessment. Unfortunately, President Trump has driven India further into the arms of Russia by the administration's transactional approach. One would hope that we would get back to a situation that we've had over the past 30 years, which is moving away from estrangement between India and the U.S. and toward a closer relationship as natural partners.
I'll just quickly interrupt you, sir. We're getting information now that President Putin has in fact departed from Prime Minister Modi's residence now, so which means that private dinner that had been organized by Prime Minister for President Putin is now over. He is headed back to his hotel at ITC Moria. So that part of today's engagement now done. Tomorrow, like I said, are going to be a slew of engagements that he will be taking part in 11 a.m. onwards. Yes, Raymond Vickery, please continue with your thought.
Well, as I was saying, it seems to me that India has much more in common with the democracies of the world, Western Europe, United States, Japan, than it does with Russia. Unfortunately, the transactional approach rather than a relationship approach, which has been adopted by the Trump administration, has made it more and more difficult for India to resume the path toward partnership with democracies.
Okay.
That having said, one hopes that on both sides there will be an assessment which will allow us to go forward, but that is by no means assured.
General Dhruv Katoch, do you really think the tariff war that has been waged by US President Donald Trump on India has pushed India further into Russia's arms? Or do you think India right now is also sort of pausing and contemplating, observing how things are vis-a-vis India-US trade relations? That trade pact is yet to be signed. It is being heavily negotiated for months together for now, for the last, like I said, for the last so many months. And here we have new opportunities by way of defense pacts that are being proposed, talking about reducing India's trade deficit with Russia, which is heavily favoring Russia at this point of time, and therefore we see this massive business delegation that Putin has brought along with him, and this India Business Forum, a 2-day India Business Forum that is taking place, that has been organized jointly by FICCI and by the Russia Business Forum, which is called Ross Congress. So is India at this point of time walking a tightrope?
Thank you, Megha. Yes, India is certainly walking a tightrope, but statements to say that is India being thrown into this camp or that camp, I really don't think that works out. India is not a football or something that they can throw us around. We are players in our own right, and India will do whatever is necessary in its self-interest. That is the first point. Second point, when Mr. Raymond Vickery, you made that point about in the event of hostilities between India and China, will Russia support us? I don't think India is looking at any form of support from anybody in the event of hostilities with China, either from the United States or from Russia. We will handle our own affairs. I think that point needs to be made very clear. If there is a fight on the higher Himalayas, we'll do it. We'll handle whatever opposition is our side. I don't expect either the Americans coming in to support India or the Russians. We'll do it ourselves. But coming down to this, this moot point, I think there are very serious concerns about trade. Let us make no mistakes about that. With Russia, we are importing a huge quantum of oil. When we talk about $68 billion is the trade, our exports are just 5 billion and the imports are 63 billion.
Yeah.
And there is beyond a certain point, you can't really deal in rupees and rubles, because what is Russia going to do with all those rupees, which keep accumulating over the years? Then unless we can handle those sort of issues, I think it'll be very difficult to go ahead. With the Americans, again, that is our market. A very large part of our exports go to the US. So there'll certainly be a challenge there, and we want that trade deal to go through. Now, I think we will negotiate this. I see no reason why India cannot have a friendly relationship with Russia, from whom we have very strategic defense relationships, and also a friendly relationship with the United States. It doesn't appear contradictory to me. It is something which is workable, which is doable, and is something which we will do.
Okay.
With the Americans, we are also, as of now, we are, a large number of defense imports are taking place from the US. But the US always puts some spokes in the wheel at some time, for the engines for LCA, which was supposed to come, but which keep getting delayed and delayed and with conditions. Now, stuff like that won't work. But ultimately, I think India is a player in its own right. We will do what is in our national interest, whether we buy oil from Russia or from elsewhere, that we will see. But I don't think we will be dictated to by any third power or any other power as to what we should do or how we should run our foreign policy. We are quite capable and competent of running our own affairs, and we don't want other people to start interfering in what India is doing. Megha.
Okay. Hindu, your point of view, like while we have rolled out the red carpet for President Putin, it's true the other way around as well, because this is perhaps one of the largest delegations, business delegations, that President Putin has traveled with to India. And I think the front and center of all communication that has been had by both sides is about how to increase Indian investments into Russia, how to balance that trade deficit that India continues to have with Russia. There is agricultural sector that has been brought into prime focus, textiles, talking about marine products, also talking about skilled and semi-skilled Indian workers that will travel to Russia potentially seeking job opportunities because of the requirement that Russia has when it comes to its human resources. Do you think moving ahead, India is likely to call the shots in terms of reducing that trade deficit, that $63 billion versus $5 billion in exports that India does, to maybe like a 40-30 in the near future?
I think these things are easier said than done, and in such relationships, nobody really calls the shots, as it were. It depends from time to time as the relationship evolves. Both parties may have different perspectives. I think one of the things to zoom out and note here, Megha, is that this is probably one of the key areas of the world where President Putin finds such a warm welcome. There aren't that many places in the world where he can actually, with confidence, expect such a warm welcome. And this, of course, is a byproduct of long-standing ties, faith between the governments, and so on and so forth. I think we should ask two questions which are critical. Number one, how can we, in a sense, and this is the question you were also asking and some other speakers were saying, in a sense, balance the trade in somewhat. I don't think in the near future we will be able to balance it. One of the sectors where we are pushing hard for Russia to buy more is, of course, pharma. And I think we can make a dent there, but we won't come anywhere close to balancing anything. We will continue to, as long as we are dependent on fossil fuels, we will be largely dependent on a significant chunk of our fossil fuels coming from Russia, considering what's happening in Iran, what's happening in Venezuela, and so on and so forth. The other question to ask is to zoom out and ask, as we ask the question, are we going to buy the Sukhoi 57? I think the question is very much out there. We don't have a clear answer to that yet, because we are very, very keen to develop our own military-industrial complex. So can the Russians help us develop our military-industrial complex? Well, of course, in their overall interest, because if we become a big military player, their markets go. And the final question to ask is, the size of the Russian economy means that going forward, we do not see, or most people do not see, a rapid expansion of that economy. So that market will always remain small for us. And therefore, how much of that market will be able to deliver to us, including in future advanced technology, is a question we should all ask. Certainly, I'm sure people in Raisina Hill are asking.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, all of you. I'll ask you to stay back because I'm taking a short break. Come right back. We'll give you continuous updates of this big high-profile visit of President Putin to India. Stay tuned.
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो। तू भी ले ले।
अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे। आराम से आराम से आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे। मथुरा की गलियों में गूंजे है राधा, अयोध्या में दूर हुई मंदिर की बाधा, काशी प्रयागराज की गोल्डन चमक, यूपी सरकार की गूंजे धमक। सड़कों पर फर्राटा फिक्रलेस बिल्कुल बिंदास, एक्सप्रेस वे पर साए साए पूरा विश्वास। विकसित यूपी की बढ़ गई प्यास, 2047 का ये विजन बहुत खास। माफिया का दी एंड, फियर गॉन, योगी राज में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हुआ स्ट्रॉन्ग। बेखौफ घूमे जनता, गुंडों पर मार, नया यूपी तोड़ रहा पुरानी दीवार। यूपी ऑन द राइज, सुन ले आसमां, डबल इंजन का ये मिशन महान। 2047 तक हम न रुकेंगे, 6 ट्रिलियन का ड्रीम पूरा करेंगे।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Women in the workforce. Now, more and more women are giving financial independence a lot of priority, sometimes even more than marriage. They want to be financially independent. Women have now
Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma. Let's cut across to my colleague Piyaman for the latest updates from Maharashtra.
Hello and welcome. My name is Pia and you're watching Next in Maharashtra, a special segment where we bring you the latest from India's financial capital. And here's what's making headlines in Maharashtra this week. Maharashtra has paid homage to the 26/11 martyrs on the 17th anniversary of the terror attacks, honoring their sacrifice in defending Mumbai. Watch this special report.
Maharashtra observed the 17th anniversary of the 26/11 terror attacks with deep respect, honouring the brave hearts who laid down their lives defending Mumbai from the attacks on November 26, 2008. A poignant ceremony was held at the Martyrs Memorial inside the Mumbai Police Commissioner's police compound, where leaders and citizens paid floral tributes to the martyred officers and security personnel of Mumbai Police and Forces. The solemn event saw a guard of honour, 2-minute silence and gun salute, remembering the unmatched valor of police officers, staff and security forces who protected countless lives. Officials of the Mumbai Police met and consoled the families of the martyrs present at the memorial. Thousands across the state joined in gratitude, reaffirming that the sacrifice of the 26/11 heroes will never be forgotten.
Meanwhile, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's statue was unveiled at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris on Constitution Day, marking a proud moment for Maharashtra. Here's a report.
In a proud moment on Samvidhan Divas, the statue of Bharat Ratna, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, the architect of India's constitution, was unveiled at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. The statue, proudly presented by the Maharashtra government as a tribute from India, now stands permanently at the global platform of UNESCO, symbolizing the universal values of equality, justice, and human dignity. This honor at UNESCO marks worldwide recognition of Dr. Ambedkar's timeless contribution, a constitution that gives every citizen a voice, guarantees rights for every Indian citizen, and empowers everyone to fulfill their dreams. With the statue now installed at the UNESCO headquarters, Dr. Ambedkar's message of equality and justice reaches every corner of the globe on this Constitution Day.
In other news, the Maharashtra government has approved Phase 1 of India's longest sea link, the Uttan Virar project, set to revolutionize coastal connectivity. Here's more.
In a major infrastructure push, the Maharashtra government has approved phase 1 of the ambitious Uttan-Virar Sea Link project, a 55-kilometer high-speed corridor that will transform coastal connectivity in the Mumbai metropolitan region. Spanning an impressive 24.35 kilometers over the Arabian Sea, this will be India's longest sea bridge, paired with a 30.77 kilometers of elevated and expressways to form a state-of-the-art 6-lane corridor equipped with intelligent transport systems. Once complete, the sea link will drastically reduce congestion on the overburdened Western Express Highway and SV Road, cut travel time, lower emissions and seamlessly connect with Mumbai Coastal Road, Bandra Worli Sea Link and Atal Setu. The 58,754 crore project is set to generate thousands of jobs, spur housing and tourism along the coast and provide direct high-speed access to the upcoming Vadhavan port, with phase 1 targeted for completion in just 60 months.
Meanwhile, in a significant breakthrough for anti-Maoist operations, 11 Maoists, including a key zonal committee member, have surrendered in Gondia, marking a major step towards a Maoist Mukt Bharat. Take a look.
In a significant breakthrough for anti-Maoist operations, 11 Maoists, including a key zonal committee member, surrendered before authorities in Maharashtra's Gondia, marking the first major collective capitulation since the death of top commander Hidma. Amongst the group was Anand alias Vikas Nagpure, a prominent figure in the special Dandakaranya Zonal Committee, along with Divisional Commander Nagasu Golu Vadde and 9 others, who handed over a substantial cache of weapons and operational materials used in armed activities. The surrendered Maoists, active in violence, recruitment, extortion across districts, cited a leadership vacuum and a desire to renounce violence, approaching officials through a spokesperson for a secure rehabilitation process under the state's policy. Officials hailed the event as a triumph of sustained policing and outreach efforts, with the group carrying a combined bounty of 89 lakh rupees. This adds to 114 Maoists who have laid down arms in Maharashtra since January 2025, signaling potential for further disclosures and surrenders.
Finally, Maharashtra's Project Mahadev has reached a landmark with the inauguration of state-level scouting finals, aiming to discover rural football talent. Here's the full story.
Maharashtra's Project Mahadev has reached a landmark moment as the state-level scouting finals were grandly inaugurated by the MITRACRO Praveen Pardesi in the presence of WIFA Vice President Maloji Raje Chhatrapati and other dignitaries. Starting from the village-level trials, 120 talented footballers, both boys and girls, have made it to the final stage of this ambitious Maharashtra government initiative. From these 120, only 60 players, including 30 boys and girls each, will be selected to receive a special 5-year government scholarship and a golden opportunity to train at Lionel Messi's Football Academy on the 14th of December. Launched by the Maharashtra government, Project Mahadev aims to discover rural football stars and ensure at least 5 Maharashtra players are in India's squad for the 2034 FIFA World Cup.
These are this week's updates from Maharashtra. You're watching our special segment Next in Maharashtra. Stay tuned for more news.
In the workforce. Now, more and more women are giving financial independence a lot of priority, sometimes even more than marriage. They want to be financially independent. Women have now very much a very strong part of the workforce. The offices are also been made to be gender sensitive. Women have always
Welcome Welcome back. You're watching Newsx and I'm Megha Sharma. This big breaking development, Rostom, which is Russia's state atomic energy corporation, has announced that Russia has started the delivery of the batch of first fuel for Kudankulam Phase 2. Kudankulam Phase 2 is the second unit of the Kudankulam nuclear power plant, which is a joint Indo-Russian project in Tamil Nadu. According to Rostom, 7 flights will be supplying the full core and reserve fuel for Phase 2 called Units 3 and 4. These units would be the first VVER 1000 reactors to run on an 18-month fuel cycle. So that's very interesting. That was perhaps even expected because of this nuclear energy deal that has been signed between India and Russia, and the first consignment is already being delivered as we speak. Coming back to you, Professor Madhav Nalapat, about what are the larger implications of it and how important does a nuclear cooperation, nuclear energy cooperation between India and Russia mean, keeping in mind that there are countries across the globe where India is exploring building nuclear cooperation deals?
Well, the fact is, Megha, that India has not signed the NPT. India has not signed the CTBT. So India, frankly, is outside any of these regimes. But it also the fact is that very heavy sanctions have on occasion been levied on India, including by the United States, on the issue of nuclear power. Somehow there is a perception in some parts of the world that certain countries are deserving of nuclear power and other countries are underclass countries. They don't deserve the privilege of being a nuclear weapon state and a nuclear state. Now, India, I'm happy to say, our own scientists worked very hard in spite of sanctions to create a first-class program of nuclear research, in fact, nuclear weapons, and including a space program. It just shows the wealth of talent in India, and it brings to my mind one very important point where the Russians can certainly benefit from India, and that is, you allow temporary migration of Indian talent into Russia. There's a lot of talent in India, and now there are some problems to their going to United States. Of course, other countries are welcoming them, but the fact is there are problems with the US. I think Russia should welcome Indian scientists and technicians, and not only that, in various other fields as well, because Russia is suffering from an acute demographic problem, an acute manpower problem, and our country is a country where manpower is not a problem. We have a surplus of manpower, and I think if they go to Russia, you can, in on-the-job training, in a few months, they'll be as good as anybody else in operating even the most sophisticated items. So I think migration from India to Russia would be good for both countries because both are friendly countries. The peoples are very close together. Remember from the time of Raj Kapoor, I mean, Bollywood was a big hit in Russia right from that time. I'm talking about the 1950s. So I think migration from India to Russia would be a very good idea. And secondly, again, there should not be any contradiction between the India and the US and India and Russia. In fact, the US should try and build an alliance between India, Russia, and itself. But the fact of the matter is that the first Cold War was won by the US largely because China jumped on its side against the then Soviet Union, against the Russians, frankly. And today, if India, Russia, and the US come together, they'll be an absolutely impregnable force. No other force on earth can defeat them, which basically means that they're not going to dare to go to war. So you're going to see peace if you have a relationship and a close partnership between India, Russia, and the US. So I'd like to say, Megha, there's no contradiction at all between the US and Russia. In fact, there should be no contradiction between the US and Russia. These contradictions have been introduced, I don't know how, and I don't know why, but it's certainly in the US interest to have good relations with Russia. It's in the Russian interest to have good relations with the US. And I'm sure President Putin would be very warmly responding if President Trump were to do what he did and what he suggested he would do when he was a candidate, when he offered an olive branch to him.
Okay, all right. Professor General Dhruv Katoch, keeping in mind about, it is quite indicative because we saw the Rostom, the State Atomic Energy Corporation of Russia, its head is also in India. We also see Roscosmos, which is the Russian space agency's director, is also over here. And there is very close cooperation in both these arenas between Russia and India. Do you think there could be a possibility of more such announcements in the field of space, or documents being signed in the field of space between Moscow and Delhi?
Yes, I think so. Most certainly, because nuclear, of course, is one issue where the Russians are now coming in for stage 2 of the Kudam power plant. But here also we must remember in 2011 there were protests launched by India against the, they wanted the closure of this plant. And these are all instigated by certain Western agencies. So this time I don't think anything of that nature will happen, and we will go ahead with the upgradation of the plant. As in space, I think there is scope for a great deal of cooperation, especially because India is also a major space power now. It is not simply that India has got nothing to offer. India has got a great deal to offer in space with our own capacities, our capabilities, and our scientific manpower. So I'm quite certain that hopefully even tomorrow there may be some announcement on the space sector besides other defense deals which may actually come up. Megha.
Right. I do want to point this out that, just on the eve of President Putin's arrival in India, there was quite the commotion that had been created. There were the ambassadors of United Kingdom, Germany and France, which came out with an opinion piece targeting Russia, targeting President Putin and blaming the country for the war against Ukraine. And of course, a day later, there was the Russian ambassador to India, Denis Alipov, who gave a counter by way of another opinion piece. But what in the Ministry of External Affairs in India came up and said in a comment when asked about their reaction was that it was highly unusual and unacceptable for these envoys to come together and make an opinion such as this. Do you think that at this point of time is a narrative that Russia is also trying to build, that it is Europe that is stopping Russia and US to strike a deal to pause the war or end it completely? And what role could India play over here now that the Russian president is here?
I think it's very immature to think, as perhaps some people in Europe think, that supposedly because of Prime Minister Modi's relationship with President Putin and India's long-standing relationship with Russia, somehow Prime Minister Modi can influence President Putin to stop the war. This is such an infantile opinion, and it really rubs out and erases so much complexity about the Ukraine conflict and its long-standing history between NATO and Russia, that it is truly laughable. I do think that this article and exchange of articles that happened in Indian newspaper really broke a lot of protocol. This is not how countries are supposed to behave and envoys are supposed to behave in a third country. It is not right for our media to be used for a mudslinging match between, sets of foreign countries. This sets a very bad precedence. I think the only reason the MEA did not issue a démarche is because we are already, as you know, we are looking to sign a big trade deal with the Europeans. There's a lot of action happening there. So we are, working with patience. But I think the MEA is right in pointing out that this is really wrong and this completely breaks all protocol. And again, this idea that Prime Minister Modi can sort of whisper, the right things to President Putin to end the war is quite a ridiculous thing. In fact, if the Europeans are serious about ending the war, they should really try and influence the situation on the ground and thrash out the peace deal that is already being worked upon with the help of the United States. That's the only way some sort of peace would come. Trying to put pressure on India is quite ridiculous. And what has happened because of this is ties between India, Russia, and indeed even with China, has only grown. This is exactly the reverse of what the West, and especially America, wants or needs. So this is a complex game. I'm not sure why European foreign policy, always reacts in this infantile manner. But I do think there is a lot that India and Russia can work together on, including, of course, somebody mentioned space, a very vital sector. Professor Nalapat mentioned movement of people, very, very critical, especially if we can get an assurance that our people will not be used as soldiers in the war. All of this, no doubt, will be discussed tomorrow.
Right. Absolutely. And General Dhruv Katoch, when we talk about India-Russia relations, when we talk about India-Russia cooperation, we have to speak about defense. And while there will not be, of course, any of those deals that are going to be signed, any documents that are going to be signed in the presence of both the leaders, we know that the defense minister of Russia is here, and he's already had a meeting with the Raksha Mantri of India, Rajnath Singh. And a lot of things are on the anvil. I mean, it is being talked about. I don't know where the progress stands at this time, but we're talking about the S-500s, the newer version of the S-400 defense systems. We're talking about the Sukhoi 57s, whether there is going to be transfer of technology, joint production of these stealth fighter jets between India and Russia in terms of a cooperation, in terms of a deal if that is signed. We already know that, there has already been a green signal given to that $100 billion S-400 missiles that India is looking to purchase from Russia after the very successful utilization of the S-400s defense systems in Operation Sindoor against Pakistan. So while the heads of governments may not come out and make statements on these lines, of course there are murmurs and discussions that are happening in full stead, and we cannot discount the fact that the defense minister himself is over here to hold those talks.
Very frankly, I think there is going to be an announcement on defense deals. This is a there are many important components of the visit of President Putin, but this defense is also a very important component of that. And basically, there are two issues. One is air defense systems, and the second is fighter aircraft. Now, the Prime Minister of India had announced much earlier when he spoke of Sudarshan Chakra, and he said that within the next few years, we want to give a complete coverage and air defense coverage, not just to specific areas, but to the whole of India. Now, to do that, you would require the S-500. That is one point. So I think there will be some talk on S-500. And as far as the S-400 is concerned, the two additional regiments which have to come, I think that deal will be signed too. If not tomorrow, then at some point of time it's going to be signed. But the agreement in principle will be given. So that will take care of the air defense requirement. And India will have that Sudarshan Chakra which we so desired to cover every bit of the mother country. On the fighter jets, the issue is slightly different. We are making the AMCA, but the AMCA is still a long, quite some distance away. Now, to cover the immediate gap, for the MiGs, it was filled by the LCA, the Tejas. But for the medium combat aircraft which we require, there are two things which we need. One is we have already got some Sukhoi 30s, but that number has to be made up. Now, we have made up partially the requirement of our Air Force with the Rafales. I think there may be a requirement of getting 2 more squadrons of Rafale and then looking into purchases of the Sukhoi 57. 4 to 6 squadrons or even more of the Sukhoi 57, which Russia, I believe, is prepared to give. Now, this, in my view, if it comes about, it will come about in a phased manner that, one, there will be a direct purchase. Secondly, there will be a certain quantum which are going to be made in India, and the third will be the TOT. The third component, I think, is going to be very important, that TOT component, because if we get that technology, then, it'll give a boost to the AMCA. What we are going to do now is not going to be at the expense of AMCA. It is going to be to actually support the AMCA program also, and that is where the TOT comes in. I'm not sure how far it will go on the TOT, both with Rafale and with Russia, but time will tell. But I think that is going to be the track in which India and the Indian Air Force is going to take.
All right, those are all interesting aspects to the visit of President Putin, and of course he comes with his delegates, 7 ministers, a number of business leaders who are part of that delegation. I thank all of you for joining me, and I hope to see you tomorrow, because tomorrow is the big day. It is the main day. President Putin starts off his engagements 11 a.m. onwards. Of course, there is the ceremonial welcome that he will receive at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and then of course he will be headed to the Hyderabad House. The bilateral meeting happens between both leaders. President Putin will complete all his engagements and leave from India at 9 p.m. tomorrow. So stay tuned for catching all that action only on Newsx. In fact, actually, let's take a look at some exclusive conversations that we have had with some of these Russian nationals, these dignitaries who have come down to India alongside President Putin with his delegation. I have right now with me Kirill Kuzentov. He is the actor of the film August. Thank you very much, first of all, for joining me, and please do us help put in perspective President Putin's visit, and how important is this visit for both India and Russia.
Скажите, пожалуйста, вот сейчас идет визит Владимира Владимировича Путина в Индию. С вашей точки зрения, насколько это важно для России и Индии, для наших взаимоотношений?
Это очень важно, потому что у нас хорошие дружественные отношения с Индией, и визит президента как раз это и доказывает.
This is really important for us because we have a quite warm and strong relationships with India, and this meeting between Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin and Modi proves it.
И очень хорошо, что это совпало с фестивалем российского кино в Индии.
This is really great that it's Russian Film Festival goes in parallel with such a huge meeting.
Потому что кино является универсальным языком, который объединяет людей всех со всех континентов.
Because cinema is a unique language which combines all people from all over the globe.
How do you see the cultural collaborations between India and Russia, particularly in cinema, complementing the broader diplomatic engagement that is taking place between India and Russia by way of the heads of governments that are meeting today?
Как вы видите взаимодействие именно в киноиндустрии, которое будет сопровождаться, ну, точнее, взаимодействие киноиндустрии, которое идет в параллели сейчас с этим визитом? Как вы видите перспективу именно кино?
Отвечу как актер.
Скажу как актер. I will tell as an actor.
Что совместные проекты индийских и российских киностудий это имеет очень большой потенциал.
I believe that co-production projects between Russia and India have huge potential.
В особенности в таких жанрах, как танцевальное и музыкальное кино.
Especially in dance movie or music movie.
Потому что Индия, не побоюсь этого слова, является мировым амбассадором этих жанров.
Because India is really global, worldwide ambassador of such genres.
И мне, как актеру, было бы крайне интересно поучаствовать в таких проектах.
I, as an actor, would love to join such a project.
How do you envision India and Russia and Serbia expanding their cultural partnership over the next 5 years?
Как вы видите развитие взаимоотношений между Россией, Сербией и Индией в ближайшие 5 лет?
Я верю, что те слова, которые сегодня были сказаны на конференции,
I believe that all words which were said here on this conference
превратятся в реальные истории, которые будут сняты на кинопленку.
They will cause the real actions which will be shooted in a movie.
И их увидят не только зрители Индии, России и Сербии.
And not only Russian viewers, Serbian viewers or Indian viewers will watch such a movie.
А их увидит весь мир.
But all the world.
All right, that was Kirill Kuznetsov, who's the Russian actor and has acted in the famous film August. In fact, I'm also being joined right now by Elza Antonova, the General Director of JSC Roskino. Do help us put in perspective President Putin's visit in India and how important is this for both India and Russia partnership?
Первый вопрос. Скажите, пожалуйста, вот визит Владимира Владимировича Путина сейчас, насколько это важно для развития отношений между Россией и Индией?
Добрый день. Конечно, для нас это очень важно. Визит главы нашего государства в Индию, встреча глав Российской Федерации и Индии. И именно к этому приурочены такие значимые события в области культуры и кино.
Of course, this visit is really important for us. Meeting between our two presidents, and we do in parallel such events like Russian Film Festival and this today's event.
Отношения между нашими странами достигли за последние несколько лет необычайно высокого уровня, что подтверждается и очень представительным составом российской делегации сегодня в Индии.
So our relationships now on top. And that's, you can see the huge delegation from Russia here to India. So this is really proof that our relationships.
Для нашей страны являются ключевыми и знаковыми такие события, как первая открытая евразийская кинопремия, как фестиваль российского кино. И прекрасно, что мы имеем возможность представить наши картины в Индии здесь сегодня.
So for us, it's really important that we have such initiative like Open Eurasian Award, Diamond Butterfly, and we are so glad to present here the films and the delegation.
How do you see the cultural collaboration, especially in cinema, complementing the broader diplomatic engagements taking place between India and Russia during this high-level visit, such as this of President Putin to India?
Как вы видите развитие наших двусторонних отношений в кино, которые будут идти в параллельно вот с этим большим отношениями между нашими двумя странами во время этого визита?
В 2017 году мы подписали соглашение о совместном кинопроизводстве, и нам понадобилось несколько лет для того, чтобы уже реализовать яркие совместные официальные копродукционные проекты. В этом году у нас выходит в прокат фильм «Жемчуг».
In 2017, we signed co-production agreement between our two countries, and this is really important. And this year, we see the result of this co-production agreement. The new movie will be released in 2026. It's called Gems.
Начало положено. В следующем году будет запущен производство проект «Smash», и уже ведутся переговоры между нашими кинематографистами о создании новых проектов.
This is just first step, and in the nearest future, there are new projects will come. Such projects as Smash will be shooted nearby.
What are the biggest opportunities that you envisage in the co-production of films between India and Russia and Serbia?
Как вы вообще видите возможности создать фильм между Россией, Сербией и Индией?
Сербия и Индия – наши стратегические партнеры. С обоими государствами у нас есть соглашение о совместном кинопроизводстве. В Индии, как я сказала, в 2017 году подписано подобное соглашение, в Сербии в текущем году. И мы наращиваем, конечно, сотрудничество в этой области. И как раз презентация нашего фильма сербского производства, как называется, «Лесной...»
Earl King.
Лесной царь.
Лесной
царь, да. И презентация нашего фильма «Лесной царь», который получил одну из главных наград открытой евразийской кинопремии, показан был зрителям в Индии, очень тепло встречен. Я думаю, что наши традиционные ценности кинематографа как раз совпадают у всех трех государств.
Yes, this is really important for us, first of all. And Serbia and Russia, Serbia and India, our strategic partners, and especially in cinema. as I said, we signed agreement, co-production agreement between Russia and India in 2017. This year, we also signed a co-production agreement with Serbia. So, and we are happy to present here also the Serbian movie, which called Earl King, which will be screened in the Russian Film Festival, which already screened here during the Diamond Butterfly event, and we are happy that we think that our co-production projects will be thrive.
How do you envision India and Russia expanding their cultural partnership over the next 5 years?
Как вы видите взаимное проникновение культур России и Индии в ближайшие 5 лет?
Учитывая, что за последние 3 года уровень взаимодействия между Россией и Индией, в том числе в области культуры и кинематографии, достиг небывалых высот, и я думаю, что в будущем наши проекты будут только реализовываться с еще большим успехом, и у нас уже много новых, ранее не опробованных проектов в задумке, которые мы планируем реализовать в 2026 году.
So, last 3 years, Russia and India has improved and increased collaboration, and it's really now on top, I guess. And in the nearest future, in the nearest 3 years, we have some ideas for projects which will be implemented between Russia and India.
Мы надеемся, что на фестивале, крупнейшем кинофестивале Индии ИФИ в следующем году мы сделаем большую программу от Российской Федерации, фокус на Россию.
We hope that next year on IFI, which is going to be on Goa in India, we will present Russia as a country in focus, to have a special section.
Также мы планируем организовать масштабный павильон российских кинопроизводителей в рамках кинорынка «Фильм-базар».
And also we are going to present Russian filmmakers, Russian exporters on Film-Bazaar cinema market, content market.
И, конечно, мы продолжим реализовывать нашу перекрестную систему кинофестивалей и проводить фестивали индийского кино в России в нескольких городах России и, соответственно, фестиваль российского кино в Индии.
And we are going to support and proceed with cross-cultural, festivals in Russia and India. So we will screen Indian movies in Russia, so launching Indian Film Festival in Russia, and we hope to proceed with Russian Film Festival in India.
All right, thank you very much, Elza Antonova, for joining us, speaking to us, and a grand welcome to you to India. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this telecast of Newsx, a special telecast on President Putin, the head of government of Russia, who has arrived in India. Stay tuned tomorrow, starting 7 a.m. onwards. We are continuously live, giving you all the updates on the President's engagement with the Prime Minister. Stay tuned.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
सोच रहा हूँ टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लूं ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना हो। तू भी ले ले।
अबे जल्दी क्या है, बाद में देख लेंगे।
आराम से आराम से आराम से। अब तक कुणाल को हार्ट अटैक आ गया यार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
अगर आप बनना चाहते हैं एंकर या फिर आप में है जुनून एक तेज तर्रार न्यूज रिपोर्टर बनने का, तो आप ज्वाइन करें ITV और इंडिया न्यूज़ का मीडिया स्कूल। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का कोर्स आपको मौका देता है देश के दिग्गज एंकर्स के साथ काम करने का। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल में आप बेहद नजदीकी से देख पाएंगे किस तरह से ITV नेटवर्क के दिग्गज पत्रकारों की टीम दिन रात खबरों पर काम करती है। इस कोर्स के दौरान आप सीखेंगे एंकरिंग की एक एक बारीकी उन एंकर्स के साथ जो देश को रखते हैं हर खबर से बाखबर। ITV नेक्स्ट मीडिया इंटरनेशनल स्कूल का ये कोर्स आपके एंकरिंग स्किल्स को करेगा इतना सशक्त, मजबूत, जिससे आप बनेंगे पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का वो चमकता चेहरा जो दुनिया देखेगी और पसंद करेगी।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
The Sukhoi Su-57 is Russia's fifth-generation fighter jet. The twin-engine military aircraft boasts super maneuverability, supersonic cruising and advanced avionics. Sukhoi Su-57 achieves Mach 2.0 maximum speed with 3,500-kilometer combat radius featuring fifth-generation stealth technology. It's also equipped with advanced missile and electronic warfare systems. You're watching Explained by Newsx. I'm Uday Pratap Singh. In this segment, we're going to be talking about Su-57 entering limited service in 2020. It was developed by the Sukhoi Design Bureau, creator of the Flanker series, a line of aircraft that serves as the backbone of the Russian aerospace forces. The maximum takeoff weight of the Su-57 Felon is about 35 metric tons, though the Su-57 is sometimes described as a fifth-generation fighter. The generational terms used for fighter aircrafts are somewhat vague. It was developed after two initially Soviet proposals for new generation fighters failed to reach the production stage. A canard delta configuration developed by the Mikoyan Design Bureau and a forward-swept wing canard designed from Sukhoi. In 1999, Russia launched a combat aircraft initiative, the prospective aviation complex of Frontline Aviation. This resulted in the selection of a new Sukhoi design that featured a cropping delta wing and twin tails. Low observable design incorporates composite materials and radar-absorbing coatings, reducing electromagnetic signature significantly. Active electronically scanned array radar enables simultaneous multi-target tracking and engagement, providing air superiority advantage. Advanced sensor fusion integrates multiple data sources, enhancing situational awareness during combat operations. The Su-57 is equipped with two engines featuring controlled thrust vectoring, enabling it to execute maneuvers at near zero speeds. Extreme angles of attack and spins, these capabilities can provide a significant edge in aerial combat. In conventional fighters or bombers, pilots must constantly monitor flight parameters to avoid losing control. The Su-57, however, ensures it never does. Besides Russia, only the US and China are manufacturing fighter aircrafts in the same generation. As Russia's most advanced fighter, the Sukhoi Su-57 has a smaller radar cross-section than the Su-27 flanker, helping the aircraft avoid detection by enemy defensive systems. This is achieved through its airframe shape, choice of materials and inclusion of an internal weapons bay. Carrying weapons internally also reduces drag, which aids supercruise. The ability to achieve and sustain a supersonic speed without recourse to afterburners. US levels of low radar observability, which require aircrafts to have immaculately smooth outer surfaces, are incompatible with the traditional Russian rough and ready doctrines. Instead, the design emphasizes high performance, super maneuverability and a counter stealth capability using unique low-band wing root antennae. The Su-57 carries a comprehensive defensive suite which includes missile approach warning sensors. It is probably the first fighter aircraft fitted with a directed infrared countermeasures system, a defensive aid that blinds hostile infrared missiles. The Su-57 has two DIR-CM 101 KSO sensors. In addition, the aircraft can use the infrared search and trackability of the passive sensor 101 KS5 OLS 50 meters, which also features a laser rangefinder. As with all fighter aircrafts, the Su-57 carries chaff to confuse hostile radars and flares to distract infrared guided missiles. An L402 Himalayas active jammer is contained in the aircraft's tail cone. The main aircraft sensor is the N036 Belka, an active electronically scanned array radar system developed by Tikhomirov Scientific Research Institute of Instrument Design. It consists of a primary X-band, that's 8 to 12 gigahertz radar called the N036-101, mounted on the nose. There are two smaller elliptical sideways looking antenna arrays under hexagonal dielectric panels on the sides of the nose. Two long thin L-band N036L-101 antenna arrays are in the wing's leading edge and the leading edge vortex controller. The Levcon is an innovative control surface used by the Su-57 and is visible on the inner sections of the wing's leading edges. Another distinctive feature of the Su-57 is the all-movable vertical tail fins. The Su-57 employs widely spaced engine nacelles that are similar to those of the Su-27. The aircraft is powered by two AL-41F turbofan engines, which are planned to be replaced with a more modern AL-51F1 for extreme maneuvers. The aircraft may steer with the use of 2.5D thrust vectoring nozzles. Although the aircraft is currently considered to have a large UN stealthy rear hemisphere radar signature, a flatter type of exhaust nozzle will likely be integrated later and should reduce this. The Su-57 has 12 hardpoints for ordnance or stores, 6 internal and 6 external. The Su-57's armament includes an internal 30mm caliber automatic cannon with 150 rounds weighing approximately 50 kilograms. This cannon is one of the lightest in its class and has a maximum theoretical rate of fire of 1500 rounds per minute. The aircraft can be fitted with various guided air-to-air weapons, including the R-77M medium-range active radar-guided missile, R-74M2 infrared guided missile, and R-37M long-range radar-guided missile. Air-to-surface missile options include the KH-38 standoff missiles, KH-35U anti-ship missiles, and KH-31AD-PD and KH-58 anti-radiation missiles to destroy radars. It's also compatible with the KAB series of guided bombs, including the large KAB-1500, which weighs approximately 1500 kilograms. The Su-57 has yet to see large-scale introduction. About 30 production aircrafts have been delivered to the Russian Aerospace Forces by the start of 2025, with an expressed desire for a total of 76. The Su-57's slow integration is partly because the funding crisis in Russia caused by its aggression towards neighboring Ukraine, technical issues with the project, and the adequacy of existing platforms such as the Su-35. If technological and production hurdles are overcome, the Su-57 may evolve into a formidable frontline fighter in the coming decade, especially as global air forces transition towards 6th-generation platforms. Interestingly, the Russian Su-57 beats its American and Chinese rivals in one crucial area. The Su-57 can carry anti-radiation missiles, which are instrumental for conducting SEAD, which is suppression of enemy air defenses, and DEAD, which is destruction of enemy air defenses in combat. Well, Su-57, which is a rival of the American F-35 Lightning II aircraft fighter jet, of course, has an edge over other aircrafts due to its ability to remain under control in any mode. Unlike the Su-57, the American F-35 Joint Strike Fighter stealth aircraft has been purchased by over 17 countries worldwide, with many more orders in the pipeline. The Su-57 is designed more for defensive air superiority and intercepting threats, while the F-35 is an offensive-focused aircraft designed to penetrate enemy airspace. The F-35 has a lower radar cross-section and is considered more stealthy in a wider range of situations. The Su-57 has stealth features but is less stealthy than the F-35. The F-35 is superior in sensor integration and network-centric warfare, acting as a forward sensor for other assets. The Su-57 uses 5 radars, including L-band, to help detect stealth aircraft. The Su-57 has a higher top speed and is more maneuverable, whereas the F-35 is designed for a different mission profile. The Su-57 is significantly cheaper to produce than the F-35. The Su-57 is a 5th-generation fighter, while the Rafale is a 4th-generation fighter. This is a significant difference in their design and capabilities. The Su-57 also is estimated to be cheaper than the Rafale and F-35. The Su-57 has a higher top speed and is considered more maneuverable as well. While many significant questions remain about the future of the Su-57, even just in Russian service work, it's clearly continuing at least on a level to improve the design, and with renewed focus on potential export sales as well.
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना। तू भी ले ले।
यार अभी तो यंग है यार, बाद में देखते हैं। आजा।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है, इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
And let's take a quick deep dive now into a possible important feature in the talks between Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin. On your screens now, you can see the S-500, which is larger, stronger and smarter brother of the S-400 missile, which brought Pakistan to its knees during Operation Sindoor. India has its eyes on acquiring this defense system and air shield. Welcome to another episode of Deep Dive, brought to you by Newsx. I'm Adar Pratap Singh. We're today taking a deeper look at this marvelous air shield, the S-500. Well, firstly, the Russian-made S-400 air defense system proved to be decisive during India's Operation Sindoor earlier this year. The Indian Air Force hailed the S-400, which is a cutting-edge surface-to-air missile platform, as the game-changer in the three-day confrontation. And now, with Russian President Vladimir Putin set to arrive in India, New Delhi is setting its sights on the S-400's bigger, stronger and smarter successor, the S-500 Prometheus air shield. India's keenness in procuring S-400 missile systems, upgrading Sukhoi 30 fighter jets and purchasing other critical military hardware from Russia will be on the agenda in the talks between Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and his Russian counterpart Andrei Belousov, which are currently on in New Delhi. The S-500 Prometheus is Russia's latest next-generation air and missile defense system designed to defeat a wide spectrum of advanced threats, from stealth aircraft and drones to ballistic missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles and even select low Earth orbit objects. Developed by Almaz Ante, the S-500 represents a significant leap forward from the S-400, expanding air defense into the near space layer. With an interception range of roughly 500 to 600 kilometers and a strike altitude of 180 to 200 kilometers, it functions as a strategic national level shield rather than a conventional battlefield system. The S-500 is not just an improved S-400, it represents a qualitative leap in what air defense systems can do. It is designed to defend not only high altitude airspace but also the near space layer. This is not the case though with the S-400. The S-500 can engage faster, higher flying threats including long-range ballistic missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles and even select low Earth orbit objects. The S-500 can intercept threats at a range of roughly 500 to 600 kilometers and engage targets at altitudes of 180 to 200 kilometers, reaching deep into the near space layer. In comparison, the S-400 ceiling is about 30 kilometers. In October 2018, India signed a $5 billion deal with Russia to purchase 5 units of the S-400 air defense missile systems, despite a warning from the US that proceeding with the contract may invite US sanctions under the provisions of the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act. To talk about and sum up the top features of the S-500, well, it can intercept threats at 500 to 600 kilometers, depending on missile type. It's designed to counter both aerial and strategic missile threats at long distances. It operates an engagement altitude of 180 to 200 kilometers, penetrating the exo-atmospheric near space layer. It allows interception of ballistic missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles and some LEO objects. It also uses advanced interceptors like 77N6N and 77N6N1. It's capable of kinetic kill, meaning destroying targets with force rather than explosive proximity. Unlike the missiles of the S-400 system, they destroy incoming threats by ramming straight into them at extreme speeds rather than exploding near them. It's specifically developed to engage hypersonic cruise missiles, hypersonic glide vehicles and high-speed ballistic re-entry vehicles. It comes with an engagement reaction time of 3 to 4 seconds, significantly quicker than the S-400. Russia has inducted a limited number of S-500 units into service in 2021 and production remains modest. Reportedly, Russia is pitching the S-500 not merely as a purchase but as a co-production program with Almaz Ente, the state-owned air and space defense giant behind the S-300, S-400 and S-500 families. The key components would be manufactured in India. The S-500 is significantly more expensive than the S-400 and requires complex maintenance, specialized training and long-term servicing arrangements. Integrating it into India's command and control network would also be challenging. Export availability is extremely limited and political negotiations are likely to be protracted, but the system's capabilities are built for the next era of air and missile defense. Backing these missiles is a new generation of radars built on gallium nitride technology. Simply put, these radars have longer range, quicker tracking and far better jamming resistance than those in the S-400. Moreover, one S-500 air shield unit can include up to a dozen launchers, along with command posts and 3 high-performance radars.
यार सोच रहा हूँ पॉलिसी बाजार से टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस ले लेता हूँ ताकि मेरे बाद फैमिली को पैसों की कमी ना। तू भी ले ले।
यार अभी तो यंग है यार, बाद में देखते हैं। आजा चल।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का टर्म लाइफ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 400 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Born on 7th October 1952 in St. Petersburg. Studied law at Leningrad State University. Rose to the ranks of Lieutenant Colonel. He is now Russia's longest serving president. This is the story of Vladimir Putin's rise.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Newsx Explained with me, Uday Pratap Singh. Today on Explain, we break down the rise of Vladimir Putin, the Russian president. Let's take a look at this old interview that Putin had given to CNN back in September 2000 to Larry King. He was asked what happened in the Kursk 2000 tragedy.
Tell me, what happened with the submarine?
He's almost sneering, almost proud of his own wit as he answers a question about the Kursk submarine tragedy, an accident that killed 118 Russian servicemen. So how did a man who once displayed such brazen dismissiveness transform into the stony, controlled, patriotic figure the world recognizes today? How did this man rise from a KGB spy to Russia's president? And how did the man manage to hold power for more than 2 decades? To be precise, 23 years. Today we will not begin from the beginning. Let's take you to the moment when he was made the president for the first time. This is the night of December 31st, 1999. As the century turned, so did the fate of Russia. Boris Yeltsin unexpectedly resigned and handed over the sprawling, nuclear-armed Russian Federation to a relatively unknown former spy. The camera has captured a stiff, almost reluctant Putin standing next to a visibly emotional Yeltsin. Here is how he started his first address as a Russian president.
Дорогие друзья, сегодня, в новогоднюю ночь, я, как и вы, с родными и друзьями, собирался выслушать слова приветствия президента России Бориса Николаевича Ельцина. Но вышло иначе.
This unwelcoming and stiff address could be because Russia was on the brink of collapse when Yeltsin handed over power. The oligarchs were running the economy, the second Chechen war was underway, terrorism was rising, and public trust in the government was virtually zero. Putin wasn't just stepping into office, he was stepping into a burning building. That pressure showed, but it was not always that he wanted to become the Russian president. Putin stated in various interviews that he originally aspired to become an airline pilot with Aeroflot and planned to enroll at the Civil Aviation Institute of Leningrad. Masha Gessen, in Putin's biography, The Man Without a Face, The Unlikely Rise of Vladimir Putin, wrote that Putin's interest shifted towards a career in intelligence after being influenced by Soviet-era espionage media, such as reading biographies of notable intelligence figures such as Richard Sorge and Jan Burzin, and watching the 1968 film series The Shield and the Sword and the 1972 television series 17 Moments of Spring. A wrestler at school in St. Petersburg in 1971, he started having a romantic desire to become a KGB agent and serve his country incognito. Perhaps the perfect job for someone who liked to avoid the limelight. In January 1974, Putin was approached by Colonel Dmitry Ganserov of the Leningrad Committee for State Security, or the KGB Personnel Department, tasked with identifying promising university students for potential recruitment in Leningrad State University's law faculty. Hence, his intelligence journey began from 1975 to 1991. Putin was recruited by the Leningrad Directorate of the KGB, serving initially in the 5th Chief Directorate, responsible for domestic counterintelligence, before transitioning to the 1st Chief Directorate, which handled foreign intelligence operations. From 1985, for 5 years, Putin was stationed in Dresden East Germany, serving in KGB's Foreign Intelligence Unit. Stationed in fact, recently his old East German secret police identification card was discovered in the Stasi archives. Stasi was the state security service and secret police of East Germany. During his time in Germany, he oversaw the recruitment of illegal agents and coordinated activities between the local KGB office and the Dresden branch of East Germany's Ministry for State Security, or Stasi. In this tenure, he witnessed the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the collapse of Soviet power in 1988. In Putin's eyes, Russia lost just 2 million square miles of territory. Probably at this time, he learnt the cost of a weak state. In 1990, he left active KGB service officially and became an advisor to Anatoly Sobchak, the liberal mayor of St. Petersburg. By the mid-1990s, Putin moved to Moscow and began working in the Kremlin. His career advanced rapidly. In 1997, he was appointed deputy chief of the Kremlin's property management department. In 1998, he became director of the Federal Security Service, the KGB's successor agency. In August 1999, he was named the Prime Minister of Russia by President Boris Yeltsin. He was already accusing the US and NATO of undermining the post-World War II international order. Let's listen in to what he said in May 1999.
На сегодняшний день группа государств предпринимает активную попытку изменить сложившийся после Второй мировой войны международный миропорядок. По существу, дезавуировать все договоренности, которые были достигнуты странами коалиции после Второй мировой войны.
In September 1999, a series of apartment bombings killed hundreds in Russia. The government blamed Chechen separatists. Chechen leaders denied it. But Putin responded with a tough military campaign in Chechnya. He appeared on television and uttered the line Russians still remember: "We will hunt them down everywhere. If we find them in the toilet, we will wipe them out in their outhouse." Crude, unfiltered, ominous and strangely reassuring to a population desperate for strength. Putin's approval ratings doubled almost overnight. Then he became the president in December 1990 and first elected president of Russia on March 26, 2000. He assumed office on the 7th of May, making his formal entry into the Kremlin. After securing almost 53% of the vote in the first round, polls suggested that most Russians wanted economic stability above all else. Putin's basic message to voters was that he would make Russia strong again. Putin's first presidency is typically narrated with the landmarks of economic stabilization, the rise of oil prices and the silencing of oligarchs. But the more intriguing story lies beneath the surface. Take, for instance, the case of Mikhail Khodorkovsky. He was once a multi-billionaire and one of Russia's leading industrialists in the oil sector. Shortly after publicly confronting Vladimir Putin in 2003 over high-level corruption in the oil industry, Khodorkovsky's company Yukos, then Russia's second-largest oil producer, was seized and later dismantled by the government. Later that year, he was arrested by Russian security forces and imprisoned for 10 years, finally being released in December 2013. Another lesser-known element from this war was his use of information control. While Yeltsin struggled with media battles, Putin quietly secured loyalty from key TV networks, most importantly NTV, which had been frequently critical of the government. When oligarch Vladimir Gusinsky refused to cooperate, a fraud case appeared. Negotiations were held. Gusinsky eventually fled. Russian television shifted, and with it, public perception. Meanwhile, Russia's elite slowly transformed. The businessmen of the 1990s who made fortunes overnight were replaced by Siloviki, which meant men from the security services, military, intelligence backgrounds. Putin was not merely building a government, he was building a structure of loyalty. Interestingly, when Putin restored the Soviets' anthem melody but added new lyrics, power for Putin is not just political, it is historical. In the then Russia, a president can't serve more than 2 terms consecutively. Hence came his temporary exit as president in 2008. Dmitry Medvedev became the president. During these years, Putin cultivated another element of his persona, the action hero imagery. Riding horses shirtless, tagging tigers, diving into lakes. Many Western observers called it an optic to revive the archetype of the strong Tsar. His return to the presidency in 2012 amidst the unprecedented protests. Since Vladimir Putin came to power, Russia has launched major military invasions into 2 sovereign countries, Georgia and Ukraine. In 2008, Russian forces entered Georgian territory during the brief but decisive war over South Ossetia and Abkhazia. 6 years later, in 2014, Moscow annexed Crimea and fueled separatist conflict in eastern Ukraine, culminating in the full-scale invasion of 2022, the largest military assault in Europe since World War II. The Russia-Ukraine war still continues with seemingly very less light at the end of the tunnel. Across the conservative, right-leaning political spectrum, Vladimir Putin is often admired as the ideal strongman. Disciplined, hyper-patriotic, culturally conservative, and unafraid to defy the liberal world order. Many leaders quietly envy the authority and mythic control he projects at home. Donald Trump captured this fascination most tellingly in 2013, tweeting ahead of the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. Do you think Putin will be going to the Miss Universe pageant in November in Moscow? If so, will he become my new best friend? It was a joke on the surface, but beneath it lay a clear truth. The global right's desire to mirror and befriend the Putin persona. But his persona is not the only thing that leaders envy. Vladimir Putin has built one of the world's most feared cyber armies. A vast state-backed ecosystem of hackers, intelligence operatives, and digital mercenaries capable of disrupting governments, crippling infrastructure, and manipulating public opinion. This network, often linked to units like Fancy Bear, GRU Unit 26165, and Cozy Bear SVR, has been deployed as a strategic weapon of modern warfare. Born 7 years after the end of the World War II, Putin was born following the siege of Leningrad that killed his elder brother, in which his parents barely survived. He was brought up in a crowded communal flat which shared kitchen and bathroom, teeming with rats and cockroaches. Friends and acquaintances remember the young Putin as clever but self-contained, a sort of grey cardinal, from this introvert boy to amongst the most talked-about leader of the world. This 73-year-old Putin has come a long way, and who knows how much further he will go.
Born on 7th October 1952 in St. Petersburg. Studied law at Leningrad State University. Rose to the ranks of Lieutenant Colonel. He is now Russia's longest-serving president. This is the story of Vladimir Putin's rise.
25 लाख का हॉस्पिटल बिल है। इतने पैसे कहाँ से आएंगे?
पैसों की चिंता आप मत कीजिए पापा।
मैम, सर का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है।
आप?
पॉलिसी बाजार।
पॉलिसी बाजार पर 0 GST के साथ अब 1 करोड़ का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस सिर्फ 550 रुपए महीने से शुरू।
Hello and welcome to the Newsx Sunday Guardian Roundtable. Well, the winter session of Parliament is on in full swing. It may be a short session, but it is definitely not short on drama. In fact, the Prime Minister set the ball rolling when he talked in his address at the beginning of the session, when he told the media that the opposition is more interested in drama than delivery. So any hope of any peaceful reconciliation between the opposition and the Treasury benches was set off by that statement. The opposition, of course, reacted. They want the government to discuss issues like the revision of the voter rolls. I believe some kind of compromise has been reached by the government and the opposition. The SIR issue will be discussed in the guise of in larger, broader picture of electoral reforms. The BJP, the government wanted them to discuss Vande Mataram. That is also being discussed. But in the end, amidst the noise and fury, are real issues being hidden. That is something I'm going to be discussing with my panel today. I have with me Sudhanshu Trivedi. He is a member of the Rajya Sabha from the BJP and national spokesperson for the party. I have Karthi Chidambaram. He's a Congress member from the Lok Sabha. And I have John Britta. He is from the CPM. So Sudhanshu, I think I'll put you in the middle because you will be getting fire from both the sides today. So आपको मोर्चा दोनों तरफ से संभालना पड़ेगा. Karthi, what is your, the opposition? Are you happy with the kind of, the broad agreement that has been reached? Issues are being discussed.
I'm happy that Parliament has started functioning, but you have to also understand the number of sittings we have annually is drastically reducing year on year. Parliament doesn't sit often enough. And it does not really debate serious issues. While the government sometimes doesn't give us space to raise issues of our choice because they somehow think that they should decide what issues we should raise, and they don't give us the space, that leads to disruption. And even when Parliament is functioning, it's at least very clear to me that the government doesn't seem to have any serious legislative agenda this session, because we are talking about general things and sometimes spending inordinate time in very minor legislation. So I don't know whether the government has got anything substantive to offer in this Parliament session, but I'm glad that Parliament has started functioning though.
So bar बहुत low है Sudhanshu ji. He's saying at least Parliament has started functioning, but nothing substantive. How would you react?
Actually, the problem is not the substantive discussion. It is the problem is the competitive politics among the various parties of the India alliance to prove that they are more strong anti-Modi, anti-BJP, anti-RSS. That's why there is no coherence in their own representations. I would like to quote in the last year, when on the issue of Adani, so many notices were given by Congress party. And Ram Gopal Yadav ji openly said, Adani Vadani koi mudda nahi hai, Sambal pe baat honi chahiye. if such a level of incoherence among their own people, then you can understand that what type of substantive argument they want to do. So another example I would like to give, that how they want to deal the issues. If you remember in the previous Lok Sabha, on the issue of farmers' bill, we were saying that let us have a discussion. Opposition was demanding no discussion at all. They should be withdrawn at once and immediately. Okay. When Prime Minister withdrawn immediately, then they made again ruckus in Parliament why the discussion has not taken place and why they are withdrawn immediately. So that shows कि कोई सूरत बदलना मेरा मकसद नहीं है, मेरा मकसद है हर कदम पे हंगामा होना चाहिए.
The charge is on you. And also, you know, in terms of issues, like what are the issues that you want discussed?
See, Sudhamshu, when I listen to him, you know, I think that he's a saint. What had happened 15th Lok Sabha, Sudhamshu? It was completely washed out. 68% of disruption, what was happening? What were you doing when UPA was in power? I think half of that is not being done now. Let's be very clear about it. All that what we are doing now, you have done it in a much better way. I mean the disruption. Now, India Alliance parties, I'll tell you one thing. See, with the rich diversity in our country, so many political parties, it is quite natural that we'll be having so many issues. Kerala has got a different issue altogether. So don't expect that we have to come with one issue. But last session and this session, all the political parties, India Alliance parties, focused on 1, 2, 3. If you had agreed for electoral reforms last monsoon session, that session would not have been washed off. So your obstinate stand only created this so-called stalemate. My request to you, see, let the opposition have its say. In any case, you will have your way. Correct. In any case, you will have your own decision. And you will roll back all those decisions where we haven't participated, like the Sanjar Sati. So, take the cue out of it. Let us have a debate, deliberation. Now, electoral reforms, we are having it. What was the harm in accepting that electoral reforms discussion in the beginning itself? And Sudhamshu, I mean, you may not be coming, only leaders come for the all-party meeting. I am also a member of that. We say that you accept 1 or 2 suggestions. My suggestion to you is that, like the foreign parliaments like UK, have one day for the opposition. Let us list out an issue of the opposition discuss. All other days you discuss. We have no problem about that.
You have raised a very appropriate point, but I want to clarify technically. Yes, we agreed for the electoral reforms because electoral reforms can be discussed in Parliament. SIR cannot be because this is the administrative procedure. Like judicial reforms can be discussed. But on any judicial case pending, Parliament cannot discuss this evidence should be taken into cognizance or that evidence should not be taken into cognizance. So the discussion focusing on SIR was like you are asking that the case is pending in Supreme Court and these evidences should be considered and those evidences should be rejected. Electoral reforms, yes, we are agree. Second thing I would like to say, on those issues when we were in opposition, yes, definitely in 2011, entire monsoon session was wiped out. But what we were saying that have discussion and government didn't agree, then what happened? We went to court. And every issue court has given a judgment and initiated an inquiry in our favor. Even an Anna movement is started. Not even a single case opposition has moved to court. Forget about going to court. They are not ready to give even in writing a letter of complaint. And lastly, if you are saying that should be given a proper weightage or a proper space to opposition, then with due humility, I would like to say we are having elected leader of NDA in both the houses. Does India Alliance having an elected leader of India Alliance? No. So unable to...
Why should you need that?
What does that mean? So what? It means one party demands for this, another party demands for that.
There is no unity.
Like Aam Aadmi Party says in previous time, should be discussed on Delhi. Then Congress party says that Hindenburg should be discussed. Aam Aadmi Party says that, Samajwadi Party said Sambal should be discussed. And then the Trinamool Congress says that the West Bengal violence should be, Waqf board should be discussed. So, which opposition is to be taken into account?
Okay, let Karthik.
We don't have convergence in all issues with all parties. We are different political parties.
Yes, this
so
is
that
the
is not the problem. As he said, You must give us the space to raise issues of our choice. You can't choose the agenda for us. You can't say you can only raise this issue, you can't raise it. What we believe, collectively or as individual parties, believe we will raise those issues. Give us that space. As he rightly said, you have the majority. Vote us out. You can always call for a vote. Nothing is going to become law. Let us have our say. You can have your way.
This Sudhamshu is a brilliant speaker, and I'm sure that he has been one person who has been trying to prevail upon the government, saying, allow the opposition to raise the issues. You are the one person which I know. Privately, you concede that. No, I know that. I mean,
Government,
if
I'll
that,
give you an example.
If that good sense prevail amongst your colleagues, things are sorted out. Sudhamshu, let me ask you one thing. Last monsoon session, was there Adani, Mudani? Kuch nahi tha. Sirf electoral reforms tha. Just see the short duration notice which I have given. These are electoral reforms. We didn't even mention about SIR because there was a ruling saying that you cannot have SIR or election commission mentioned. Yeah. This time also, the first day we gave the notice for short duration, electoral reforms only, no SIR.
Finally, the opposition.
I give you another example.
Yes.
In the previous Lok Sabha, when Venkaiah ji was chairman, you remember the opposition was giving consistently notices of 267 कि inflation के ऊपर discussion on inflation. It was a budget session. Venkaiah ji has said we want to further extend the discussion on budget. On budget, this is a finance bill. Whatever you want on economy, whatever you want on inflation, you can mention in that. You are having full space. But say no, stop discussion and first have discussion on inflation. This shows, again, that the substantive discussion is not the motive. It is a competition between the various parties.
Sudhamshu, let me just tell you one point. See, one point. See, your line of thinking that you can include everything in one particular item. That's
not
no, please listen to me.
Inflation is
that's
very precisely related to budget and financial things.
I have been seeing these parliamentary practices for so many years, decades. There should be structured discussion.
See,
without structured discussions,
the problem is there is no more back channel. See, before there used to be a back channel between principal opposition parties and the government. And if there was any kind of disagreement, you would come to the corridor over a cup of tea or something, sort it out, and there was a give and take. Today, what I see is this back channel has collapsed completely.
I wish Sudhamshu made a Minister of Parliamentary Affairs or somebody.
See, that kind of back channeling is not happening now.
We need a back. But from the opposition side also, we need someone who would...
There is no need of back channel. Even front channels can also work. And the back channel, it can be stopped. When the backbiting stops in the, you can say, in the inner coteries of the opposition parties, which they start to project. Example dena chahta hu, just one. During the elections, when you are together, when the opposition parties were together fighting as a one alliance, Aam Aadmi Party and Congress was an alliance in 2024. And even on that situation, Congress party said that this liquor scam is a scam. And then Kejriwal replied that the National Herald case is an open and shut case. Then Kejriwal ji went to Chhattisgarh and he said Bhupesh Baghel is the most corrupt chief minister. And you remember Samajwadi Party, Akhilesh Yadav ji had said, despite being an alliance in 2023 MP election, बहुत चालू पार्टी है कांग्रेस and Congress. So
our bickerings or differences is not the reason why Parliament should be stalled. No, our differences will be there. We have different stakes in states and
exactly.
Now I'm coming on the parliamentary.
I'll make one point. You see, 2004, we fought the Congress, defeated them, came with 62 MPs, extended support to them. See, our parliamentary democracy is dynamic enough to, accommodate certain streams like that.
On the issue, like in Waqf Board, you were there also in the Business Advisory Committee, and whatever opposition demanded, we want this much of time. Okay. Despite Rajya Sabha is having half the strength of Lok Sabha, still the same time was allotted. And after the bill is passed, before it gets signed by Rashtrapati, they went to Supreme Court. So that shows that on the issue of parliamentary affairs, everybody has got ample opportunity and everything was live telecasted. Still, you should have waited. And even court has said that still it is not been signed by a president. So we have to wait after it is signed, then we can understand. So this shows that there is a competition क्योंकि ये साबित करना है कि मैं ज्यादा एक्टिव ऑन द फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस.
Is this what is preventing you from giving us space?
On the constitutional floor, Constitution says that any act passed by Parliament is binding on all the state assemblies. But still on CA, several assemblies have passed a resolution that we will not accept CA. Even Kerala was also one of them. How can, this is a breakdown of constitution. संविधान खतरे में है. How can a state assembly, can any municipal corporation say that the act of the state assembly, we will not abide by that? So that shows there is no respect for constitutional authority and constitutional tradition.
I'll tell you one thing.
Okay,
We are completely sidetracked. The idea, the question was, why are we not able to discuss in Parliament? It is not about our competing agendas, which we will have. We are different political parties. We will have competing agendas. That does not preclude you from having a discussion in Parliament or giving space to us.
What I understand,
According to them, unless we are all the opposition just gets united and comes with only one line agenda, you will not give space. We will have multiple agendas.
Karthi, if I detect what Sudhamshu said, he is so agonized about the difference of opinion amongst the opposition parties.
Yes, right.
Please leave that agony.
I'm not
But if you're not raising the issues,
We will make this find
It's
away.
not agony, it's ecstasy.
yeah, you're misinterpreting.
No, actually, he is expressing as though he is pained. Let us have a difference here. See, if at all, there was no
But he
difference.
raised a good question that where is the leader, the one person that they should talk to? They have a leader of NDA. Who is your leader of
Madam,
NDA?
let me just tell you one thing. See, contrary to my impression, there is near consensus among the opposition parties on issues to be taken up in Parliament. I am telling you. Even in this session, there was a complete consensus. Sudhamshu is going for a diverted tactics. He was in the BSc. BSc. No, in BSc.
He knows what is happening inside. Na?
BSc, we were together there.
Achha.
I shouldn't be talking about them, but I can refer to that. There was, just like Sudhamshu spoke now, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister was saying, which issue, you have another issue. Then we all said that, let us take a bilateral reforms. We have no comms on that.
Which they have because you united.
How? Now, last monsoon session also we said. And last monsoon
even
session.
I agree to what they are saying. No, okay, no problem.
Sudhamshu, am I not correct?
We are not saying that you elect one leader, but at least you come with one proposal. That this is the combined proposal of the opposition and we want to discuss it. It never happened that we have not discussed. But the problem is all parties come with a different proposal and they want to give emphasis depending upon their respective, on the slightly digressing to the subject.
It's a mischievous thing he's thought of. I can see the mischief in his eyes.
Since Congress MP is here, a very senior person from Congress, and Mr. John Batas is there, who's from Kerala.